Bai Shun. What the hell are you standing around for? Defend, man. The basketball court was a battlefield. I was cornered, completely trapped. Damn it. She's literally charging into me with the ball. I can't take this anymore. Serves you right. Who told you to agree to a father-son game with her? If you lose, you're calling her daddy. My eyes were fixed on the girl across the court, Tang Yao. Fair-skinned, tall, and graceful, but oh so shameless when it came to her moves. Every time I tried to defend, she'd puff out her chest and use, well, her natural assets to box me out. I literally had nowhere to initiate defense without it being inappropriate. The score gap kept widening, and at this rate, I really was going to have to call her daddy. I gritted my teeth. Screw it. Whatever assets she's using, I'm going all in to block her. Tang Yao, naturally, went for her usual tactic. She and I had known each other for 10 years, growing up side by side. She knew me too damn well. Timid, hesitant, and definitely too scared to touch her like that, no matter what. Let's be real. If it weren't me as her opponent, someone like her, the famous Jiangnan University campus goddess, would never stoop to using moves this cheap. But what she didn't realize was just how determined a guy could get when his reputation and his pride in this father-son game was on the line. The chaos unfolded as she lunged toward the ball. The next second, she was sprawled in my arms. And worse, my hand just so happened to land right there on her curve. The court went silent. Then chaos broke loose. Get him. He dared to touch the goddess. The crowd was in a full-blown riot. Countless people vaulting over the barriers to come after me. Loyal simps, calm the hell down. She's the one who ran into me. I shouted as I bolted from the scene, faster than I'd ever run before. Tang Yao, you played dirty. I won't rest until I avenge this disgrace. My voice echoed across the gym as I disappeared down the hallway, giving it everything I had to shake off the angry mob. Their manic cries faded behind me as I finally skidded to a stop, leaning against a wall to catch my breath. You think you can catch me? Come back after a few more years of training. Bam! My foot slipped. I pitched forward, face first toward the stairs. Oh crap! Wham! Blinding pain ripped through me as the world went black. Ocean world, 6 a.m. Blinding light. The salty sting of sea air. Rough, damp wooden planks under my skin. I jolted awake and was greeted by the endless expanse of the sea. I was sprawled out on a crude little raft, just barely big enough for one person to move around on. Is this a dream? A hallucination? Then, a cold, mechanical voice exploded directly in my mind. Welcome to the era of ocean survival. The old world is gone. This is where the rest of your life begins. The ocean holds everything. Resources, opportunities, the path to evolution, even unimaginable power. But remember, freedom comes hand in hand with danger. I was dumbfounded. I transmigrated. Survival. Ocean world. Taking a deep breath, I forced myself to stay calm. Panicking wouldn't help. I needed to survive, no matter what. On the other end of the raft, I noticed a girl lying there, fast asleep. A ponytail, basketball jersey and shorts. Sweat glistening on her nose. Strands of wet hair clinging to her forehead. It was Tang Yao. I crouched down, sizing her up more closely than I ever had before. Without her usual court dominance, she looked softer in sleep, her usual boldness stripped away. Even with everything that had happened, there was an elegance about her still, an unprecedented serene beauty. A wicked thought crossed my mind. Tang Yao, oh Tang Yao, didn't expect to fall into my hands, huh? I slowly reached out. Smack, smack. 2 loud slaps landed on Tang Yao's backside. So satisfying. That's what you get for challenging me to a duel. Tang Yao shot upright. Who? That hurts. When she saw my smug face, it instantly clicked. Catching me off guard, Tang Yao lunged at me as I stood near the edge of the raft. Wah! Splash. A massive splash erupted. Help! Tang Yao. I can't swim. I flailed in the water. Apologize. Cheer me up and I might help you. Tang Yao said lazily. Sis. I'm sorry. I, Bai, am trash. You shameless idiot. Serves you right to drown. Ancestor. Please pull me up. I really can't take it. My voice cracked, on the verge of tears. Tang Yao noticed something felt off. Hold on. Aren't you supposed to be great at sports? Don't tell me swimming isn't included? Before she could finish, I suddenly froze mid-struggle. Something yanked me under, vanishing entirely. The ocean surface went eerily still. Bai? Stop messing around. No response. What am I supposed to do? Fear consumed her. Gritting her teeth, Tang Yao dove into the water. As soon as she swam out a bit, something wrapped around her ankle. MMPH. She was pulled downward. Just when despair set in, the force abruptly let go. A familiar figure floated up gracefully. It was me. Shin Xiaobai. You son of a... Both of us clambered back onto the raft, utterly exhausted, collapsing to catch our breath. The cold sea breeze cut through our soaked jerseys. Tang Yao shivered before mumbling. What was that all about? I just want to go home. My mom's making braised pork knuckle with rock sugar tonight. Quit whining. I shouted. If crying solved anything, I'd join you. We need to figure out how to survive. Tang Yao shot me a glare before turning away to calm herself. The raft was about 3 meters wide, with a control panel in the center. Embedded in the panel was a glowing screen. Regional chat, trade market, personal inventory, attributes panel. I tapped on attributes. Shin Xiaobai. Strength, 7/20. Constitution, August 20th. Intelligence, 520. Talent, not yet extracted. Tang Yao. Strength, 6/20. Constitution, July 20th. Intelligence, 720. Talent, not yet extracted. My intelligence is lower than hers. Impossible. I refuse to accept this absurd notion. The talent section made my heart race. 1 chance per person? I was born lucky. Watch closely. This is what pure skill looks like. I clicked Extract Talent. A giant spinning wheel appeared. White, more than half the wheel. Thank you for participating. Green, 1/3, level 1 talent. Gold, 1/10, level 2 talent. Red, a thin line, level 3 talent. What do you mean? Thank you for your participation. The spinning wheel rotated at lightning speed. The pointer swept past white, green, the edge of gold. Finally, it trembled and came to a shaky stop right at the red and white boundary. Wait, which one does this count as? The screen burst into a dazzling rainbow of colors. Ding! Special probability activated. Congratulations. You've obtained the unique talent. Chosen Slacker. Unique. My eyes widened in shock. Chosen Slacker. 1. Receive 2 random resource crates daily. 2. Receive 1 random subordinate monthly. 3. Receive 1 random building blueprint monthly. 2 crates a day. A new subordinate every month. And blueprints too. This isn't a slacker. This is straight up cheating. Haha. I've struck gold. I danced like a lunatic. I opened the area chat interface. Users online. 15,000/15,000. The chat was in absolute chaos with messages flooding in. I'm the main character. I got selected. The person above must be lying. We all got thrown here. I literally just pulled down my pants, and now I'm here. I saw a floating crate in the sea. Tang Yao suddenly screamed, Shun freak. Look over there. There's a crate. Stop calling me a freak. Shut up already. It's a resource crate. I turned to look. Roughly a kilometer away, a brownish object bobbed up and down in the waves. It's so far, we're not seriously swimming out there, are we? I said, shrugging. This is all your fault. Tang Yao clenched her fists in frustration. You were the one who bumped into me and knocked me off the ship. Shin Xiaobai, do you want to fight? A real man won't argue with a woman. I raised my hands, pretending to surrender, as my gaze returned to the distant crate. But seriously, are we just going to stand here and watch it drift away? Tang Yao and I locked eyes and sighed. We both knew it was hopeless. The crate was too far. With no boat, no propulsion, and just swimming as an option, it was a suicide mission. So annoying. Tang Yao growled in frustration. There's only 1 crate, and we can't even get to it. What if that's the only one today? She rambled on, her mood worsening by the second. We've been here for hours and only saw 1 crate. We don't even have food or water. Are we just going to starve to death in this godforsaken place? I, however, stayed calm. After all, my talent guaranteed me 2 crates daily. I whistled cheerfully. Hey, little girl over there, look this way. Tang Yao was about to snap back, but before she could, she froze mid-sentence. Out of nowhere, the air rippled. A worn wooden resource crate materialized and landed with a heavy thud on our makeshift raft. What the? Tang Yao lunged toward the box. How the hell did you do that? Simple, I said smugly. Watch me summon another one. As I finished speaking, a second crate appeared like magic. Tang Yao was astonished as she ran her hands over the box, as if she had just discovered a new continent. All right, out of the way. I said, shoving her aside. You've never seen anything like this before, huh? Time for an unboxing. TCH, Tang Yao pouted dismissively. I rubbed my hands together and opened the first box. A flash of white light burst forth. Whoa, special effects. Could it be a major win? Ding. You have opened a basic wooden chest ×1. Reward. Basic bread ×2, bottled water ×2. My excitement instantly crumbled. Is this some kind of garbage tier system? Special effects just for this measly haul. Unwilling to give up, I opened the second box. Another flash of white light. Ding. You have opened a basic wooden chest ×1. Reward. Tree leaf flavored drink ×2. Looking at the 2 bottles of suspicious-looking drinks, my face turned green. Fine. I guess we're getting our daily vitamins. Haha. Tang Yao was absolutely having the time of her life. Someone was acting all high and mighty, and all they got is this? Don't be so smug, I said ominously. We're on the same boat. If I'm unlucky, how can you expect to do any better? Her smug grin froze instantly, and she quickly backtracked. Actually, it's not bad. At least we have food and water. She hurriedly changed the subject. By the way, you haven't told me how this works. Want to know? Beg me. Tang Yao took a deep breath and, feigning a sweet, pleading tone, said, Pretty please, great Master Shun. I shuddered. Stop. Fine, I'll tell you. It's my innate ability. Chosen slacker. I get 2 resource boxes every day. As for your abilities, go use the console and draw your own. Her eyes lit up as she rushed to the console. The attributes page opened. Shen Xiaobai. Strength, 7/20. Constitution, August 20th. Spirit, May 20th. Unique talent, chosen slacker. 1. Claim 2 resource boxes every day, random quality. 2. Earn a subordinate monthly by signing in. 3. Receive a building every month. Tang Yao. Strength, 6/20. Constitution, July 20th. Spirit, 7/20. Talent, not yet drawn. Seeing my abilities, Tang Yao was absolutely floored. Such overpowered perks. But when she noticed her spirit stat was 2 points higher than mine, she managed to regain some sense of balance. She clicked on the Draw Talent button. A spinning wheel appeared, with abysmal odds for high-level talents. You got this, Tang Yao? If I can do it, so can you. The wheel started spinning as she shut her eyes tightly. Suddenly, an icy cool sensation surged through her mind. A tiny seedling sprouted and broke through the ground. The world shifted dramatically. Countless intersecting lines of spatial dimensions unfolded before her, only to vanish again in an instant. Opening her eyes, she looked at the screen. Tier 3 Talent, Spatial Manipulation. 1. The seedling size reflects your power as an ability user. When it matures into a towering tree, you will stand unrivaled at the pinnacle of the world. 2. Comes with a storage space that expands as your power grows. A long expansion, initial space, 10 cubic meters. Spatial ability, level 3 talent. Tang Yao jumped high in excitement. Her cheeks flushed with exhilaration. My reaction was even more dramatic. Holy crap. Spatial-related ability. What teenager hasn't dreamt of having a pocket dimension like in a cultivation novel? When I was selecting my talent, that's exactly what I wished for. And now Tang Yao got it instead. Shock quickly gave way to elation. This talent is incredibly important for survival. Even though it starts at just 10 cubic meters, the potential for growth is enormous. Tang Yao, brimming with pride, smugly tilted her head upward. Pretty impressive, right? It might not be as good as yours, but it's close enough. Don't hesitate to come to me if you ever need help. Right. I responded nonchalantly. Miss Tang is amazing. Now please pipe down. I need to summon my subordinate. Tang Yao pouted but obediently stayed quiet. Summon subordinate. Ding. You've received a subordinate, intelligent AI. It has been stored in your inventory. I hit the deploy button, activating intelligent AI core module. Scanning for available terminals within a 5-kilometer radius. Available terminal detected. 1. RAF Control Center. Install, I instructed. The screen refreshed. 10 seconds later, a chibi-styled virtual character appeared. Intelligent AI activation complete. Please assign me a name. A clear and pleasant female voice said. How about Xiao AI? I blurted out thoughtlessly. That's way too generic. Tang Yao objected immediately. This is your first subordinate. You can't just give it such a lame name. Fine, you pick, I replied, crossing my arms. Tang Yao pondered for a moment. Call it Pearl. Name confirmed. I am now Pearl, at your service. Pearl, what functionalities do you have? Under current permissions, I can. 1. Storage management. Precisely record and categorize inventory for fast retrieval. 2. Status monitoring. Provide real-time updates on you and Tang Yao's attributes and physical conditions. 3. Information processing. Filter communication channels and support keyword search functions. 4. Trade assistance. Monitor market activities and aid in securing items for purchase. My eyes lit up. Those last two functions were absolute game changers. Can Pearl be transferred to other devices? Tang Yao asked. Yes. My computing power currently supports up to 10 terminals simultaneously, Pearl explained. How can we boost your computing power? Tang Yao probed further. I need better hardware. Acquiring a server or an advanced computing core will significantly enhance my capabilities. Pearl, organize all relevant information about supply crates. I ordered. Processing request. Estimated time, 5 minutes. While waiting, I moved on to claim a structure. Ding. You've received a blueprint. Simple single bed, ×1. That's comforting, I guess. I placed the bed in the center of the raft, right next to the control console. Didn't want it too close to the edge in case it fell into the sea. In a sudden flash, a 1.5 by 2 meter bed materialized out of thin air. The bedding and pillows were all in place. Master, information sorted. The screen displayed. The supply crate is too far from me. I've seen 2 in one day and still couldn't get to them. Same here, only 2. +1. I got instant noodles. I'm in love. Do you even have hot water to be this excited? I love eating them dry. I opened a fishing rod gift pack. Seafood freedom. Good luck, Air Force. +1. A fishing rod. I pulled a high-quality harpoon gun. What does high quality mean? It's level 1 gear, 1 level better than normal. So envious. 2 conclusions became evident. 1. Each raft seems to encounter about 2 crates per day, depending entirely on luck. 2. Supply crates can contain high-quality weapons. 2 crates a day. Tang Yao's eyes gleamed sharply. Don't miss out. The problem is, I glanced at the sun dipping lower in the sky. We wake up around noon, and now it's almost nightfall. We've probably already missed today's chance. The sunset burned crimson, dyeing the sea and sky in fiery orange. Then, the light rapidly faded, sinking into the abyss-like horizon. The two of us sat side by side on the edge of the raft, staring hard at the sea being swallowed by the darkness. Each passing second felt like a blade cutting into our patience. It's over. I suddenly stood up and dropped onto the bed with a heavy thud, burying my face in my arms. Stop looking, Tang Yao. Even if there was one, it's probably drifted away by now. Tang Yao didn't budge. The sky isn't fully dark yet. Her voice held a grit of determination. I don't believe it. Suit yourself. I closed my eyes. The sea breeze turned cooler, soothing enough to lull one into drowsiness. Just as my breathing steadied. There, to the east of the raft, about 2 kilometers away, a black dot bobbed on the waves. The sky had darkened too much. Tang Yao widened her eyes, trying her hardest to discern it. Shin Xiaobai. Her voice pitched high, her gaze locked onto that black. Something's to the east. No response. She rushed over to the bed, furiously shaking the lifeless lump that was me. What? Ugh. I groaned, feeling dizzy from all the shaking. A crate. It might be a crate. Those words were like a switch, snapping me awake instantly. I shot up and dashed to the edge of the raft. When I spotted that familiar little black dot, my eyes lit up. It's real. I grinned ear to ear. Ha ha, and it's right in our path. The crate was directly east, and the raft drifted lazily in the same direction. As long as we stayed on course, there was no way we'd miss it. The black dot grew closer, and its outline became more defined. It was definitely a supply crate. I grabbed the crate and immediately noticed something off. This crate is different. The usual crates were battered and flimsy, but this one was pristine, sturdy, and even reinforced with metal. A package. Premium goods. I knocked on the lid. The sound was dull. There must be something good inside. Tang Yao took a deep breath and lifted the lid. A burst of blue light. The entire raft was instantly illuminated, glowing like a beacon on the dark sea. Inside the box, there was no physical object, only a floating orb of blue light. Tang Yao touched the orb with her fingertip, and it disappeared, going directly into the inventory. The two immediately checked. Auto fishing net, refined quality. Description: automatically collects all floating objects within a 1 kilometer radius. Built-in solar-powered engine, no fuel needed, continuous operation. Status: ready for deployment. Ha 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 ha. Tang Yao broke into a triumphant laugh. Refined quality. Someone must be dying of envy right now. I opened my mouth, but the words got stuck in my throat. I rubbed my nose, looking out towards the sea. Ahem. It's getting dark. We should think about dinner. This net. Maybe we'll set it up tomorrow. Sensing my frustration, Tang Yao's lips curled into a grin. What else is there to eat? She deliberately dragged out the question. Your precious bread, I suppose? Humph. I straightened my spine. Don't underestimate bread and water. They're survival essentials. Without my supplies, no matter how fancy your gear is, you'd starve. Understand? I'm the core of survival. Right, the core. So essential, Tang Yao replied dismissively, tearing off a piece of bread and popping it into her mouth. Though hard as a rock, it tasted surprisingly good at this moment. Night fell completely, engulfing the sea in darkness. The moonlight became the only source of illumination. The temperature dropped sharply. The howling wind cut through the air like a blade. Wearing nothing but thin basketball jerseys, we were both instantly chilled to the bone. Achoo! Damn, it's freezing. My teeth chattered as I scrambled into the blanket, wrapping myself into a ball and leaving only half my head exposed. Oh, I feel alive again. But here came the problem. There was only one blanket. Tang Yao looked at me, curled under the covers, and silently stepped back. She walked to the opposite end of the raft, sat against a wooden post, and curled up tightly. Her thin clothes flapped in the wind, her lips turning pale. Me? Completely oblivious to the situation. Tang Yao, do you think we'll ever make it back? I miss home. Do you think Mom and Dad might be nearby too? At the mention of home, Tang Yao's body trembled slightly. I don't know, she replied softly, her voice nearly swallowed by the wind. But they must be here too. We'll meet them eventually. For sure. I brightened up. Families always end up close together. The heavens wouldn't be that heartless. Also, with how talented we are, what if we become big shots in the future? A bunch of underlings at our beck and call. Imagine how cool that'd be. Tang Yao. Hello? Tang Yao. I finally snapped out of my daydream. I've been talking all this time. Why aren't you saying anything? Under the moonlight, on the other side of the wooden raft, a petite figure was curled up in a ball. She hugged her knees, facing away from me, wearing a loose basketball jersey. The cold wind pressed the fabric against her body, outlining her shivering frame. I froze for a second. The very next second, ah crap, I smacked my forehead hard. My stupid brain. I rushed over to Tang Yao, looking ridiculously apologetic. Miss Tang, I'm so sorry. I completely forgot. Come on, hop into the bed and shield yourself from the wind. We're both in the same boat, literally, so stop being polite. After saying that, I hastily dove back into the blanket myself. It was honestly freezing out there. Tang Yao shot me a glare like I was the world's biggest idiot. Are you serious? Who's being polite here? What are you waiting for? I urged, sounding desperate. The wind's just getting nastier. What if you catch a cold? Do you have any idea what'll happen in this godforsaken place? There's not even aspirin here. The last piece hit her like a cold slap to the face. Out here in the middle of nowhere, getting sick wasn't just inconvenient. It could be fatal. Grinding her teeth, Tang Yao got up and reluctantly shuffled over to the edge of the bed. She glanced at me, all lumped up in the blanket like some goofy human burrito, and hesitated again. I impatiently lifted the edge of the blanket. Hurry up already. Cold air's sneaking in, and all the warmth is escaping. Well, survival over pride. Gritting her teeth, Tang Yao climbed in. The inside of the blanket was warm, like a tiny cocoon shielding us from the harshness outside. The comforting heat made her body relax involuntarily, and she quickly slipped into a deep sleep. As I listened to the faint, steady rhythm of her breathing next to me, I couldn't help but smile. This girl can be so stubborn about saving face. It's ridiculous. I stared up at the star-filled sky, my chest swelling with a quiet but potent determination. Someday, our talents will make us stand out in this brutal world. The next morning, the sun blazed overhead, its rays beaming directly onto Tang Yao's face. She woke up from the heat. The first thing that hit her as she regained consciousness? The sensation of weight. Opening her eyes, she found my face inches away from hers. At some point, the blanket had disappeared, and somehow, I managed to wrap her tightly in my arms. Tang Yao was wide awake in an instant. She broke free in a split second and delivered a swift kick, sending me tumbling off the bed. Ow! I sat up dazed. What the heck was that for? Tang Yao averted her gaze, feigning innocence. Your lousy sleeping posture made you roll off. What's it got to do with me? I could only choke down the injustice without a word. Tang Yao quickly got up, tidied up the blanket we had abandoned, and moved to set up the automated fishing machine. The automated fishing machine, once materialized, was enormous. It featured a sophisticated launcher mechanism complete with solar panels, taking up nearly the entire right side of the raft. This raft is way too small, I said, frowning. We barely have room to move with just one bed, one workstation, and now this hulking thing. Hopefully, we can figure out a way to expand it soon, Tang Yao muttered. Tang Yao spoke. I sighed and initiated my daily check-in. With reverence, I uttered a prayer and opened 2 treasure chests simultaneously. The left one, white light. The right one, green light. Opened ordinary wooden chests times 2. Rewards, basic fishing rod bundle times 1. Wood times 10. Deluxe barbecue grill times 1. Windproof lighter times 1. All in one package. I rejoiced, grabbing the fishing rod and bolting in front of Tang Yao. Haha, we're having fish today. Tang Yao was equally astonished. Luck was definitely on my side today. I immediately set to work fishing. As an experienced angler, I skillfully assembled the rod and checked the bait. The bait exuded such a fragrant aroma that even I had to swallow my saliva. This bait is amazing. Today's haul is going to be insane. Tang Yao opened the chat channel. Help! I didn't even get a single chest yesterday. So thirsty I could die. I've got extra bread, putting it up for water exchange. Cough cough. I think I've got a fever. Warning. Strong winds last night caused widespread colds. Make sure to stay warm. Cold medicine drop rates are high today. Loads of people are finding them. Really? There's hope for me after all. Tang Yao felt a wave of relief that she had a warm bed. Catching a cold in these conditions could be catastrophic. She was just about to switch to the marketplace when the automatic fishing machine suddenly started humming. A large net shot out, precisely catching a distant chest. The rope reeled it back in, water splashing, and in less than 10 seconds, a dripping wet chest was hauled atop the raft. As the lid was pried open, white light illuminated the surroundings. Ding! Opened beginner treasure chest times 1. Rewards, cold medicine times 5. Raft expansion blueprint, 3 square M times 1. I cast a glance at it, noted the white glow, and shifted my attention away. Little did I know that this haul would prove far beyond ordinary. Tang Yao's heartbeat quickened. In the chat channel, coughing noises and cries for help continued to flood in. These 5 doses of cold medicine, this was a lifesaver. They weren't just crucial for survival, they were premium barter material. She quickly examined the blueprint. Raft expansion blueprint, 3 square M. Materials needed, wood times 6, plastic times 3. Description, expand a 3 square meter sturdy platform in the specified direction. Wood was plentiful. The key missing piece was plastic. Pearl, filter all plastic-related trades. Search complete, 50 results found. Tang Yao scanned the options. All too predictably, opportunists abounded. 1 plastic for 10 bread. 1 plastic for a premium weapon. Only 2 listings seemed reasonable. ID, 7342, 1 bottle of clean water for 1 plastic. ID, 99.99, 1 dose of cold medicine for 1 plastic. Note, urgent, family member sick. Tang Yao swiftly completed the first transaction. She opened the second one, and almost immediately, a message popped up. Thank you so much. Got cold medicine? My brother's not gonna make it. I do, but I need 2 plastics. I only have 1 left. Please, I owe you. I swear I'll pay you back. My brother's already delirious. Tang Yao paused, her finger hovering over the decline button. All right, the trade was completed, and a friend request popped up immediately. Thank you. I'll pay you back, I swear. The other person's status instantly changed to offline. Still 1 piece of plastic short. Other sellers were unwilling to compromise. With no alternative, Tang Yao reluctantly closed the trading interface. Suddenly, crash. My fishing rod bent into a sharp curve. I jumped to my feet, expertly battling the creature beneath the waves. Before long, a 30-centimeter-long red-scaled mutant fish landed heavily on the raft. Its spiked dorsal fin gleamed menacingly, and it flapped around violently. I grabbed a piece of wood and delivered a solid whack. The fish fell still immediately. Look what I caught, I exclaimed proudly, holding up my prize. Lucky us, that's lunch. Tang Yao's eyes lit up. What did you get from that crate? I asked. Tang Yao smirked, showing me a blueprint and some cold medicine. I was dumbfounded. How does a white tier crate drop something this good? This isn't right. I'm supposed to be the lucky one. Did she steal my 20 years of good karma? I glared at her resentfully. Tang Yao immediately got the message. This guy's jealous. She smugly waved the blueprint at me. Frustrated, I decided to channel my energy into catching another fish. No sooner had my hook settled in the water than, boom, the float disappeared in an instant. My rod bent into an alarming arc. I felt a tremendous force threatening to pull me into the sea. Whoa, it's a big one, I shouted, struggling to keep control of the rod as my arms began to go numb. Tang Missy, help me out here. Tang Yao rushed over. What do I do? Grab my waist and pull me back. Without hesitation, Tang Yao wrapped her arms around me from behind, feeling my muscles trembling from the strain. 1, 2, 3, pull. The tug-of-war continued for a full 10 minutes. Finally, the undersea struggle began to wane. It's running out of strength. You can let go now. Tang Yao, exhausted, collapsed onto the raft, gasping for air. I carefully reeled the line in, the shadow in the water growing clearer and clearer. Breaking the surface was a tiny silver fish no bigger than 10 centimeters. I spent 10 minutes wrestling with this. My faith in reality was shaken. Wait, Tang Yao frowned. How did something this small have so much strength? We stared at each other, baffled. This defied all logic. By noon, the sun hung high in the sky. I set up the grill. All right, let me show you my cooking skills. 10 minutes later, staring at the charcoalized remains of the grilled fish, both of us fell silent. So, the look might be flawed, but I bet it tastes great, I insisted stubbornly. Tang Yao gave me a side eye. Enjoy it yourself. I'm grilling the smaller one. Taking a big bite, my face immediately twisted in disgust. What the heck is this? I abandoned it without hesitation and patiently waited for the silver fish instead. Once cooked, we split the small fish, expecting it wouldn't suffice. Surprisingly, half a fish each left us both full. A few minutes later, a warm surge erupted from my stomach, spreading through my entire body. It was as if every cell was immersed in a hot spring, cheering in delight. As the warmth subsided, the two of us distinctly felt a change in our bodies, stronger, more powerful. That silver fish, we exclaimed in unison. No wonder it had so much strength. I said, excited. This fish has to be something rare. Of course it is. I caught it. I puffed out my chest proudly. Indeed, this time it's all thanks to you. Tang Yao acknowledged seriously. Stay modest, I said, feigning humility, even though my smugness was plain to see. So just how much did it boost us? Check your stats. Shen Xiaobai. Strength, 7, plus 1/20. Constitution, 8, plus 1/20. Spirit, May 20th. Tang Yao. Strength, 6, plus 1/20. Constitution, 7, plus 1/20. Spirit, 7 out of 20. Strength plus 1, Constitution plus 1. Half a fish, and our stats skyrocketed. Staring intensely at the attribute panel, I was overcome with ecstasy. We're set. This is huge. Rubbing my hands together, my eyes gleamed. 1 fish a day? No, once every 3 to 5 days should work. We'll hit human limits in no time. And then, keep dreaming, Tang Yao said, ruthlessly raining on my parade. Rare items aren't so easy to catch. This time was sheer luck. Next time? Highly doubtful. Are you doubting my luck? I leaped up. Watch me reel in another one today and prove you wrong. Fueled by determination, I dashed to the edge of the raft. Tang Yao chuckled as she watched me. Letting out a yawn, she plopped onto the bed. Go ahead, Mr. Lucky. I'll restore my spirit. That nap was particularly restful. When she woke, she felt refreshed, her vision noticeably sharper. Stretching languidly, she turned her gaze toward the edge of the raft. There I was, sitting upright like a statue, facing the water with an air of solitude, exuding the vibe of an old fisherman in a bamboo hat and raincoat. But as she got closer, my head was nodding forward, my eyes fully shut. Fast asleep. Uff. Tang Yao couldn't hold back a laugh. She gave my shoulder a gentle push. Hey, fishing in your dreams. What? A bite. I jolted upright, scrambling for the rod. Seeing Tang Yao's amused face, My cheeks burned with embarrassment. I was just meditating. Sure, Tang Yao quipped, turning away. Go sleep on the bed. No, I really didn't. She walked away, leaving me with a no need to explain view of her back. Frustrated, I clawed at my hair and gripped the fishing rod tightly again. Time to prove myself with actions. Tang Yao walked over to the automatic fishing net machine. A resource crate was quietly nestled within the net. Got it. She quickly untied the rope and flipped open the lid. Ding. Ordinary treasure chest times 1 opened. Reward. Ordinary Tang Dao times 1. A Tang Dao. Her eyes lit up with excitement. Finally, we have a weapon. In these perilous, unpredictable oceans, a reliable melee weapon was a priceless asset. Just one more piece of plastic. She reopened the marketplace, carefully filtering her search before posting an exchange request. Time passed. The sun dipped westward. Arg. Why? I threw down the fishing rod, frantically scratching my head. An entire afternoon, and not even a shadow of a fish. Meanwhile, Tang Yao finally received a promising private message. ID 6543. I have plastic. Need cold medicine. Tang Yao perked up, quickly replying. For plastics for 1 pack of cold medicine. Deal. Deal. A near-instant reply? That's straightforward? The trade was done. Cold medicine times 4 times 3. Plastic times 2 times 6. The materials were complete. The same user messaged again. Plastic for food? Tang Yao hesitated, tempted by the offer, but reality hit hard. Sorry, we're out of food too. All right then, add me as a friend. Okay, 100 kilometers east of the raft, beneath the vast blue sea and an island lush with greenery. On the west side of the island, in a hidden natural cave, a mountain of plastic waste had piled up. Amid the treasure, 2 figures busily toiled away. A girl dressed in Lolita fashion whimpered as her lace gloves became smeared with filth. Qingjia, my arms are so sore, my dress is ruined. Can we take a break, please? Her voice was tinged with tears. Next to her, a tall woman in a dark suit with her shirt sleeves rolled to her elbows was skillfully prying up plastic sheets with a sharpened wooden stick. No, we have to return to the raft before nightfall. Keep going. Her tone was cold and decisive. The younger girl groaned, resigning herself to battling the garbage. Why are we still picking trash in another world? My beautiful dress. Meanwhile, the raft underwent a historic expansion. The raft expansion blueprint turned into streams of light, merging into the sea's surface on the left. A white glow outlined an area of 3 by 1 meters. Wooden planks extended swiftly. Raft area, 9 square meters, 12 square meters. The additional space instantly made it feel far less cramped. As night fell, I sulked over the fishing expert title I'd failed miserably to live up to. Tang Yao, meanwhile, wrestled with the lack of dinner. Xiao Bai. Tang Yao patted me gently on the shoulder. If it's not working, let's just give up and buy something from the marketplace. Half an hour. I sprang to my feet. I will catch something. I grabbed the fishing rod, forcefully hooking the last piece of fragrant bait onto it, and cast it with all my strength into the dark, endless sea. Time ticked by, second by second. Just as I was teetering on the edge of despair, the rod suddenly jerked downward. Got something. It's a big one. I yelled in exhilaration, gripping the nearly slipping rod tightly. Tang Yao immediately rushed over. I cautiously began reeling it in. But soon, my brows furrowed in confusion. Something felt off. The pull was strong, yes, but it lacked consistency. A few minutes later, the resistance noticeably weakened. A shadow emerged from below as I continued reeling. And then, when the prize was finally hoisted onto the wooden raft, I gasped audibly, dropping the rod as I staggered back, falling on my rear. What the hell is this? Hooked on the line wasn't a fish. It was a tattered garment. And beneath that garment, curled up, was a pale, humanoid figure. Ah! Tang Yao screamed. It's a corpse. What do we do? A silence hung between us for what felt like forever. Do we pull it all the way up? Tang Yao's voice trembled. I gritted my teeth. We have to. What if it's some kind of a special resource? Wait. Tang Yao dashed to the storage area and returned with her Tang Dao, the metal blade gleaming as she unsheathed it with a resolute clang. Standing in front of me, she pointed the blade at the corpse. Careful while bringing it up. The body was completely dragged onto the raft. It didn't move, not even a little. Was it actually dead? Let me handle it. I took the Tang Dao from her, stepping forward before she could protest. Tang Yao stared at my stiffened back, the corners of her mouth curling ever so slightly. Holding the blade like a spear, I inched closer, step by cautious step. At about a meter away, I stopped and poked its shoulder gently with the tip. No response. I jabbed its thigh just in case. Still stiff as a board. Letting my guard down slightly, I leaned in to take a closer look. Suddenly, its eyelids flew open. Those empty, ash-gray eyes stared directly at me. "Get back!" Tang Yao screamed. I felt every ounce of blood freeze in my veins. My body reacted instinctively, faster than my mind could process. I propelled myself backward in a frantic leap. Pure reflex. I stumbled 3 steps back as Tang Yao's Tang Dao slashed through the air. Shriup. The blade struck with precision, slicing down diagonally from the thing's left shoulder to its right ribcage, nearly cleaving it in two. But instead of spraying blood, something black and viscous oozed out in heavy torrents, staining the wooden planks in mere seconds with the overwhelming stench of rust and decay overpowering the sea breeze. Yet, its movement didn't stop. The gruesome gash across its chest might as well have not existed. It rose, unfazed. Its dead, gray eyes remained fixated on me. No pain, no anger, just a cold, soulless indifference that made my skin crawl. What I asked this thing? I choked on my words, beads of sweat trickling down my temple. I cut it, but it's like it doesn't even feel it. Is this a zombie? A living corpse, without pain or emotion. Tang Yao's voice was tight with unease. The creature dragged its thick, sludgy trail of blood behind it as it moved toward us, methodically slow. One step, then another, creeping closer. Thank God, it was unbearably slow. Slower than someone strolling casually. Off with its head, Tang Yao shouted sharply. I steadied my breathing, gripping the blade tightly with both hands, waiting for the right distance. Horizontal slash. Swish. The head flew through the air, landing with a solid thud. For a brief moment, the headless body stood frozen, black blood spurting wildly from the severed neck, before collapsing to the ground with a heavy crash. It twitched twice, then fell completely still. Perfect. Done and dusted. I let out a long breath, feeling the tension drain from my body. But when I turned to Tang Yao, her face was as pale as a sheet. The overwhelming stench of blood filled the air, blood splattered on the ground, the rolling head, the lifeless corpse lying in a thick, dark pool. Ugh! She clamped her hand over her mouth, bolting to the edge of the raft to retch. I strode over quickly, hesitated for a moment, and then gently patted her back. You okay? Tang Yao waved a trembling hand vaguely, pulling herself upright and wiping her mouth with a tired gesture. Just as I was about to clean up the aftermath, something caught my eye and my gaze froze. Right next to the pool of blood, there was a treasure chest. Tang Yao, look, the zombie dropped a treasure chest. You open it. Her eyes lit up with excitement. What started as a seemingly disastrous evening might just turn into unexpected fortune. Ding. You've opened a basic treasure chest ×1. Reward received. Food supply pack ×1. A food supply pack. Tang Yao's voice brimmed with delight. Ding. Opening food supply pack ×1. Reward received. Bread ×10. Bottled water ×20. Instant rice bowls ×10. Instant rice bowls. 10 servings. My own eyes widened with glee. This southern boy's DNA is kicking into gear. Gotta have some of that tonight. Not until we clean up this mess, Tang Yao replied, pointing at the blood splatters with a reluctant expression. Who's gonna have an appetite with this around? Aye, Captain. I sighed dramatically in mock obedience. Half an hour later, I collapsed onto my bed, completely spent. This blood, it's way too sticky. The mouth-watering aroma of food wafted towards me, instantly lifting my misery. Tang Yao held out a steaming bowl of rice. I devoured it like a starving wolf, scraping every grain of rice from the container. Ah, alive again. I patted my full stomach, sighing in pure contentment. Rice, truly the GOAT. Tang Yao chuckled softly at my exaggerated, joyous expression, her lips quirking into a small smile. Oh, by the way, I said nonchalantly, stretching my arms, the winds died down tonight. Not as cold anymore. Looks like we don't need to huddle together for warmth tonight after all. For a brief moment, the air went utterly still. Tang Yao froze, her actions suspended mid-motion. Her face turned beet red. What did you just say? I didn't say anything. I spread my hands innocently, deliberately dragging out the words. You, she fumed, her temper flaring in classic rich girl style. It's not like this bed has your name on it. I'll sleep here if I want to. She didn't notice the sly smile creeping onto my face as I turned away. Mission accomplished. The morning of the third day, Tang Yao woke up again, wrapped in the all-too-familiar hold of a certain someone's arm draped around her waist. This time, she didn't scream. She simply moved his arm aside quietly. After a brief wash-up and breakfast, she decided to try her hand at fishing. Standing at the edge of the raft, she shifted her weight, swung her arm back, and flung the fishing line forward. The hook plopped into the water. The sun climbed higher into the sky as time passed, and eventually, I stirred awake. Well, look who finally decided to grace us with his presence, Mr. Big Shot, Tang Yao said teasingly, glancing at me with feigned exasperation. Tang Yao turned her head, her face brimming with pride. Look at what I caught. How much could it possibly be? I mumbled slowly. Don't tell me you just caught a tiny fish. It's more than enough, she retorted confidently. I lifted up the fish net, easily around 400 pounds. As I pulled it up, the sight of over 20 fish crammed inside greeted me. You caught all of these. This is nothing. Tang Yao waved her hand dramatically. Splash. Out of nowhere, in the middle of the raft, a pile of sea fish materialized, stacking up like a mini mountain, scales gleaming in the sunlight. At least 100 more. I stared blankly, completely dumbfounded. Are you hacking or something? Ha! Tang Yao laughed triumphantly, hands on her hips, chin raised high. How about that, Mr. Fishing Expert? Enough to last us a whole month, right? I squatted by the towering pile of fish, gazing into space. After a long while, I sighed and opened up my rewards dashboard. Ding! You've opened 2 basic treasure chests. Items received. 1 times iron spear, 1 times blueprint for basic water purifier. Water purifier. I perked up, finally feeling hopeful again. Now, that's what I call useful. Blueprint for basic water purifier. Materials required. Glass times 1, plastic times 2. Description, solar-powered distillation. Daily output 2 liters of clean water. Just missing the glass, Tang Yao noted. Let's eat first, I said, patting my rumbling stomach. The sizzling grilled fish filled the air with a delicious aroma. We devoured a hearty seafood feast. Pearl, search the trading channel for glass, I ordered. The screen projected 2 results. ID, 6988, request, 5 servings of food. Offering, 1 piece of glass. ID, 2587, request, 3 pieces of plastic. Offering, 1 piece of glass. We're short on plastic. Let's trade some fish instead, I muttered, typing out a message. 5 grilled fish for 1 glass, deal? Grilled fish. Yes, please. Deal now. The reply came back instantly. The trade was successfully completed, and we built the water purifier with ease. I poured seawater into the shallow tray and placed it where the sunlight was strongest. That's it. Tang Yao leaned in, curious. Seawater will evaporate. The steam condenses on the glass and drips into the collection container, I explained. As long as we have sunlight, we'll have distilled water. Freshwater freedom is here. Finally, no more water shortages. Tang Yao's eyes sparkled as she stared at droplets condensing on the purifier's glass. Something like this would sell like hotcakes in the trading channel. It's solid gold. With a steady water source, we've got the foundation to build on, I nodded. The salty sea breeze carried the mixed scents of grilled fish and ocean air. After the brief excitement subsided, an overwhelming sense of emptiness seemed to creep in, spreading like the endless blue horizon around us. Tang Yao hugged her knees, sitting at the edge of the raft. Her gaze drifted from the water purifier to the distant sea. Xin Xiaobai, is this what the rest of our lives will be like? Fishing up crates, catching fish, and distilling water, until we grow old and die? She hesitated for a moment before continuing. My ability feels so pointless. Storage space? A warehouse could do the same thing, and it's bigger than my little pocket dimension. We fell silent for a moment, staring at the line where the sea met the sky. Maybe, I sighed, then quickly shifted the topic. But I believe we'll come across other rafts. When that happens, our talents will come in handy. Tang Yao's eyes lit up with renewed hope. You're right. It's only the 3rd day. Who knows what'll happen next? She stood up, cupping her hands around her mouth as she shouted toward the endless sea. We'll only get stronger and stronger. Whiz buzz. A shrill whistling sound and mechanical hum suddenly cut through the air. We whipped around. Out on the ocean, 2 supply crates were being dragged toward us by a net, skimming over the waves at high speed. 2 at once. Tang Yao gasped, her eyes widening in excitement. The one on the left. I pointed decisively. The silver one. Sure enough, the left crate gleamed with the distinct metallic luster of silver, starkly contrasting with the wooden crate on the right. In the span of 20 seconds, we hauled both crates onto our raft. One ordinary wooden box, and one shimmering, mysterious silver box. Our focus snapped to the silver crate as we lunged toward it in unison, leaving the wooden one completely forgotten in the background. I'll open it. My hand hovered eagerly above the crate. Just got a water purifier last time. I'm on a lucky streak. Wrong. Tang Yao smacked my hand away. You've used up all your luck. It's my turn now. My talent lies with finding rare loot. My spatial synergy resonates with advanced chests. Our argument went in circles until Tang Yao planted her hands on her hips and raised an eyebrow. And who's the genius that caught 0 decent fish yesterday but managed to hook a zombie instead? Huh? Do us a favor and keep that bad luck away from the box. Fine, I muttered, utterly defeated. Seizing her chance, Tang Yao slapped her palms onto the silver crate. Ding. Mid-tier treasure chest ×1 unlocked. You received Raft Expansion Blueprint, high quality, +9 SQM, Raft Upgrade Card, excellent quality. A green and a blue glow rose from the crate before vanishing into our inventory. Mid-tier chest, Tang Yao beamed, growing even more excited when she examined the drops. Raft Upgrade Card? What's that? We hurriedly checked the details. Raft Upgrade Card, excellent quality. Requirements. Total raft volume greater than or equal to 40 SQM. Materials. Plastic ×10, wood ×100. Description. Upon meeting the above conditions, the raft can be upgraded into a level 1 small ship, type randomized. A ship? My head shot up, adrenaline rushing. It can turn the raft into an honest-to-God ship? Tang Yao's expression shifted as she immediately grasped the weight of this discovery. A raft and a ship were worlds apart. It needs 40 square meters, she said, her tone suddenly more serious. And a lot of materials. This is our next big goal. Including the new 9 SQM blueprint, we'll still be 19 SQM short. Raft Expansion Blueprint, high quality, +9 SQM. Materials, wood ×18, plastic ×9. Let's see if we can get more blueprints, Tang Yao offered, taking. Set the task. I opened the forgotten wooden box. Acquired, bread ×2. Just as expected, nothing much. I clicked open, regional chat channel. The number in the top left corner made my breath hitch. Universal channel, online/total, 13,058/15,000. 3 days, 2,000 people went offline. The channel messages were scrolling rapidly. I got a basic treasure chest. A basic chest is hard? I've already gotten a few. Yeah? I scored an intermediate chest, didn't even mention it. Help. No water left. Selling Raft Expansion Blueprint. How do we trade? Raft Expansion Blueprint, 3 square meters. Materials needed, wood ×6, plastic ×3. At least 5 food items. 5 items. Are you insane? I immediately private messaged the seller. After some bargaining, I traded 2 grilled fish and 200 milliliters of distilled water for the blueprint. Tang Yao also had good news. I got 1 too. Only cost me a single food item and some cold medicine. We now needed just 13 square meters to reach 40 square meters. By evening, we were munching bread while continuing to gather information. Suddenly, a blood-red system announcement took over the screen. Ocean Epic Global Announcement. 1. The newbie protection period will end at 2400 hours. 2. Regional Disaster Drowned Dead Predicament is about to activate. 3. Disaster Details. Daytime. Drowned Dead will ram rafts but won't attack humans. Nighttime. Drowned Dead will climb onto rafts and attack all living creatures. 4. This disaster will last for 7 days. Tang Yao. I called urgently. I saw it. Tang Yao replied calmly, analyzing. The drowned dead must be the zombie-like thing you fished up. With that speed, they should be easy to handle. Could be an opportunity to get rich, Tang Yao said confidently. But the chat channel had already erupted. Protection period? I nearly died of thirst and hunger. This was protection. A disaster? Seriously, no way to survive this. What's a drowned dead? Nobody notices there's another disaster after 7 days? This only makes me stronger. I skimmed quickly. Most people seemed clueless about the drowned dead. Should we share information? I suggested. Agreed, but make sure it's labeled as speculative, Tang Yao replied. I sent out a clearly formatted message. Info sharing, based on personal encounter, for reference only. ID 6666. 1. Last night, I killed a creature resembling the described drowned dead. Traits: zombie-like, no pain response, slow movement, high strength. Weak point is the head. 2. Killing it granted a treasure chest. The opportunity the system mentioned might refer to these drops. 3. This is based on a single encounter. Stronger variations might exist. Be cautious tonight. Prepare weapons and lighting. Life at sea is hard. Let's take care of yourself. The information was sent out. The channel experienced a brief lull before exploding with activity. Boss, thanks for the intel. Zombies? Weak spot is the head, got it. They drop loot if we kill them? Really? Strong but slow? Gotta keep them at a distance. 1 slash to the chest doesn't work? What kind of defense is that? High prices for weapons. Anything sharp or pointy will do. Messages were flooding in. The console was flashing like crazy, and the notification sounds were relentless. I exchanged a glance with Tang Yao, and we both saw shock in each other's eyes. Hey, we've made it big, I said with a sly grin. Who would have thought just sharing some tips would make me famous? Tang Yao remained calm, her gaze steady. Don't get ahead of yourself. These people just want to get something out of you. If the drowned corpses don't match what you've described, they'll turn on you in a heartbeat. I know. My smile faded as I got back to business, filtering through messages for anything valuable. ID 1132. Boss, trade you an iron spear for food. 10 portions sound good. Weapons are always useful. I quickly replied. 10 grilled sea fish, each weighing at least 5 pounds. Deal. I'm sick of bread. I just want some meat. The response came almost instantly. Trade complete. Iron spear acquired. Then, another private message caught my attention. ID 8847. Hey man, you seem trustworthy. Interested in joining an exclusive trade group? A few of us have set up a tight-knit circle to exchange goods and share info. It's better than dealing with random strangers. I looked over at Tang Yao. It's worth trying, Tang Yao said after a brief moment of thought. But don't reveal too much about what you've got. System notification. ID 6666 has joined the exclusive trade group. The group lit up immediately. Zhao Chun, group leader, welcome. This is the guy who shared that intel about drowned corpses. Chen Yu. OMG. The legend himself is here. Zhang Jingran. Welcome aboard. Wang Shiliang. Zhao is amazing for recruiting even the pros. I quickly responded. Just a newbie here. Happy to learn from everyone. Zhao Chen. Humble, I like that. Since you're in this group, I'll cut to the chase. To join here, you need to be at least tier 2 gifted. That's our baseline. What came next made my heart skip a beat. Zhao Chun. Petrified skin. Skin as tough as rock, virtually impervious to blades or bullets. Zhao Mu. Eagle eye. Vision extends up to a kilometer. Can track dynamic movements effortlessly. Chen Yang. Weapon artisan. Can modify weapons to enhance their quality. Chen Yu. Divination. Can sense the strength of others' abilities. Zhang Jingran. Blade master. A natural genius with blades, possessing remarkable combat instincts. Wang Shiliang. Nature affinity. Communicates with plants. Song Yan. Animal affinity. Capable of taming animals. Facing the beast. 7 people, all with tier 2 talents. Interesting, I murmured to Tang Yao. Not bad at all, she nodded. But your talent surpasses all of theirs. Suddenly, Chen Yu chimed in. Shun, Tang, don't get mad. I used my talent to secretly take a peek. Your lights are incredibly bright. Especially you, Shun. It's blinding. Zhao Chen added. Apologies for acting without permission. Just wanted to confirm our foundation for cooperation. Absolutely no ill intent. I responded, I get it, no problem. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two continued handling private messages. Tang Yao noticed a familiar ID. ID 9999. Benefactor. My brother's fever has subsided. Thank you so much. I have some plastic now. I'll return it to you. No need to give it back. Keep it for yourself, Tang Yao replied. You must take it. Without your medicine, my brother might have. A trade window popped up with a piece of plastic offered. Tang Yao accepted it. In a world like this, trustworthy people deserved respect. 10 minutes before midnight, I gripped my iron spear tightly, while Tang Yao rested her saber across her knees. The faint torchlight illuminated our tense faces. The sea was eerily silent. The wind had stopped, leaving only the monotonous sound of waves lapping against the raft. "Are you scared?" I asked in a low voice. "What's there to be scared of?" Tang Yao's tone was flat, but her knuckles on the saber were pale from the pressure. The final minute ticked by. Messages burst uncontrollably in the group chat. "Zhao Chun, stay calm, everyone. Remember the weak spots. We can do this. Qinyang, harpoons ready. Let's go." Zhang Jingran, stay composed and focused. Wang Shiliang, everyone stay safe. Me, good luck. Midnight, 12 o'clock sharp. Epic of the Ocean Notice, periodic regional disaster. Drowned Dead Onslaught officially begins. They're here. At the same time, we straightened our bodies, eyes scanning the waters like sharp blades. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Half an hour passed. Nothing happened. What's going on? I muttered in confusion. Where are the drowned dead? Maybe they're still on their way. Tang Yao frowned. Don't let your guard down. An hour, 2 hours. The calm remained unbroken. I opened the chat channel. Where are those drowned dead? My eyes are about to dry out. System glitch? Wait, I see something. Underwater. A shadow. It's fast. And there's more than one. Are you serious? Definitely. They're not small. I closed the chat. Someone claims they saw something underwater. Tang Yao was just about to respond. Thunk. A muffled thud came from the underside of the raft. Something was down there. The sound was faint, but in the dead silence, it pierced like a needle through our nerves. Tang and I froze, our attention fixed beneath us. Yao froze in an instant, every ounce of drowsiness dissipating. I quickly lowered my head, staring into the darkness. Nothing was visible, so I gripped my weapon tightly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. Time crawled by in suffocating silence. The anticipated thud, the scratching, it never came. The sea remained calm, as smooth as glass, as if the loud thump from earlier had been nothing more than a trick of the mind. Minutes passed, and all was still. It must have gone away. I exhaled heavily, releasing some of the tension. Not necessarily. Tang Yao's sharp gaze swept the surroundings. It could still be nearby. We can't just stand around like this forever, I muttered, rubbing my sore eyes, now bloodshot. 7 days of this chaos. There's no getting through this without sleep. You rest first. I'll take the first watch. Tang Yao glanced at my exhausted face and nodded. Wake me the moment anything happens. I will. As she lay down without removing her gear, I opened the internal trading group. The same tension filled the chat. Everyone stuck waiting, their nerves on edge. I typed, anyone here? Something rammed under the base of the raft. Didn't surface though. Has anyone actually seen a drowned corpse yet? Qinyang, Qinyu, Shun, nothing here. It's so calm we can see our reflections. You guys really ran into something. I replied, yeah, we definitely felt something. Some kind of shadow bumped us. What about Zhang? Zhang Jing ran, an hour ago. 10 meters out, underwater. A humanoid shadow zipped past, real fast. Zhao Chun, Zhao Mu, group admin, looks like irregular distribution. Or they're trickier than they seem. Not seeing them could be worse. They might be grouping up out of sight. Stay sharp, Wang Shiliang, Song Yin. So everyone's awake. This endless waiting is torture. Qinyang, Qinyu. Our eyes are dry as sand. Still 6 days to go. Me. That's why we need shifts. I've already told Tang Yao to rest. Zhao Chun, Zhao Mu, group admin good. At least one person on watch at all times. Stick to it. Qinyang, Qinyu. Got it. I'm letting my brother take night duty. I'm going to sleep by Qinyang, Qinyu. Wang Shiliang, Song Yin. Your sister's so caring, huh, Qinyang? Watching the group chat light up a bit gave me a brief smile. A touch of humor in moments like this. It felt priceless in the long, suffocating night. I closed the chat and turned my attention back to the endless dark. The sunrise tore through the horizon, painting the sky in the blazing hues of fire. My eyes were bloodshot, dark circles heavy beneath them. As I stood up, my joints cracked with audible pops. Tang Yao, it's morning. My voice was hoarse. Tang Yao snapped awake. Drowned corpses. Are they here? No. I pointed toward the blazing sunrise outside the small window. Morning's here. You pulled an all-nighter? Why didn't you wake me sooner? You were dead asleep. Besides, the second half of the night was quiet. I yawned. Paying my debt. Go to sleep right now. Wake me in an hour, don't forget. Corpses in the water won't climb onto the raft during the day. Just sleep easy. I collapsed onto the bed and fell into a dreamless sleep almost instantly. Tang Yao pulled my blanket over me carefully, then grabbed her weapon and walked to the raft's edge. The morning breeze was cool, sweeping away any lingering drowsiness. She scanned the surroundings closely, no scratches anywhere. The ocean shimmered under the sunlight, as if last night's horror had never happened. The rhythmic rocking of the waves was hypnotic, almost lulling me back to sleep. Thud! A sudden crash broke the serenity. I jolted awake, every nerve on edge. A dark shadow darted through the waters near the raft, vanishing into the deep blue. My stomach churned. It was here, that thing from last night. I instinctively reached to wake Shin Xiaobai, but froze mid-action. What if it was just passing through? Shin Xiaobai had just fallen asleep, dead tired. Gritting my teeth, I decided to handle this alone. Time ticked by, the sea calmed once more. Just as I began to relax, bang! A heavier blow struck from directly underneath the raft. The wooden boards trembled. I leaned down low, peering through the cracks, and saw it. Pressed against the bottom of the raft was a distorted, pale, humanoid figure. This was the moment. My instincts took over. Gripping the iron spear tightly, I plunged it downwards with all my strength, aiming for the densest shade of black. Squelch! A harrowing scream burst from under the water, unnatural and ear-splitting. It sounded like rusty metal scraping against glass, laced with the gurgling desperation of a drowning victim. The shadow thrashed violently, dragging the spear deeper into the ocean. I yanked hard, managing to pull the weapon free. It came up slick with dark green slime and bits of decaying flesh. The shadow disappeared into the depths, leaving behind a swirling mess of tainted water. Shin Xiaobai, wake up. There's a drowned corpse. I bolted upright. Where is it? It fled. Tang Yao panted, still clutching her weapon. Stabbed it once with the spear. It screams, and its blood is green. This one's different from before. I examined the foul mess clinging to the spear's tip, my expression grim. There's more than one type of drowned corpse. Over the next hour, the raft was assaulted again and again, every 5 minutes, without fail. The drowned corpse had gotten smarter. It switched tactics, targeting the exact center of the raft's underside, striking once and retreating immediately like some guerrilla fighter. Is this thing sentient? I ground my teeth in frustration. It's intelligent, Tang Yao said with a deep frown. Good thing it's just the one. Suddenly, a harsh alarm sounded from Pearl, the raft system. Warning, raft structure compromised. Current integrity, 99%. Already down 1% in just an hour. My chest tightened. We should be able to patch it up, Tang Yao quickly suggested. I sprinted to the console. Raft repair, 1% damage. Materials required, wood times 1, plastic times 1. So expensive? I muttered under my breath. Pearl chimed in. For damage under 10%, repair material costs remain fixed. Beyond 10%, resource consumption increases progressively. But just patching it won't solve the issue, I murmured, frowning. We need a better plan. Let's take it down, I declared. Tang Yao's eyes lit up. Could a drowned corpse be as bloodthirsty as a zombie? Exactly. I jumped to my feet. We'll use fish as bait. Lure it out. I wasted no time, immediately pulling out a fresh fish and tying it to the hook. The plan to fish for the drowned corpse had officially begun. All credit goes to you if this works, I said, locking eyes with Tang Yao. Let's catch it first before we talk about credit, she replied, a glint of anticipation in her gaze. Acting all humble now, are yo? Shoo. I cut myself off, raising a hand sharply. A dark shadow began to emerge beneath the surface of the sea, its eyes locked on the bloodied bait. Time seemed to freeze. The only sound was the rhythmic crashing of the waves. It moved. The scent of blood snuffed out whatever sense of caution it might have had. It lunged forward, its gaping mouth opening wide. Now, I roared, summoning all my strength. My arms tensed, my waist twisted, and I yanked the line up with everything I had. Splash! The fishing line went taut instantly. Got it! A piercing shriek tore through the air as the drowned corpse thrashed wildly underwater, its strength monstrous. The fishing rod groaned under the strain, creaking ominously. Bracing my feet firmly against the raft, I countered its pull with all my might, inch by inch dragging the creature closer to the raft's edge. Finally, a pale, bloated head broke the surface. Its hollow, eerie eye socket seemed to stare right at us. its mouth crammed with jagged teeth, still gnawing on scraps of flesh. Tang Yao made her move. Her iron spear turned into a streak of cold light, piercing straight through its temple. Squish! Putrid green slime mixed with brain matter burst out. The creature twitched violently before its limbs stiffened, and it went limp immediately. Beautiful. Ha ha ha. I collapsed onto the damp raft, gasping for air while laughing in triumph. Tang Yao, arms still tingling from the throw, tilted her chin upward smugly. Well, Xiaoshun, who's the MVP now, huh? You know who's calling the shots from now on, don't you? Too breathless to argue, I muttered. Harrow and Tang, you're the best. Now help me out here. Let's see what loot it dropped. Together, we hauled the corpse onto the raft. Suddenly, the unexpected happened. The drowned corpse began dehydrating at an alarming speed before our very eyes. Its bloated skin shriveled up, clinging to its bones, and turned an ashen gray. Within 10 seconds, the soaked corpse had dried up into a mummified husk. Slap! A wooden chest materialized out of nowhere. What the? I stumbled back half a step. It turns into a dry corpse as soon as it's out of the water? Do you think the live ones would do this too? Tang Yao mused. Guess we'll test that next time. But first, let's open the chest. Ding! You've opened common chest ×1. Reward, wood ×10, plastic ×10. Basic materials, just what we need. Tang Yao said contentedly, storing the loot. The sun neared its zenith, and hunger gnawed at our bellies. Let's treat ourselves. I waved grandly. One self-heating meal each. And let's grill a fish while we're at it. Time to celebrate the victory of our first battle. After feasting, I suddenly slapped my forehead. Wait, I almost forgot today's welfare package. Rubbing my hands eagerly, I whispered a quick prayer. Oh, mighty salted fish deity, grant me something big. Opening the first box, a white light flashes. Ding! Opened a basic wooden treasure chest ×1. Obtained, self-heating clay pot rice ×10. Food rations. My eyes lit up. The second chest, green light. Ding! Opened a beginner resource treasure chest ×1. Obtained, fishing gift pack, fine quality, ×1. Contents. Precision carbon fiber deep sea, fishing rod ×1. High-strength fishing line, 100 meters. Compound scent fishing bait ×20 packs. Multifunctional toolbox ×1. Great stuff. I couldn't help but caress the streamlined fishing rod lovingly. Fine quality. Now we each have one. Let's try these new rods. I eagerly raced to the raft's edge. Tang Yao opened the internal trading group. The chat was buzzing. Qinyong, Qinyu, those drowned corpses are sly. They crash into us and flee. Harpoons are useless. Zhao Chun, Zhao Mu, we haven't encountered any yet. Zhang Jingran, nothing we can do. Wang Shiliang, Song Yin, our raft got damaged. Tang Yao started typing. Me and Tang Yao, we just dealt with one. Here's a method to share, fish for it. The group went wild. Qinyong, Qinyu, big brain. How do you fish a corpse? Tang Yao briefly described the fishing method for drowned corpses. Zhao Chun, Zhao Mu, using its bloodlust instinct. Brilliant. Thanks for the selfless share. Qinyong, Qinyu, fishing for drowned corpses? Big brain energy, respect. Zhang Jingran, thanks a lot. Wang Shiliang, Song Yin, this idea is amazing. Appreciate it. Tang Yao exited the group chat. The automatic net machine buzzed, pulling in 2 more chests. Ding! Opened basic treasure chest ×1 and beginner treasure chest ×1. Obtained, bread ×2, raft expansion blueprint, plus 3 square meters ×1. Another blueprint. A joyful expression flashed across Tang Yao's face. With the previous expansions, there was now an 18 square meter total. Just 22 more square meters to reach the 40 square meter upgrade milestone. But reality hit hard. It required wood ×36 and plastic ×18. Their current inventory had wood ×12 and plastic ×12. The marketplace was running low on plastics, and the prices were sky high. She jumped back into the group chat. Me and Tang Yao. Does anyone have extra plastic? Needed urgently. Willing to trade. Zhao Chun, Zhao Mu. Only have one. Need it for raft repairs. Qinyong, Qinyu. Can sell you 2. Zhang Jingran. None. Wang Shiliang, Song Yin. None either. Tang Yao decided to be upfront. Me and Tang Yao, I needed to expand the raft. Qinyong, Qinyu. Raft expansion blueprints? Kinda feels useless, so you can just have them. Tang Yao took a deep breath. Me and Tang Yao. Here's crucial info for everyone. Rafts can be upgraded. We have a raft upgrade card, but the condition is for the raft to be at least 40 square meters. Expansion blueprints are the key to upgrading. The group exploded. Okay, Zhao Chu and Zhao Mu what? It can upgrade into a boat. This intel is too important. From now on, if there's any plastic, it's yours first. Chen Yang, Chen Yu. Oh my gosh. Upgrades. Here, take the plastic. You absolutely have to take it. It's nothing compared to this intel. Zhang Jingran, understood. Thank you. Wang Shirliang, Song Yin, thank you. We almost traded out the blueprint. If you need anything in the future, just come to us. The chat group was buzzing with excitement. Everyone understood. Upgrading early means staying ahead at every step. Tang Yao let out a small sigh of relief. Sharing secrets came with risks, but it also strengthened team cohesion. In the treacherous waters of the open sea, transparency and shared goals were essential for improving their odds of survival. Chen Yang, Chen Yu, thank you. What would you like in exchange? I accepted Chen Yu's offer. The plastic shortage was dire. Tang Yao crunched the numbers again and again. Expansion required plastic, and so did daily repairs. They simply didn't have enough. The trade market's prices were disheartening. Just when she felt completely stuck, an ID suddenly came to mind. ID 6543. That mysterious rich trader. They had traded plastic for cold medicine before, and even offered large amounts of plastic in exchange for food. Tang Yao perked up instantly and found the long silent private chat. Do you remember me? I'm looking to buy a lot of plastic. Do you have any? Immediate reply. ID 6543. I do. Prices went up though, 1 plastic for 5 portions of food, or 1 weapon for 5 plastics. Tang Yao's heart sank. Market prices were 8 portions for 1 plastic. This guy offering 5 portions per plastic was technically a discount, but they needed 20 plastics. That would cost 100 portions of food. Can you lower the price a bit? I need 20 pieces, she asked. ID 6543. Plastic is in high demand right now. People are offering 6 portions for 1 plastic. But if you share any information about the drowned, I can cut you a deal. Tang Yao's eyes lit up. Trading intel for a discount? That might work. How did you know it was from us? She reflexively asked, then immediately felt dumb. Her ID was right there. ID 6543. You posted some info about the drowned in the regional chat. I'm sure you've got more to share. Tang Yao didn't waste time. I do have intel that goes beyond what's public. What kind of discount are we talking about? ID 6543. Depends on how valuable your information is. Listen up. 1. During the day, drowned display basic tactical intelligence. They evade threats and specifically ram the underside of rafts. 2. Injuries cause them to emit a shrill screech, which triggers mental disruption. 3. They crave fresh flesh and can be baited with large fish. 4. They die instantly upon leaving water. You can try to dehydrate them. 5. Killing them drops loot chests. 6. Currently, no intel on nighttime behaviors. That's everything I've got. What's it worth? What's the price? There was a brief silence on the other side. ID 6543. The quality of intel is extremely high. If it's true, 20 pieces of plastic, free. A trade. Tang Yao's heart skipped a beat. 20. Free. The intel is absolutely real. Thank you for trusting me. A trade request popped up instantly. Seller ID 6543. Request. None. Offer. Plastic times 20. Confirm. In a flash, 20 pieces of plastic were added to the inventory. Received. Thank you so much. Tang Yao let out a sigh of relief. If I discover more in the future, we can continue to exchange. Friends, maybe? My name's Tang Yao. ID 6543. Yang Lingqing. ID 6543. And me, Li Xiaowan. Lingqing's best buddy and the luckiest woman alive. Nice to meet you. Tang Yao chuckled. Xiaowan says she's got incredible luck? What a coincidence. My teammate keeps bragging about being the chosen one. You two would totally hit it off. Li Xiaowan, really? Someone's challenging me. We have to see who's the luckiest. Yang Lingqing, forgive her antics. Nice doing business with you. Exchanging 1 piece of intel for 20 plastics. What a steal. Tang Yao quickly turned her attention to the marketplace and traded 10 portions of food for 50 pieces of wood. Shin Xiaobai, stop fishing. We've got plans. Huh? But I feel like I'm about to catch something. I reluctantly reeled in my line. We've got enough materials. Use all the expansion blueprints. My eyes lit up. Use them all? You mean for the raft? Expand it as much as you can. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Pulses of soft white light radiated repeatedly along the edges of the raft. New wooden structures grew rapidly with solid click sounds, extending and reinforcing the platform. The previously cramped 12-square-meter raft was pulled and stretched as if by some invisible giant hand. Wood, 6226. Plastic, 3416. Raft size, 12 square meters, 30 square meters. Holy cow, I looked around in amazement. This is so spacious now. We could play basketball here. Awesome. Tang Yao beamed brightly. We still have enough materials for future expansions. Now we just need more blueprints. Once we have them, the raft can be upgraded to a wooden ship. I jolted as I realized something. Wait, where did you even get all this plastic? Surprised, aren't you? Tang Yao grinned smugly and recounted how she traded intel on the drowned corpses for plastic. I was stunned. Trading intel for resources. That young Lingqing really is guts. Clearly worth it. Just one piece of intel, and the raft's been upgraded. I reminded her cautiously. The next upgrade will still require plastic times 10 and wood times 100. We're still short a bit. Tang Yao, full of confidence, replied. No problem, we'll afford it. Night fell. The scent of grilled. Beside the rack, the crackling sound of the charcoal fire echoed, casting a glow on my face full of frustration. Tang Yao, does this sea have something against me? I grumbled angrily. A top-notch fishing rod. Premium bait. Skills. Okay, decent enough, right? And yet, after an entire afternoon, not a single proper fish. Just hauled up a drowned corpse. Not even a chest to compensate. How's that fair? Tang Yao didn't even glance up. Face it, fishing's all about luck. Leave it to the professionals next time. This is just me saving up my luck for a big reward. Tomorrow, I'll definitely turn the tide. I stubbornly retorted. Tang Yao took the roasted fish from the fire, took a bite, and reveled in the flavor. Stop daydreaming about turning the tide, she said, her tone suddenly serious. The channel mentioned that drowned corpses move extremely quietly when climbing onto rafts at night. If you're not careful, they'll be right in your face. We need to be extra vigilant tonight. She pointed to the dim edges of the raft. Light torches at all four corners to expand visibility. Got it. I quickly crafted 4 torches and securely placed them at the raft's corners. The flickering orange flames danced, driving away the darkness and creating a bright, safe zone around us. I'll take first watch for the early night. You take over later, Tang Yao said, gripping her tang blade securely. All right, call me right away if anything happens. I flopped down and fell asleep almost instantly. Tang Yao shook her head. Unbelievable, you're such a natural-born pig. Night fell deep. The raft swayed gently with the waves, and the torches crackled softly. Suddenly, a strange noise. Tang Yao immediately rushed to the edge of the raft. The sea appeared calm, but she didn't let her guard down. 5 minutes later, a shadow moved swiftly beneath the water. Wake up. We've got a drowned corpse incoming. I jolted awake instantly, grabbing my iron spear and rushing to her side. At the edge of the torchlight to the left, a pale, swollen hand gripped the wooden plank, followed by another. Then, a wet, bloated head rose slowly. It had distorted and swollen features, its body moving stiffly, yet eerily silent. With such sluggish movements, it's not much of a threat, I remarked casually, starting to relax. You want to take this one, or should I? I'll do it. I've never slain a drowned corpse at night yet. Tang Yao tightened her grip on her blade, her entire body brimming with tension. The moment the drowned corpse's upper body climbed onto the raft, she moved. With a single stride forward, her blade sliced precisely at its neck. Slash. One clean decapitation. Blood splattered everywhere. Tang Yao resisted her discomfort, turning her eyes away. Beautiful. I clapped enthusiastically. So clean and precise. Well done, Heroine Tang. The compliments slightly eased the unease on her face as she flicked the blood off her blade. Standard procedure. It dropped a chest too. You open it. That's fair. Ding. Opened a beginner treasure chest ×1. UVE obtained. Automatic blacksmith station ×1. Blacksmith station? I checked the description, my eyes growing wider as I read. An automatic crafting station. You just put in blueprints and materials, and it manufactures everything automatically? What? Let me see, Tang Yao exclaimed, reaching eagerly for it. Come out and take a look. With a flash of light, a 2-meter-long, half-meter-wide metal workbench appeared before us. Its heat-resistant composite surface was filled with various tools. The most eye-catching features were a blueprint slot on the left and a built-in material storage compartment. It's so professional, I said, running my hands across the cool metal surface. From now on, if we have weapon or tool blueprints, we just put them in, gather the materials, and it'll churn things out nonstop. Tang Yao inspected the newly acquired blacksmith's workbench with delight. However, upon seeing the empty blueprint slot, her brows furrowed. It's a great piece of gear, but too bad we don't have any blueprints. She waved a hand dismissively. It's still early. Go back to sleep. I'll take the next watch later tonight. All right, I replied with a yawn, collapsing into sleep as soon as my head hit the ground, my breathing quickly becoming steady. Tang Yao washed the blood off her weapons and returned to her watch. The firelight flickered about, the night breeze cool against her skin. Less than half an hour passed when the slick sound of something climbing up echoed again. This time, she didn't wake me. Slipping quietly into the shadows, she waited, her body tense. As the drowned corpse's head emerged, a flash of steel, its head was severed cleanly. The headless body collapsed into the water, sinking instantly. A wooden crate floated to the surface. Ding. Opened beginner's treasure chest ×1. Obtained simple fixed anchor blueprint ×1. Material requirements: stone ×1, rope ×1, wood ×1. Description: a one-time use fixed anchor to stop a raft from drifting. This thing. A flicker of disappointment crossed Tang Yao's face. It wasn't worth selling, but at least it was a blueprint. The sea returned to silence after that. When it was time to switch, Tang Yao woke me. Your turn. Be careful, she instructed before immediately lying down to sleep. However, my shift took a drastic turn. The drowned corpses came in waves, like the tide itself. 1 every 15 minutes, 2 every half an hour. I became a human harvesting machine, slashing relentlessly through the night, taking down nearly 10 of them. But the drop rate was abysmal. 10 drowned corpses, and I only managed to get 1 broken wooden crate. You stingy bastards. Frustrated, I kicked one of the bodies away, clutching my hair in aggravation. Are you kidding me, universe? Trying to push me over the edge? My rant came to an abrupt halt. I blinked, my breath catching in my throat. It was the darkest hour before dawn, and on the horizon, where the sea met sky, a low and irregular shadow stretched like a slumbering beast. An island. I was instantly overwhelmed with joy, elation exploding through my fatigue like a firework. Tang Yao, wake up. I shook her frantically by the shoulders. Look to the east. An island. Huh. What treasure? She mumbled groggily. Not treasure, an island. A real island. Tang Yao shot upright like a spring. You're serious? Oh my god. We stood side by side at the edge of the raft, our eyes glued to the slowly emerging silhouette of the island in the first light of dawn. It was a small, oval-shaped island crowned with a 10-meter-high hill covered in vegetation. Thick forests surrounded its center, and golden sand glimmered along its edges. Wait, Tang Yao's sharp eyes narrowed. We're drifting off course. We're going to float past it. My face paled. Damn it. I collapsed by the edge of the raft, frantically paddling with my arms. Tang Yao immediately called for help in the group chat. Internal trading group. Xin Xiaobai, Tang Yao. Urgent. Spotted an island, but we're about to miss it. Anyone got paddles? Willing to pay high price. Group members replied one after another, but none could help. Even Pearl reported bad news. The marketplace had none in stock. At a critical moment, a private message popped up. ID 9999. Benefactor, I'll give you a paddle. Tang Yao was overjoyed. For grilled fish in exchange. I owe you one big time. With the paddle in hand, we paddled desperately. The raft turned with great difficulty, and we managed to dock just in time. Exhausted, we collapsed and caught our breath, laughing as we looked at each other. Finally made it. I wiped the sweat from my brow and frowned at the stranded raft. What do we do about the raft now? Tang Yao's eyes lit up as she pulled out a blueprint. This simple anchor from last night. Perfect timing. An anchor. I was thrilled. A lifesaver. 5 minutes later, we finished crafting it at the forge. I set an anchor point 20 meters out in deeper waters, and the raft instantly steadied. Done. Stepping onto the warm sand, I felt euphoric. Solid ground. What a relief. I hopped excitedly. Tang Yao handed me a Tang Dao, curved blade scout first. We decided to explore along the forest's edge. Towering trees stretched so wide that it would take several people to wrap around just one. The forest was eerily silent. No birds, no insects, nothing. There's nothing here except trees. I sighed, disappointed. It's too quiet, Tang Yao said warily. We circled the island, but found nothing of value. That just leaves the bald hill in the center. Tang Yao pointed to the barren mound in the distance. We climbed the 10+ meter high hill, and that's when we saw it. The tree, right in the center of the summit, surrounded by rocks, stood a single, solitary tree about 1.3 meters tall. Its trunk gleamed an ivory white, with sparse, emerald green leaves. Hanging from the branches were 10 golden orange fruits, each the size of an orange, exuding the most inviting fragrance. This is definitely no ordinary tree. I swallowed hard. Treasure. My luck is finally turning around. Tang Yao cautiously approached. The closer she got, the stronger the aroma became. She touched one of the fruits. It felt smooth and warm, as if pulsating with energy. She quickly picked all 10 fruits and stashed them into her storage space. The moment the last fruit left the branch, the whole tree began to wither instantly. The ivory white trunk turned an ashen gray. Its green leaves yellowed and fell. Within moments, the once vibrant tree crumbled into a pile of dead wood. What the heck? Tang Yao staggered back in shock. It suicided after losing its fruit? I raised my blade, prodding the remains. I thought we could try planting it, but nope. There goes the dream of fruit farming. We searched the hilltop once more, but it was completely barren. Exhausted, I flopped onto the bed, thoroughly drained. Spent the whole morning just to find 10 fruits. If the fruits weren't this amazing, I'd seriously curse that tree out. Tang Yao ignored me, focused on flipping the fish on the grill. The oil dripped onto the coals, sizzle. The fire crackled and hissed. Quit acting all cool and aloof. I pouted, suddenly jumping up. Wait, I haven't claimed today's daily reward yet. I quickly opened my talent loot boxes. Ding. Open one standard box and one basic box. Items obtained. 10x wood, 1x iron axe, superior. Iron axe. I slapped my thigh in excitement, my eyes lighting up. How could I have forgotten? There are so many trees on this island. I'll chop them all down, and wood won't be an issue anymore. I grabbed the axe and dashed toward the forest. Hold it, Tang Yao called out just in time. Eat first. The trees aren't going anywhere, and you'll wear yourself out after just a few chops if you don't fuel up. I skidded to a stop and reluctantly accepted the grilled fish she handed me. I tore into it ravenously. You're right, gotta eat to keep up my strength. Oh wow, this tastes amazing. 5 minutes later, having wolfed it all down, I hoisted the axe over my shoulder and headed straight for the woods. Brandishing the superior iron axe, I swung it with all my might. Crack! The axe blade embedded itself deeply into the tree trunk, carving out a massive notch several centimeters deep in one swing. No way! I gaped at the impressive gash, my face breaking into a grin of pure joy. Superior quality is no joke. At this rate, I can fell a tree in under 5 minutes. This whole forest is as good as done. With one final swing, the massive tree let out an ear-splitting creak, its thick crown starting to tilt. Crash! The tree came crashing down, shaking the ground beneath my feet. Then something strange happened. The thick tree trunk emitted a faint glow and automatically broke apart into 10 neat logs, each precisely 1 meter long. It even auto-processes. My eyes gleamed with excitement. 10 logs per tree. With this forest, I'm looking at unlimited wood. Like a tireless machine, I kept swinging the axe. Light flashed, and wood chips flew everywhere. It wasn't until I'd chopped down 10 massive trees, leaving my arms sore and swollen, that I finally took a breather. Whoa, that was exhausting. Wiping the sweat off my brow, I calculated. At most, I can manage 100 trees a day. With over 1,000 trees on this island, it'd take 10 days to clear them all. Forget it. I've got plenty for now. Time to get Tang Yao to collect the haul. When I returned to the raft, Tang Yao was locked in an intense tug-of-war with a drowned zombie at the end of her fishing rod. Hang in there. I rushed over, grabbed the rod, and, with a few swift pulls, reeled the zombie to the side of the raft. Tang Yao didn't miss a beat, jabbing it with her spear and finishing it off. Perfect. It almost got away, she panted, picking up the loot box dropped by the drowned zombie. Ding. Opened one standard box. Items obtained. 2x plastic. Plastics always useful, Tang Yao said, stashing the materials. You look beat. Did you finish chopping? Tons of trees chopped. Go collect the goods. I pointed toward the forest and urged. The woodpile's about to overflow. Already? When Tang Yao arrived at the makeshift lumberyard, she gasped, taking in the sight. Holy, 10 massive trees had fallen to the ground, turning into over 100 logs. So many. She tried storing them in her inventory. I can only carry 4 logs at a time. There are at least 100 here, which means over 20 trips back and forth. Carrying them was exhausting, but as she watched her stockpile grow rapidly, she still felt a sense of accomplishment. However, there was a problem. I was chopping way too fast. I could take down a tree in 5 minutes, while one trip for her only carried 4 logs. She simply couldn't keep up. Shin Xiaobai, stop chopping already. Her voice carried a hint of exasperation. Are you made of iron? Don't you get tired? Tired? Not really. I leaned on my axe, my forehead covered in sweat, but my eyes were still bright. This axe is amazing. Makes chopping so satisfying. You're chopping too fast. I can't keep up with moving them. Tang Yao gestured at the pile of logs scattered across the ground. I got into the rhythm and didn't notice. I scratched my head. It's getting dark now, though. Let's call it a day and pick it up tomorrow. We returned to the raft, exhausted to the point that nibbling on some bread sufficed as dinner. I sprawled out on the bed, staring blankly at the starlit sky above. Tang Yao, meanwhile, was busy chatting with friends in our group chat. Chen and Chen Yu. Huh? So jealous. You guys actually found an island? And you're chopping trees? I want to step on land so badly. This rickety raft is driving me crazy. Zhao Chun and Zhao Mu. Congrats. What's the situation on the island? Mind sharing some details? Shin Tang. The island is pretty plain. Other than the forest, there's hardly any fauna or flora. There's a small hill in the center with a single fruit tree that had 10 fruits. Resources aren't super abundant. Chen Yang and Chen Yu. So barren? We were expecting wild fruits and maybe even some exotic wildlife. Zhang Jing ran. What is still a resource? Valuable insight, nonetheless. Zhao Chun and Zhao Mu. Thanks for being open with the info. It's really helpful. By the way, we've had a blueprint for an iron axe sitting around and used. Sounds like you could make good use of it, so we'll send it to you. Trade request. Seller, Zhao Chun Zhao Mu. Request, none. Offering, iron axe blueprint ×1. Shintang. Zhao Ji, this is too valuable. Blueprints are rare resources. We can't just accept it for free. Zhao Chun Zhao Mu. No need to be polite. We don't need the blueprint, but it sounds like it'll be useful to you. Plus, the intel you shared with us has already been a huge help. Shintang. Alright, we'll accept then. Thanks. Once we craft it, we'll send you the first axe we make. Trade complete. Tang Yao quickly relayed the good news to me. An iron axe blueprint. My eyes lit up as I checked the material requirements. Iron ingot ×1, rope ×1, wood ×1. We've got plenty of wood, rope is cheap, but iron ingots, those are tough to find. They're incredibly scarce in the market right now. Tang Yao pinpointed the key issue. Let's set it aside for now. We'll figure it out eventually, I said, shifting the topic. Try one of the oranges. We've been thinking about them all afternoon. Tang Yao pulled out 2 oranges. I took one, savoring its scent deeply. The sharp, sweet scent pierced straight to my core. I peeled the tangerine impatiently and popped a segment into my mouth. The juice was sweet and refreshing. As I swallowed, a cooling sensation surged to my forehead. My thoughts became unusually clear, and all my fatigue vanished in an instant. A familiar ping sound rang out. Attributes have been updated. Shin Xiaobai. Strength, 8/20. Endurance, 9/20. Spirit, 5/6/20, +1. One tangerine boosts 1 point of spirit. I exclaimed in surprise. Hurry, try one and see what happens to you. Tang Yao gulped hers down in just a few bites. The ping sound rang out again, but to everyone's astonishment, her boost was even greater than mine. Tang Yao, strength, 7/20. Endurance, 8/20. Spirit, 5/7/20, +2. Tang Yao's spirit increased by 2 points, twice as much as mine. I stared fixedly at her attribute panel. 2 whole points. This can't be real. I clutched my chest, my face pale. Are you kidding me, universe? Tang Yao froze for a second, then burst into a melodious laugh. Ha ha, see that? This girl's got natural talent. She patted me on the shoulder smugly, the force nearly making me stumble. Don't be down, Xiao Shun, she said, her eyes curved into smiles and her tone lighthearted. These things depend on talent, you know. Just relax. Big sis here's got your back. Is that supposed to be comforting? I took a deep breath, forcing myself to stay calm. The stronger Tang Yao became, the more it benefited us, as long as we were on the same team. You can have the rest of the tangerines, I said, quickly adjusting my attitude. If one boosts your spirit by 2, 8 should be enough to push you past the limits of an ordinary person. I want to know what'll happen after you break through. No way. Tang Yao shook her head immediately. Let me finish, I interrupted. Only you can maximize their value. Trust me on this. Tang Yao bit her lip, hesitating, but finally nodded. All right, but whatever's left goes to you. I took out all the spiritual tangerines. Tang Yao accepted them and ate one after another. By the time the 5th was gone, her spirit attributes stopped at 19 points. The cool, refreshing energy surged through her consciousness like a tidal wave, bringing an unprecedented sense of clarity. Just one left. She turned to me. I gave her a firm nod. As soon as the final piece slid down her throat, the world shifted. Countless silver-white lines intertwined before her eyes, constructing a world made entirely of space. Unlike the last time she awakened, this vision was stable and vivid. Countless radiant white specks floated gently like stardust, slowly swirling around her. Instinctively, she reached out. The moment her fingertips touched a speck of light, it dissolved into her body, transforming into a flood of warmth. Tang Yao, Tang Yao. The anxious voice calling her name dragged her back to reality. You were unconscious for half an hour. My forehead is covered with sweat, I exclaimed. If it weren't for the fact that you're still breathing, I would have almost tossed you into the sea. Half an hour? She asked blankly. It felt like just an instant. Check your stats first. I urgently opened the interface. The change was shocking. Name, Tang Yao. Status, healthy. Attributes, strength, 7/20. Constitution, August 20th. Mental strength, 21 out of 100, level 1 ability user. Ability energy, 0.1/100. Talent, level 3 talent, spatial ability. Storage space, 11 cubic meters. Ability skills, spatial blade, pending learning. You're not human anymore. I stared at her with bloodshot eyes. You've mutated, haven't you? Tang Yao ignored my sarcastic comment. 0.1 ability energy. That light particle that fused into her body must be the source of this power. Without hesitation, she sat in a cross-legged position and closed her eyes to focus. The world transformed again. Even with her eyes shut, she could sense everything within a meter around her. Sparse white light particles floated in the air, slowly converging towards her. Divine Sense. This could only be the legendary Divine Sense. Suppressing her excitement, she carefully maintained this state. The particles continued to merge into her body, and her ability energy slowly grew. She could cultivate now? How's it going? I leaned in, my eyes sparkling with curiosity. Tang Yao carefully explained the process of perceiving the particles and actively absorbing them. I want to cultivate too. I sighed dramatically towards the heavens, only to perk back up quickly. Hurry and learn that spatial blade. The name alone sounds badass. Tang Yao tapped the learn button. Instantly, a vast amount of knowledge surged into her mind, guiding ability energy to her palm, tearing open a spatial rift, and pushing it outward to form a blade. 3 simple steps, but in practice, it was like trying to ascend the heavens. With only 0.1 ability energy, she was far from being able to use it. At least 20 points of ability energy and 20 points of mental strength were required. No can do yet, she said, opening her eyes. The threshold is too high. No worries, take your time, I comforted her. Tonight's your turn to keep watch. Might as well use that time to cultivate. The night was unusually calm. Tang Yao sat cross-legged at the edge of the raft, steadily absorbing the surrounding energy. Over 7 hours, her ability energy increased by just 0.7 points. Progress was slow but steady. By morning, I woke up and handed over 2 oranges. These are for you. I don't need them. Before she could decline, I had already run off to chop trees. Tang Yao ate the spiritual oranges, but this time it only increased her mental strength by 1 point. After her breakthrough, the fruit's effects had greatly diminished. However, Her storage space expanded to 18 cubic meters, significantly improving her efficiency in transporting materials. We worked seamlessly all day. I chopped trees, and Tang Yao transported the materials. By noon, I managed to find 20 packs of self-heating meals. Finally, no more chewing on bread. Tang Yao collected 10 units of wood and 20 units of plastic. As night fell, beneath the starlit sky, Tang Yao, she continued her path of cultivation. Her abilities grew steadily, and each small step brought her closer to wielding the spatial blade. The rules of this world were shifting, and she had already begun her journey of evolution. I was jolted awake by a booming voice in my mind. Oceanic Era, Global Announcement. 1. Regional Disaster, Drowned Corpses Rampage, has ended. Congratulations to all survivors. 2. Basic Rewards, 2 times Intermediate Resource Crates. 3. Next round of Disaster, Drowned Corpses Uprising, will commence in 7 days. 4. The Enemy Kill Leaderboard has been unlocked for the first time. Specific rules to be announced. The disaster is over? I shot upright, instantly wide awake. Tang Yao had already stopped her cultivation, her eyes sharp and bright. Open the crates first. 2 slightly glowing crates appeared on the wooden raft. 1 each. She couldn't wait and pressed down the lid of her crate. Reward received. Focus Spirit Fruit. A pearl-like fruit shimmering with a soft glow filled the air with its fresh fragrance. Tang Yao's eyes sparkled, and she grabbed my arm. It's a spirit fruit. It enhances mental strength. I rubbed my hands together in anticipation and open mind. Reward received. Purifying Body Pill ×1. A small, black, unappealing pill came into view, emitting a pungent, offensive smell. This thing, is it even edible? My face turned green. If the system provides it, it's safe to eat, Tang Yao teased, struggling to hold back her laughter. With a deep breath, I popped the pill into my mouth. As soon as it touched my tongue, the pill melted and warmth surged through my body. But then, black grime began pouring out of my pores at an astonishing rate. EW, get into the ocean now. Tang Yao pinched her nose and backed away. Embarrassed, I bolted into the sea fully clothed. After half an hour of vigorous scrubbing, I climbed back aboard, sneaking a glance at Tang Yao. She was already deep in meditation. I quickly changed into clean clothes and cleared my throat. I'm done. Check your stats first. She opened her eyes, her cheeks faintly flushed. Shun Xiaobai stats. Strength, 8, +2/20. Constitution, 9, +10/20. Mental strength, 6/20. My constitution had skyrocketed by 10 points, nearly maxing out the limit for ordinary humans. Your turn now. I nudged Tang Yao. She consumed the spirit fruit. A refreshing energy coursed through her, surging into her mind as her mental strength soared. Tang Yao stats. Mental strength, 2, +20/100, threshold for level 1 awakened individuals. Ability points, 3 out of 100. Space capacity, 40 cubic meters. Skill, Spatial Blade, consumes 20 ability points. 20 mental strength points. I practically shouted. That's insane. Let's see the chat channel, Tang Yao said, her voice calm but with a hint of suppressed excitement. Regional chat channel, 10/068/15/000 users online. 3,000 people had vanished. Messages were flooding the channel. Finally, it's over. The next disaster, Drowned Corpses Uprising, will definitely be harder. Bring it on. I'll take him down one by one. Suddenly, the same message flooded the channel 10 times in a row. World Society recruiting now. Join us to build a survival haven. DM for details. The channel erupted into chatter. There's already an organization? What are the requirements to join? I sent a direct message immediately to inquire. 5 minutes passed without a reply. Forget it, back to chopping wood. 5 days later. Boom. I smashed my fist into the last ancient tree, watching it shatter into pieces. Ever since improving my physical ability, my strength had reached extraordinary levels. All the trees on the island are gone. Tang Yao exclaimed, collecting the wood. Half a month of back-breaking labor, finally done. Fish of the sea, your king has returned. I bellowed with laughter, looking out across the endless ocean. The makeshift raft drifted slowly away from the small island. Right then, my private message notification chimed. World Society Oceanba. Do you want to join the World Society? Finally. Yes, what are the requirements? I replied immediately. Xiongba, simple. First, you must turn over 30% of all your resources as a membership fee. Second, you must obey orders without question. Third, those with special abilities get priority. 30% of our resources? Tang Yao and I exchanged a look. That's practically robbery, she muttered with a frown. Xiongba. In return, the world society provides protection, intelligence sharing, and mutual support with resources. We already have over 300 members, with strong collective power. Think carefully, you only get one chance. 300 people. They've organized that quickly. I'll need some time to think it over, I responded. Xiongba, you have 3 days to decide. After that, the offer expires. Remember, in this world, going solo leads to nowhere. The communication cut off abruptly. 30% is way too steep, I said, shaking my head. And this Xiongba's tone is way too domineering. True, but he does have a point. Teams do have a better chance of survival than individuals, Tang Yao reasoned. Still, with your unique abilities, we don't necessarily need to depend on others for now. Exactly. We'll carve out our own path, I said firmly. But we need to stay cautious. This world society definitely has big ambitions. Night fell. The two of us trained as usual. Tang Yao's special ability progressed at a slow but consistent pace, though she still had some ways to go before being able to wield her spatial blade. The next morning, the regional chat exploded with news. Last night, the world society clashed with another group, Neptune's Hall. Over 10 people died. They were fighting over a resource island. It's chaos out there now. My brows tightened into a frown. Just as I thought, organizations bring conflict. We'll need to tread carefully, Tang Yao said, her expression tense. Until we're more powerful, we should avoid getting involved with these factions. Ding. Daily resource crate refreshed. I eagerly opened the first crate. Reward: refined iron times 10, reinforced nails times 50. The second crate. Reward: speed boost. Speed enhancement potion times 1. Speed potion? My eyes lit up. Speed enhancement potion. Permanently increases reaction speed and movement speed by 15%. This is amazing. Here, you use it. I handed it to Tang Yao. You're a ranged fighter. You need more mobility. You sure? My body's already strong enough. You need it more. Tang Yao didn't argue further and downed the potion in one go. Instantly, she felt her body become lighter and her reflexes sharpened remarkably. The effect is incredible, she said, pleasantly surprised. Right at that moment, several black dots appeared on the distant ocean. Rafts. No, warships. 3 crude, yet visibly modified warships were closing in fast. On the ship bows were black flags bearing skull emblems. Pirates. I was on high alert. No, look at the insignia on their flag. It's the Tianxia Guild. Tang Yao pointed to a Tian character on the corner of the banner. Clearly, they weren't here to make friends. Tang Yao waved her hand, and the mountain of timber stacked in the space around us vanished instantly, transferred into her storage. She sat down at the control panel while her internal trade group messages flashed repeatedly. Internal trade group. Chinyu. Sister Tang, you're amazing. If it weren't for your anchor points, I would have kissed this island goodbye. Tang Yao, no big deal. These things have been selling like crazy lately. For the past 2 weeks, the simple anchor points had turned into a cash cow, priced at 3 portions of food or 3 bottles of fresh water. Quite steep, but for survivors hungry for island access, these anchors were tickets to fortune. Chinyu. By the way, Sister Tang, my brother found an open iron mine yesterday. First batch is yours, for sure. Iron ore. Tang Yao's eyes lit up immediately. A lack of iron ingots had been causing her a headache for a while. Either the prices on the market were sky high, or there was no stock at all. This news was like manna from heaven. Zhao Chun, group leader in open iron mine, you guys won the survival lottery. We haven't even spotted an island, let alone resources. Zhang Jing ran. Hey, can we order a couple of knives? Tang Yao, don't sweat it. Our demand's huge, we'll buy it directly. Any idea about the estimated yield? Chinyu, we'll know after the full survey. I'll update you as soon as we get data. Tang Yao, by the way, what's the deal with the Tianxia Guild? At everyone. Zhao Chun, I demed their captain. Check these chat logs. Chat log. Joining fee involves 20 portions of food, resources solely circulated internally within the guild. Leader has a 3rd-tier skill, but it's confidential to Chinyu. Sounds like a glorified slavery contract. Tang Yao. Are people actually joining them? Zhao Chun. A lot, apparently. Rumor has it their storage is loaded with rare stuff, but no one's spilling details. Tang Yao, whatever. With our talents, we'll crush them whether we're outnumbered or not. Qin Yu. That's right. We're the strongest. Ending the group chat, Tang Yao looked up. I was sitting by the edge of the raft fishing, my figure blending seamlessly into the shimmering waves. She didn't disturb me and instead turned to take out the 24 chests she had accumulated over 6 days. 23 ordinary wooden chests and one faintly glowing beginner treasure chest. Tang Yao unleashed her mental energy, and invisible hands simultaneously touched all the lids. Open. Ding. Opened. Ordinary chest times 23, beginner treasure chest times 1. A burst of light broke through. Loot obtained. Bread times 2, bottled water times 5, wood times 65, plastic times 20, raft expansion blueprint times 1, raft expansion blueprint, advanced, times 1, fur coat times 2, Bajiquan manual, advanced, times 1. Tang Yao's eyes locked onto the last item. Bajiquan. Description: a traditional martial art from the Blue Star, modified by the world's will into a foundational martial arts technique. Perfect, she thought, a spark of excitement igniting inside her. My constitution was near its peak already, and cultivating a powerful martial art like this would be twice as effective with half the effort. Before she could say anything, my fishing rod suddenly jolted violently. The rod bent instantly like a full moon. The force from beneath the water was wild and overwhelming, comparable to the extraordinary silver fish I caught last time. It's here. My eyes shone with sharp focus. With my 19-point physique, I stood steady as a mountain, handling the rod, reeling in the line, and countering the strength. It was all done with overwhelming power. 10 minutes later, a flash of silver broke the water. It was the same mysterious silver fish capable of enhancing physical constitution. Haha, the fishing king strikes again, I said, eyes locked on the struggling, silvery creature. Hello there, little buddy. We meet again. Tang Yao was equally ecstatic. This fish would ensure my breakthrough past the mortal limits. Once I practiced Bajiquan, my strength would transform entirely. Xin Xiaobai, look at this. Tang Yao held up an ancient-looking book. I took it and froze when I saw the words Bajiquan on the cover. My pupils constricted. A martial arts manual? You pulled this from the chest. Overcome with excitement, I picked Tang Yao up and spun her around joyfully. This is incredible. We're about to take off. Tang Yao's face turned slightly red, but seeing my genuine elation, she couldn't help but smile as well. I set her down and immediately opened the Bajiquan manual, holding my breath in anticipation. The opening chapter explained everything clearly. Practicing Bajiquan requires inner energy. To gain inner energy, one must first become a level 1 martial artist. To become a martial artist, a physique of 20 points, the limit for mortals, is required. This fish came at the perfect time. My eyes lit up with determination. Not so fast, Tang Yao stopped me. I also pulled raft expansion blueprints. Let's upgrade the raft to 40 square meters first, then use the upgrade card. I took a deep breath, suppressing my excitement. Expanding the raft was indeed more critical for now. Tang Yao used the blueprint, and the raft instantly expanded to 42 square meters. She then retrieved a treasured upgrade card and said with a steady voice, "Ready? Come on." The card transformed into a stream of light and merged into the raft. Boom! A dazzling white light erupted, consuming everything. When the light faded, we found ourselves standing on an actual wooden ship. The ship was 10 meters long, 5 meters wide, and 3 meters above the waterline. It had a complete 2-story structure. The lower level housed spacious cabins, with a blacksmith station tucked into the corner. The upper deck was well organized, featuring 2 private rooms at the stern and a fully equipped survival area at the bow. And most importantly, the sail. We could finally control our direction. This suits us much better now, I exclaimed, excitedly exploring every corner of the ship. After getting familiar with our new vessel, I could no longer hold back. I set up a grill on the deck and lit the charcoal. The silver fish was soon roasted to perfection, its skin golden and shiny. I couldn't wait. Ignoring the heat, I devoured it ravenously. A surge of warmth exploded within me, invigorating every cell of my body. I opened my stats panel. Xin Xiaobai. Status: healthy. Attributes: Strength, 12/20, +2. Constitution, 20/20, maxed out. Breakthrough required via skill cultivation. Spirit, 6/20. Unique talent, chosen lazy fish. 1. Claim 2 random treasure chests daily. 2. Gain 1 random subordinate monthly. 3. Receive 1 random building blueprint monthly. 20 points. I clenched my fists, feeling the energy brimming inside me. I've reached the limit of a mortal. Grabbing a copy of Bajiquan, I strode to the center of the deck. The salty sea breeze filled my lungs as I closed my eyes and steadied my thoughts. I moved into the opening stance of Liangyi Zhuang, the foundation of Bajiquan. I stood with my feet apart, slowly crouching down. My knees turned inward, toes gripping the deck as if I were trying to tear it apart. My arms formed a circle in front of me, as though I were cradling a massive boulder. On the surface, I was immobile. Internally, a storm brewed. My feet rooted firmly, hips sinking low, and my spine stretched skyward like a steel spear piercing the heavens. My breath rolled like thunder, and my gaze radiated intensity. Sweat poured down like rain. My calves trembled. My stance held firm. After completing the stance training, I began practicing the Bajiquan movements. Boom, boom, boom. Each step sent vibrations through the deck. Each turn carried the force of thunder. Every strike resembled a mountain crashing down. I wasn't aiming for sharp, flashy moves, but solid, unwavering power, learning to transmit and unleash force through perfect balance and movement. Finally, it was time for an explosive display of raw strength. Taking a deep breath, I twisted my waist and shifted my hips. Break! I threw a punch, shattering the air. The wind from my blow howled, as though tearing through space itself. Even without an enemy, every strike embodied the intent to destroy anything in its path. The training ended, and I collapsed onto the deck, my chest heaving violently. My entire body felt drained. Every muscle screamed in protest. But when I glanced at my stats panel, strength, 12, +2/20, all the fatigue vanished in an instant. Lying there, I closed my eyes and embraced the sensation of strength coursing through my veins. Channeling the blazing inner energy, the corners of my mouth lifted into a reckless grin. This is the feeling of getting stronger. Half an hour later, Tang Yao brought dinner. Crispy seared fish served with self-heating rice. After the meal, I used fresh water to clean myself, then returned to my room and lay down. The bed was familiar, but the emptiness beside me left a strange restlessness in my heart. I got up and walked to Tang Yao's door. "What's wrong?" Tang Yao paused her cultivation, opening her eyes to look at me. I froze for a moment. Ahem. The disaster starts tomorrow. Don't train too late. Tang Yao's cheeks flushed instantly, though luckily the night concealed her embarrassment. I'll finish up soon. No way. My voice rose sharply. One night won't make a difference in your training. We need to confront this with our best condition. Seeing how serious I looked, Tang Yao felt a surge of warmth in her chest. All right, Mama Shun, I'm heading to bed now. That's more like it. I turned and walked away, my steps noticeably lighter. Tang Yao stared at my retreating figure, unable to suppress a quiet humph, though her eyes brimmed with amusement. She lay down in the spot beside me. The bedding still retained a trace of my warmth. Xin Xiaobai, she murmured, her back to the empty side. Will we always be like this? Of course not. Tang Yao's heart clenched involuntarily. We'll keep getting stronger, I said with firm conviction. Don't forget, we're aiming to stand at the pinnacle of the world. That's not what I meant. Her voice dropped to a whisper. The silence stretched on. Just as Tang Yao couldn't hold it any longer, a strong arm slid around her waist, pulling her into a warm embrace. Of course not, I whispered against her ear. Climbing to the top, we'll do it together. Tang Yao's heart raced, her lips quirking into an uncontrollable smile, though she still tried to sound defiant. Who wants to join hands with you? Before she even finished speaking, she honestly leaned back, finding a comfortable spot in my arms. Under the deep, dark night, two intertwined souls found the most steadfast anchor in this treacherous world. 5 a.m. Tang Yao woke, only to find the space next to her empty. She stepped out of the cabin and saw me standing at the center of the deck, holding the stance of a Tai Chi, two poles posture. The first rays of dawn outlined my figure with a golden glow, and my presence was as immovable as a mountain. Leaning against the doorway, she silently watched, a faint smile on her lips. "You're up early," I said, completing my routine before turning toward her, a light sheen of sweat on my forehead. "Not as early as you," Tang Yao responded, standing upright. "It's 5:30. Half an hour left." We quickly finished our breakfast and checked our weapons. I gripped my well-crafted battle axe tightly, a weapon sharp enough to easily sever the heads of drowned. Tang Yao, as always, kept her trusty iron spear. 6 a.m. sharp. A thunderous notification echoed through the system. Global announcement for the Age of Oceans. Drowned Uprising activated. Kill rewards. Tier 1 drowned, 1 point. Level 2 drowned zombies, 10 points. Level 3 drowned zombies, 100 points. Drowned zombie boss, 10,000 points. Leaderboard rewards, calculated at the end of the disaster. First place, 1x advanced chest, 2x intermediate chests, 10x basic chests. Second to 10th place, 2x intermediate chests, 10x basic chests. 11th to 1000th place, 1x intermediate chest, 10x basic chests. Beyond 1000th place, 10x basic chests. The sky suddenly changed. Dark gray clouds devoured the morning light, and torrential rain poured down. The endless rain veiled the skies, plunging the world into utter darkness. "This weather," Tang Yao muttered with growing apprehension. "Get ready to fight." My face hardened, voice resolute. Thud, thud, thud. A low, rumbling impact echoed from all directions. Through the rain, countless grayish-white figures emerged, covering the entire expanse of the sea. The ship was completely surrounded. A shrill wail tore through the heavens. The drowned zombies were rioting. Bang, bang, bang. Violent impacts surged from the underside of the ship as it trembled and shook uncontrollably. "Warning!" Pearl's voice called out urgently. "Ship durability, 95%. At this rate, the hull will fracture in 10 minutes. Activate auto repair. Prioritize the bottom of the ship." Grabbing the battle axe, I charged onto the deck. Fight our way out. Through the rain, drowned zombies swarmed like maggots, layer after layer, slamming into the ship's structure with reckless abandon. Their overwhelming numbers blanketed the entire sea. "Damn it," I cursed through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, 20 kilometers away. "What's going on?" A messy-haired youth turned to a bald, burly man. "Wasn't there supposed to be a drowned zombie outbreak? There's not even a single one here." The bald man scratched his shiny head, confused. "Everyone said there'd be endless drowned zombies to kill. Did the system just skip this area?" The two stared at the crystal-clear surface of the ocean, lost in their own bewilderment. Back where chaos reigned, dark clouds devoured the sky as rain lashed down like knives, accompanied by relentless thunder and lightning. A bolt of lightning illuminated the scene beneath the ship. Hundreds, maybe thousands, of drowned zombies were frantically climbing the hull, a rising tide of death. "Fight!" I roared as my battle axe swept through the air with a howling sound. The axe's blade cleaved through 3 decaying skulls in one fell swoop. Black blood spattered and mixed into the rain. With a reverse swing, I hacked another zombie that had just clambered onto the deck in two. My chest tightened as my heart pounded wildly. Below, the surging mass of undead was like a living, grayish-white moss consuming the ship's body. And yet, more zombies continued to climb aboard relentlessly. "Tang Yao," I bellowed as loudly as I could. "Hold the line." But my voice was drowned out by the storm. At the stern of the ship, Tang Yao was facing another wave all on her own. Her spear darted like a dragon through the water, knocking drowned zombies into the ocean one after another. But her movements had grown sluggish. Her stamina was running out quickly. I wanted to help, but seeking reassurance, I gritted my teeth and let out a guttural roar as my trusty iron axe swung into action, transforming into a whirlwind of death that cleared everything within a 3-meter radius in an instant. Then, the sky instantly brightened. The sun pierced through the clouds like a blade, its golden rays reflecting off the rippling seawater. The drowned creatures exposed above the surface froze in place, their grotesque skin cracking like aged clay, and within mere seconds, they dried into lifeless husks. Those still submerged in the ocean seemed to sense the imminent peril. They halted their ascent, no longer scrambling toward us. Relief, though temporary, washed over us. My knees buckled as exhaustion overcame me, and my iron axe clattered noisily to the deck. Leaning heavily on the ship's railing, I gulped down breaths of air, raindrops and sweat indistinguishably streaking down my face. Tang Yao, I'm fine, just exhausted. Tang Yao replied weakly, collapsing to the floor beside me. Her face was ghastly pale, almost ashen. Why were there so many? If everyone else is facing groups like this. She didn't finish her sentence, but I understood her worry. With no time to dwell, I forced myself upright. I'm checking the chat channel. Area chat, online. 8005/15000. Help. My raft isn't going to hold. 8 drowned creatures almost killed me. 8. I had to deal with 15 just now. I furrowed my brows. It looked like most people were encountering just a few, dozens at most. So why were we facing thousands? Could it have something to do with upgrading to a wooden boat? Check the rankings. Oh my god, the top score, 347 points. No way. Shin Xiaobai and Tang Yao? Who even are they? My pulse quickened as I immediately opened the leaderboard. Kill contribution leaderboard, real-time. 1. Shin Xiaobai, Tang Yao, 347 points. 2. Zhou Shihui, 67 points. 3. Chen Yang, Chen Yu, 60 points. The gap between first and second place was staggering, a massive lead. At least, we're solidly in first, I muttered, clenching my fists. Meanwhile, Tang Yao, clearly still drained but unwilling to rest, forced herself to engage in the group chat. Tang Yao, is everyone okay? Chen Yue, Tangjia, how did you guys do it? 347 points. Are you for real? Tang Yao, we upgraded to a wooden boat, which triggered an attack by thousands of drowned creatures. Chen Yu, what? Thousands? And you've already upgraded to a wooden boat? Zhao Chun, group admin, that explains it. The number of drowned seems tied to the tier of your vessel. Congrats on claiming the top spot. Before Tang Yao could type a reply, an alarm blared from Pearl, our ship's system. Warning, hull under attack. Durability at 99%. Tang Yao darted toward the cabin door, but I was already up on the deck. They're ramming us from underwater. We can't reach them. I relayed, frustration lacing my words. What do we do then? My gaze shifted to the auto-netting machine fixed to the bow. An idea sparked as my eyes lit up. The netting machine, it's designed to pick up floating debris. What if the drowned count as floating debris? I proposed, adrenaline surging through me. Tang Yao blinked in stunned silence before realization dawned on her face. Then, her hesitation evaporated. A smile broke across her face. Let's give it a try. Pearl, scan external devices. Tang Yao quickly commanded from the control panel. Detected, automated net launcher ×1. Establishing connection. New command module active capture. Hostile entities created. Execute. Boom. The net launcher roared as it shot out a giant net that descended over the sea like an all-encompassing web. A dozen drowned were ensnared, and the net rapidly contracted and hoisted them out of the water. The moment they left the ocean, they unleashed an ear-piercing screech, a sound sharp enough to feel like needles piercing into one's brain. Covering my ears, I staggered backward, my head pounding horribly. Tang Yao, on the other hand, merely frowned slightly. Her mental strength was enough to withstand such attacks. 5 seconds later, the drowned shriveled up, dead from dehydration. Tang Yao stepped forward with efficiency, dragged out their dried corpses, sliced them apart, and kicked the remains back into the sea. Pearl, keep going. Clear out all the drowned. 1 net, 2 nets, 3 nets. Wait, Tang Yao suddenly thought aloud. Do these kills count toward our score? I quickly darted back inside to check. Enemy contribution leaderboard, live update. 1. Shin Xiaobai Tang Yao, 412 points. It counts. We just gained 65 points. I shouted back. Tang Yao gave a satisfied grin. Then let's keep at it. Today, we're going to make sure everyone knows. She turned toward the sea, still teeming with a tide of the undead, her eyes blazing with determination. This territory is ours to command. The net launcher roared to life again, initiating its efficient, automated slaughter. In just half an hour, the tide of undead dissipated entirely, the sea now clear of the overwhelming swarm. Only a few straggling drowned floated aimlessly around the wooden boat, a mere shadow of the earlier onslaught. Tang Yao's frown didn't ease as she ordered Pearl to continue the cleanup. The net fired again, spreading wide over the sea. Rip! A metallic gleam burst out from within the net. This time, it wasn't a rotting arm but a curved, razor-sharp claw glinting eerily as it shredded through the reinforced net like a hot knife through butter. From the tear, the drowned escaped back into the water, its hollow eye sockets fixating on Tang Yao standing on the deck. The sinister claw slid through the waves, almost leisurely. A challenge. Tang Yao's pupils contracted. I rushed to the side of the boat. What the hell is that thing? We've got a real tough one here, Tang Yao muttered, her gaze locked firmly on the water's surface. Amidst the murky sea, one particular drowned stood out, a hulking figure, nearly twice the size of the others. Its body was an ominous dark gray, its decayed flesh unnervingly muscular and bulging beneath the surface. Most chilling of all were its claws, gleaming cold and menacing. Though it had no eyes, the suffocating sense of its cold, unrelenting gaze followed us. Tang Yao's mental perception was overwhelmed by a torrent of malevolence surging like dark waves. It moved. Slicing through the water like a serpent, it swam directly toward the boat. Its claws rose high and came slashing down against the hull. Bang! Thick wooden planks gave way like paper, torn apart by 3 gaping claw marks nearly half a meter long, splinters scattering everywhere. Pearl's warning blared out urgently. Warning! The hull has sustained severe damage. Durability at 80%. One hit, and we'd already lost 20% durability. Pearl sprang into action for immediate repairs. A shimmer of light appeared as wooden fibers rapidly grew to fill the damage, the gashes on the hull vanishing in an instant. The drowned creature paused for a moment, visibly perplexed. It seemed to reassess the situation. If destroying the ship wasn't working, then the next logical step was to kill the crew. Its claws dug deep into the ship's side as it began to climb up with unnerving agility for its size. I grabbed my iron axe with both hands, gripping it tightly as I kept my eyes locked on the edge of the ship. My breath caught in my throat. I was ready. Suddenly, its dark head thrust up over the side. With a powerful burst of strength from my core and legs, I swung the heavy axe in an arc straight toward the creature's skull. Clang! Sparks exploded as the axe rebounded high into the air. The impact vibrated through my hands painfully, leaving my grip numb. I had barely managed to leave a shallow white scratch on its head. The hardened outer shell wasn't even broken. I used the recoil to retreat, pulling Tang Yao back with me toward the center of the deck. If it comes to it, I'll use the space blade, Tang Yao murmured, her voice calm like the eye of a storm, but her unwavering gaze carried a sharp edge of resolve. All right. By now, the drowned creature had climbed aboard entirely. Without the water supporting it, its movements became sluggish, like a heavy marionette. It staggered closer, its deadly claws scraping against the wooden planks, filling the air with a piercing screech. I focused every ounce of my attention, reading its movements. Now, the moment its weight shifted as its right leg lifted, I pushed off violently with my foot, surging forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. My axe swept upward from below, a diagonal slash aimed at its thick neck. It was the perfect opportunity, but the creature's reaction speed was terrifying. It stopped its step abruptly despite being mid-movement, twisting its body unnaturally as one massive claw shot out, catching the axe blade mid-swing. A power struggle ensued. Every muscle in my arms bulged, veins rising to the surface. My legs braced against the deck, which groaned ominously under the pressure. But its strength was overwhelming. I was being overpowered inch by inch. Thud! My right knee slammed into the deck. The wooden planks beneath buckled and caved under the sheer force. I had been forced into a kneeling position. Its wicked claws drew ever closer to my shoulder, the stench of decay suffocatingly thick. "Xiaobai!" Tang Yao shouted. Her powers began to stir, energy gathering with urgency. It was then, under this crushing pressure, something inside me ignited. My blood felt like it was set ablaze as a faint sense of qi deep in my core roared to life. Boom! A deafening eruption sounded in the depths of my consciousness. Blazing hot energy surged from my dantian, racing along my spine and flooding into every corner of my body. My failing muscles were forcibly strengthened, my groaning bones reinforced by an inner steel. Inner force awakened. Get off! With a guttural shout, I channeled the surging energy into my arms. Crack! The creature's claw shattered with a loud snap. Its hulking form trembled violently. From its gaping abyss of a mouth erupted a distorted, ear-splitting screech that burrowed into my mind like needles. The mental assault hit me like a hammer, disorienting me as my vision swam and blurred. But the drowned monster grew even more ferocious. Its severed claw lashed straight for my chest, a deadly strike at point-blank range. Before I could recover, Tang Yao dashed forward, pulling me out of harm's way just in time. The claw raked past, slicing through my clothes but narrowly missing flesh. I shook my head to clear the dizziness, glancing at my torn-up shirt before looking back at. Staring at the drowned corpse dripping with black liquid, I curled my lips into a grin. Wow, can't win, so you try to gas me out? Almost made me pass out from the stench. Terrifying. Tang Yao exhaled deeply, finally letting her guard down. What's there to be scared of? I cracked my neck with confidence. As a warrior, I fear nothing. That thing only got me because it caught me off guard. Otherwise, it's not even worthy of polishing my shoes. Watch closely. I'll show you what domination really means. Before my sentence even finished, thud, the deck let out a muffled sound. My figure became a blur. A faint afterimage was all that lingered in my original spot. I had already appeared beside the drowned corpse. My speed skyrocketed with a low, whistling wind trailing behind. Just as the drowned corpse raised its broken arm. Crack! My axe struck squarely in its chest. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound of bones shattering erupted like popcorn popping, and its chest visibly caved in while black liquid spurted out. The enormous figure, as if smashed by a battering ram, was sent flying backward, slamming into the ship's railing with a deafening impact. The entire ship shook under the force. I shadowed its trajectory in a heartbeat, my iron axe raised high. Clang, clang, clang. The axe gleamed like falling rain, leaving a trail of afterimages in its wake. 1, 2, 3, 4, 14. With the final strike, my axe embedded itself deep into the deck. Above the drowned corpse's neck, nothing remained but a pile of shattered fragments scattered across the wood. Its headless body twitched twice before freezing completely. I shook the black gunk off my axe, turned around with a raised brow, and my face practically screamed, "Praise me already. All done. I told you, total domination." Tang Yao twitched the corner of her mouth. "Clean up this mess on the deck. You're not going anywhere until it's spotless." Me. Half an hour later, after thoroughly scrubbing the entire deck, I finally opened my attribute page, eager to see the results. Shin Xiaobai. Level 1 warrior. Status: healthy body diagram, full green. Attributes: strength, 2050, warrior standard/limit. Constitution, 25/50, warrior standard/limit. Internal energy, 1/100th. Absorbs spiritual energy from heaven and earth, at 100, advanced to level 2. Mental power, 620, average adult level, 5. Human limit, 20. Unique gift, chosen slacker. 1. Resource assurance, 2 random quality resource crates daily. 2. Personnel support, receive 1 random subordinate on monthly check-in. 3. Environment optimization, receive 1 random building blueprint monthly. The moment internal energy was born, I officially stepped into the realm of warriors. My constitution and strength saw considerable leaps, and the internal energy bar appeared on my attribute page, much like Tang Yao's abilities system. Ha 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 ha. I stared intently at the shimmering gold, level 1 warrior, mark on the screen, and the corners of my mouth curled into an uncontrollable grin. Thanks, drowned corpse. Without you, how could I have leveled up so quickly? I clenched my fists, feeling the surge of power coursing through my body, and roared with excitement. From this day forward, every year on this day, I light incense for it. Tang Yao rolled her eyes and shoved me aside. Shun, the mighty warrior, you've repeated that line 10 times already. Move, I want to check the leaderboard. She quickly pulled up the live rankings. 1. Shun Xiaobai, Tang Yao, 2,347 points. 2. Zhou Shihui, 85 points. 3. Chen Yang, Chen Yu, 80 points. 2,347 points. That's 27 times more than second place. An absolute landslide victory. See that? I tilted my chin up confidently. You know what this is? This is what absolute dominance looks like. Those other players must be questioning their entire existence seeing this score. The regional chat was in chaos by now. 2,347 points? Is this a bug in the system? Report them. They're clearly hacking. No way they could rack up points that fast, even if zombies lined up for them to kill. Y'all wouldn't understand the world of the pros. I scrolled through the messages, enjoying the drama, but soon my brows furrowed. The conversation was taking a turn. Wait up. Zhou Shihui is the leader of World Society and has a level 3 talent. Even he only has 85 points. How the hell does Shen Xiaobai have 30 times that? Exactly. It doesn't add up. Stop being foolish. They're just that strong. Zhou Shihui? He's nothing compared to the White God. Society's leader is the strongest. White God is unbeatable. The chat turned into a full-on war. Something's off, Tang Yao said sharply, her eyes narrowing. Someone's trying to manipulate the narrative and point fingers at us. Meanwhile, on the edge of a deserted island, a massive wooden raft, larger than 50 square meters, drifted. A blue-haired young man stared intently at the chat's frenzied messages. His ice-blue eyes reflected that glaring 2347. Humph. His fist slammed onto the table, splintering the wood and sending chips flying. Who cares? I shrugged nonchalantly. What? Is Zhou Shihui going to fly over here and bite me? As long as we ignore them, we're good. Tang Yao sighed, shaking her head, but didn't argue. She knew I was right. Vast oceans separated us. Nobody could pose a real threat. Forget it. I'm going to cook dinner. Dinner time. Want to rest together later? I asked, grinning cheekily. No way. I need to stay up on guard duty. Now that the disaster phase has started, who knows when the drowned zombies will attack? Then I'll stay with you. Absolutely not. Tang Yao cut me off decisively. I have to focus on cultivating, and you need rest. You're taking over my shift tomorrow. Dejectedly, I shuffled away. Sigh. The sea's so cold at night. Even a blanket won't warm me up. The next morning, I woke from meditation as the first rays of sunlight broke through the horizon. Ah, amazing. I stretched my limbs, feeling every fiber of my body brimming with power. After becoming a martial artist, the chi absorption section of 8 Extremities Fist had finally opened up to me. No longer a faint sense of energy, but real internal force surging through my meridians. Last night, I meditated for the first time. The cool spiritual energy of the heavens and earth flowed into me with each breath, converging in my dantian. With every cycle, my internal power grew stronger. This sense of fullness, it's intoxicating. With a thought, I claimed today's treasure chest. A flash of silver. A medium-grade treasure chest? My eyes nearly popped out of my head. Finally, something worthwhile. Opened. Medium treasure chest times 1. Basic treasure chest times 1. Gained. Bread times 5. Advanced radar times 1. Quality. Excellent. Excellent quality. I was so excited my hands trembled. The radar was completely silver with a tray-like size, its surface glowing with flowing blue runes. Advanced radar. Excellent. Detection range, 10 kilometers. Real-time display of surface and underwater targets. Video monitoring for all targets. Monitoring up to 10 kilometers? This is like opening a heavenly eye. I quickly installed the radar. Pearl, sync with the new radar. Connection complete. The display lit up instantly. Dots of green filled the screen. Every living creature within 10 kilometers revealed at a glance. These are all fish. As an experienced fishing enthusiast, my eyes sparkled at the sight of this fish distribution map. Grabbing my fishing rod, I dashed out immediately. 10 minutes later, got another one. I held up a large, heavy fish. Just as I was about to cast my line a third time. Master, Pearl suddenly warned. A group of drowned corpses detected 10 kilometers to the southeast. I immediately reeled in my fishing rod and rushed back. Tang Yao was already standing in front of the radar, her hair messy, clearly just awakened by the alarm. What's going on? A new radar I drew this morning, I explained briefly. Pearl, bring up the real-time video feed. The screen shifted. 200 to 300 drowned corpses were making their way over, a massive horde. There weren't any ordinary ones. Every single one was at least a level 2. Leading the pack were 3 massive drowned corpses, radiating an eerie glow. Level 3 drowned corpses. A big one's coming, Tang Yao said, her voice slightly tense. What do we do? I stared at the screen and suddenly grinned. What's there to be afraid of? The fire of battle burned brightly in my eyes. With me here, they're all gonna meet their end in hell. Tang Yao caught my fearless gaze, and the tension in her shoulders gradually relaxed. I kept my eyes fixed on the screen, watching the speeding swarm of drowned corpses. How long until they arrive? 10 minutes. Pearl replied instantly. 10 minutes. That's enough. Divide and conquer. You head to the group chat for weapons. I'll check the store, I told Tang Yao. Without wasting a word, she turned and left. Pearl, list all weapons with quality ratings. The screen refreshed. Excellent. Good burning stick 100 wood. Fine cloth strip 200 wood. Refined wooden hammer 200 wood. Refined iron spear 500 wood. The corner of my mouth twitched. Cloth strip? Is this for hanging myself? Only the iron spear was useful, but 500 wood, that hurt deep in the soul. Meanwhile, Tang Yao had just opened the group chat, and the messages were blowing up. Tang Yao, urgent. Does anyone have a quality weapon? Willing to pay well or even rent? The group went silent for 2 seconds, then, Zhao Chun. Sorry, don't have one. Chen Yu. Tang Jia, what happened? My brother has an excellent horse cleaver sword. I can lend it to you. Tang Yao's eyes lit up. Really? Thank you so much. Chen Yu. No need to thank me. I'll send it over right now. The horse cleaver sword arrived. Tang Yao took hold of it. So heavy. Horse cleaver sword, excellent. Black shadow. Total length, 2.2 meters. Blade length, 1.6 meters. Weight, 300 kilograms. Pure black body, forged from rare deep-sea black iron. She tried lifting it, completely immovable. She swiftly returned it to the storage. Nothing useful? I asked, seeing her return empty-handed. Quite the opposite, Tang Yao smirked. Check the storage. I opened the storage, and a glaring blue icon caught my eyes. The next second, holy crap, a massive black sword, thicker than my arm, was pulled out. Its overwhelming heaviness ignited a fire in my veins. Excellent quality. I swung the horse cleaver sword, its heavy, deep whoosh resonating like thunder. Tang Yao splashed cold water on my excitement. It's borrowed. You have to give it back. My grin froze mid-laughter. 3 seconds later, I resumed admiring the sword. Whatever. If I've got it for now, then let's let those drowned corpses see what true power looks like. I gripped the sword with one hand, smashing the hilt against the deck. 1/1 kill. The drowned corpses are 1 kilometer out. Pearl's alarm sounded. To the southeast, waves of black surged closer. Countless dark specks spread like ink, wildly fanning outward. Same drill. Each of us takes a side, I said, tightening my grip on the sword handle. When a tier 3 drowned corpse arrives, move out of the way immediately. Tang Yao gave an emphatic nod. 1 minute later, the tide was upon us. Tier 2 drowned corpses swarmed everywhere, but instead of falling back, I advanced. A smile tugged at my lips. Drowned corpses climbed the ship. I swept the sword sideways. SHHFFF. 3 heads flew into the air. The 300-kilogram sword moved in my hands as if it were weightless. Each swing of the blade carved through the mass, heads raining down like a murderous storm. On Tang Yao's side, however, things were much tougher. Her refined iron axe required 3 to 4 hacks to take one down. Suddenly, roar, a tier 3 drowned corpse shrieked. The tier 2 ones went berserk, charging with reckless abandon. From below the water, a shadow darted forward. The tier 3 corpse ignored me, targeting Tang Yao, the weaker prey. It launched itself at her, only to meet a flash of blade. Its head was severed with one clean strike, and its headless body plunged limply. Dao. It never understood, even at its last breath, why the lamb turned into a ferocious tiger. Of course, it had no idea. Tang Yao had locked onto it with her mental prowess long ago. She swapped places with me, lying in wait for it to meet its doom. Roar. I let out a long howl, the sheer satisfaction of wielding this blade. Stop screeching. We've got more corpses climbing up. Tang Yao shouted hurriedly. I whipped around sharply, and sure enough, there were stragglers. Gripping my blade, I swung it with full force. The bloody battle raged on. Finally, the last drowned corpse collapsed, and the sea returned to an eerie calm. Only 2 tier 3 drowned remained on the water's surface. They glanced at the sea littered with their brethren's corpses, then looked up at the knife-wielding reaper. They retreated a step, turned, and dove into the deep ocean. They fled. I wanted to give chase, but underwater was definitely their domain. Thus, the tide of corpses ended in such a peculiar manner. Tang Yao slumped onto the deck, exhausted yet cheerful. I, however, clung to my horse-slaying saber, utterly dejected. Why do we always have to separate? Tang Yao shot me a glance. as though looking at a scorned wife. She held back for 3 seconds, then elbowed me sharply. Quit whining. Start cleaning up the bodies. Clutching my face in despair, I began working. Violent woman, my precious blade. Tang Yao had already returned the saber, even throwing in an extra 50 pieces of wood as thanks. She opened the rankings board. 1. Shun Xiaobai, Tang Yao, 5,247 points. 2. Zhou Shihui, 100 points. The score skyrocketed by 2,900 points. A solid 5,000. First place was locked in, unless some boss got taken by someone else. 5,000 points. Ha ha ha. I suddenly appeared behind her at some point, startling Tang Yao. She slapped me twice. Walk without making a sound. Why don't you? You were spacing out, and you're blaming me? Absolutely blaming you. Fine, my bad, alright. I quickly gave in, stretching lazily. Slaughtered drowned corpses all day. I'm beat. I'll go make food. You should check in with Chun Yu about the iron mine. At least you know your place. Tang Yao huffed, then opened her private messages immediately. Tang Yao. Chun Yu, how's it going on your end? The message hadn't even fully sent before a reply popped up. Chun Yu. Tangjia, no issues. These drowned are no biggie. You guys done over there? I saw the horse-slaying saber was returned. Tang Yao. Just wrapped up. Couldn't have done it without your saber. By the way, how's the island exploration? Chun Yu. There's an iron mine on the island. Got some mountain goats too, but not much else. Tang Yao's eyes gleamed. An iron mine is great. Remember to chop down trees. Wood's worth a lot right now. Chun Yu. Thought about it, but we don't have the tools. That horse-slaying saber weighs over 600 pounds. Chopping trees with it would wear us out. Tang Yao's fingers flew across the screen. Don't worry. The group admin gave us blueprints for an iron axe. Once you mine the ore, we'll forge a few axes and send them over. Chun Yu. That's awesome. We'll start mining tomorrow and get the ore to you ASAP. Exiting the chat, Tang Yao was in high spirits. Out on the deck, I had already set up deluxe lunch, grilled fish, instant rice, a drink, and a freshly bought cup of instant noodles. After a satisfying meal, Tang Yao leaned against the railing of the boat. What's the plan for the afternoon? I was already sprawled out on the deck, basking in the sun. Rest. Definitely rest. Well, you rest then. Tang Yao crossed her legs and settled into a meditative position to cultivate her spiritual energy. It wasn't that she was especially diligent. It was because her spiritual energy was at 19.9, just a hair's breadth away from breaking through. That tantalizing feeling of nearing a breakthrough made her restless. As for me, I was truly at ease. The warm sunshine, the gentle sea breeze, and the rhythmic sound of the waves quickly lulled me to sleep. An hour later, the sun had turned scorching, waking me in a daze. I glanced around to see Tang Yao still immersed in her cultivation. Overachiever, I muttered under my breath. Feeling embarrassed to stay lounging around, I got up, practiced some martial forms, and eventually joined her in meditating. By the time we opened our eyes again, it was deep into the night. The next day, the sun was high in the sky when Tang Yao wriggled out of my arms and stretched lazily. That was such a good sleep. I squinted at her. Why are you up so early? Early. Tang Yao glanced at the glaring sunlight and chuckled. It's nearly noon. Already? I flopped back down onto the deck. Suit yourself. Tang Yao stood up and tidied her hair. With great effort, I dragged myself up. There won't be another corpse in the water today, will there? Fortunately, this day was calm and uneventful. I stayed at the deck practicing martial arts stances while Tang Yao sat cross-legged at the bow of the boat, sending waves of spiritual energy in repeated attempts to break through the final threshold. While we basked in peace, another group was facing the opportunity of a lifetime. Beneath a cliff on a deserted island, wearing a flowery sundress, Chen Yu licked an ice pop while standing 3 steps behind Chen Yang, who was dressed in a sharp suit and furiously swinging a pickaxe against the rock. Chen Yu. Chen Yang finally snapped. If you're not helping, at least back up a bit. Chen Yu nibbled her ice pop nonchalantly. I'd love to help, but there's only one pickaxe. What am I supposed to do? Dig with my hands? Chen Yang was left speechless. Resigned, he went back to work. Before them, an exposed iron vein glinted in the cliffside. The mineral patch was about 10 square meters wide, its depth unknown. The metallic sheen of the ore promised it was high quality. By mid-afternoon, they had carved a 3-meter-deep passage into the cliff. As the sun dipped low in the sky, Chinyu was just about to suggest calling it a day when a shout rang out from the passage. "Chinyu, get over here." She rushed in and found Chunyang excitedly pointing to the end of the tunnel. It had opened up into a massive hollow space. The cavern was pitch dark, save for a few faint red glows deeper within. Are those monster eyes?" Chinyu whispered nervously. "I don't think so," Chunyang whispered back. "There's not even air in here. Nothing could survive." "That's not the point." Chunyang gritted his teeth. "I've got my Zamadeo. I'm going in." He ran out to retrieve the massive sword and cautiously approached the red lights. The cavern was eerily silent, save for the sound of his own breathing and the occasional crunch of loose stones underfoot. Finally, he stood before the red glow. It turned out to be a few pieces of luminous or embedded in the rock wall. Phew! He let out a breath of relief and tossed his heavy saber onto the ground. Clang! The loud noise startled even himself. Chinyu rushed in. "What happened?" "Nothing, just some glowing ore." Glowing ore. Chunyang swung his pickaxe and chipped at the rock. The ore was surprisingly soft, peeling off easily. Unfortunately, the glowing parts were small, only 3 pieces about the size of his palm. The moment he held one in his hand, Chunyang's eyes lit up. It was warm. "Chinyu, this ore radiates heat." "Let me see." Chinyu grabbed a piece. "It's perfect for warming hands." The ore maintained a constant temperature of about 104 degrees Fahrenheit, 40 degrees Celsius. On a freezing, windy night by the sea, it was practically a gift from the heavens. Chinyu pressed the ore against her face, rubbing it lightly. "Warm is good. What if it's a rare mineral?" Chunyang soon dug out 10 pieces in total and carefully packed them into his basket. By the time they returned to their raft, the sky was pitch black. "I'm going to chat with Sister Tang," Chinyu said. "Let me first figure out what kind of ore this is." Chunyang placed the ore into their storage space. Flame ore. Description: a unique mineral that ignites upon contact with fire, reaching temperatures up to 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit, 1,649 degrees Celsius. Usable as fuel. Chunyang's excitement bubbled over as he eagerly threw a piece of flame ore into the smelting furnace. The fire flared brightly, illuminating his thrilled expression. Meanwhile, Tang Yao had barely opened the chat interface when Chunyu's messages came flooding in. "Chinyu, Sister Tang, we've got iron ore." My eyes lit up. "That fast?" "Chinyu, we'll have iron ingots ready for trade by tomorrow morning." "That's amazing." I turned to Tang Yao. "With iron coming in, we need to set prices." Tang Yao asked me to pull up the market listing. Iron ingot, 20 wood. Iron ore, 15 wood. Iron axe, 45 to 55 wood. What a ripoff. I sneered. "We'll price iron axes at 35 wood and break their monopoly." Tang Yao smirked, her lips curving slightly. "Undercutting the market by 20 wood? That's bound to set the whole sector on fire." Iron ingot buyback at 15. I made my decision. With the prices finalized, a mischievous grin spread across my face as my gaze shifted to the bed. "It's getting late. Don't you think we should rest?" Tang Yao flushed. "I still need to cultivate." Before she could finish her sentence, I had already taken hold of her wrist. What's more important, cultivating or sleeping? Soft whispers were all that could be heard as silence soon enveloped the room. At dawn the next day, even before the sun rose, we were already awake. My morning routine was as uneventful as ever, basic survival tasks. With a shrug, I headed off to prepare breakfast, fetching some bread and a drink from the storage before calling it done. Meanwhile, Tang Yao and Chunyu were deeply engaged in a heated argument. It was a bizarre scene. The seller was frantically trying to lower the price, while the buyer insisted on paying more. "Chinyu, 15 is way too much." "Tang Yao, it's fair market VA." Negotiating the price. Final deal, 13 pieces of wood for 1 iron ingot. 650 wood exchanged for 50 iron ingots, neatly stacked in the warehouse. Tang Yao's lips curled up, and she led me straight to the workshop. Materials loaded onto the blacksmithing station, blueprint inserted into the slot. Click. The machine roared to life, and a holographic image appeared. 1450. 15 minutes per axe? I frowned. That's too slow. In the real world, forging takes hours. This is already hacking the system. Tang Yao shot me a glance. I shrugged. Fine, I'll go train. 15 minutes later. Ding. The iron axe was automatically stored in my inventory, seamlessly followed by the next. Tang Yao's eyes lit up, an automated production line. She grabbed the finished iron axe and sent it straight to Zhao Chun. "Group admin, your iron axe has been delivered." After sending it, she turned to leave. Time to train, pickup would wait till the evening. Night fell. I woke up abruptly. Crap, I forgot to cook dinner. I dashed to the grill, lighting a fire, prepping the fish, flipping it over, all in one fluid motion. Within moments, perfectly grilled fish was ready. I waved the aromatic fish in front of Tang Yao's face. Stop training. Time to eat. Tang Yao opened her eyes and grabbed the fish in one swift motion. Can't you let me finish meditating first? If I waited for that, the fish would have gone cold. After dinner, we headed to the lower deck. Inside the blacksmithing station's inventory, 49 iron axes were stacked neatly. I'll give 2 to Chunyu, and the rest, you put them up for sale. Tang Yao assigned tasks. I sat at the operations station. Select all, price at 35 wood each, and post listings. In an instant, ding, sale completed. A bespectacled man, distressed over breaking his weapon, suddenly spotted. Iron axe, 35 wood. His fingers flew across the screen, sniping the deal instantly. The regional chat channel exploded. Holy crap, iron axes for just 35 wood. No way, that's fake. Not fake. I got one. What? Are there more? 47 left. Hurry. Damn it. Gone. Who has hands that fast? I stared at the backend data, my eyes wide in disbelief. All sold out. 1645 pieces of wood hit my account in an instant. A brilliant grin spread across my face. So this is how easy it is to make money. Meanwhile, Tang Yao received a new message. Qinyang, I have a proposal. You supply the iron axes, and I'll handle upgrading them. Refined axes can sell for double. With special effects, the price skyrockets. Failures won't damage the original, just waste some time. Let's split the profit. Deal. Tang Yao's heartbeat quickened. The offer was too tempting, but also too suspicious. She came to me to discuss. After hearing her out, I frowned. Why wouldn't he just do it himself? Good question. Let's ask him directly. Tang Yao sent a message. If it's such a good deal, why are you sharing it with us? Qinyang. Haha, I knew you'd ask. From raw or to finished product? Way too cumbersome and inefficient. But give me ready-made weapons? I'll focus solely on the final modifications. Fast, high success rate. Qinyang. You mass produce, I fine-tune. Everyone earns their share. A win-win situation. My eyes lit up. Makes sense. Bulk production advantages can't be taken from him. Precise modification skills can't be copied by us. This partnership is a go. The deal was sealed. Failed iron axes would be mine. Successful high-quality iron axes easily worth 400 wood per unit. A tenfold increase over standard-grade items. We'd split profits 30 to 70. Absolutely no risk of loss. 200 iron ingots were neatly stacked on the ground, and I couldn't help but stare in awe. This is an iron. I swallowed hard. This looks like glowing wood. I pulled up the warehouse interface, my fingers trembling. Tang Yao, look, a batch of iron axes just hit the shelves. They sold out instantly. Demand is crazy. Tang Yao leaned closer, her eyes lighting up. We're about to make a fortune. Damn right, I said proudly. And this is just regular grade stuff. But reality rarely goes as scripted. The next morning, Chinyu sent a message, partnership delayed. Day 3 of the disaster, difficulty skyrocketed. Drowned corpses attacked every 30 minutes. We couldn't catch a moment's breath. Staring dejectedly at the message, I sighed. Guess we've got some credit with them now. Random passerby. With a thought, 2 wooden crates appeared. Just regular boxes again? I muttered, listlessly opening one. Hot pot feast set. My eyes instantly teared up. Before ending up in this world, I'd had hot pot every week. It had been nearly a month here, and I hadn't had a single sip of warm soup. Now, staring at the copper pot, I was on the verge of tears. Tonight, it's hot pot. No question about it. Day 6 of the disaster. The area around our ship was eerily quiet. Not a single drowned corpse in sight. Others weren't so fortunate, though. By day 4, Zhang Jingran had already sent an SOS in the group chat. Even strength alone wasn't enough when fighting solo. If Tang Yao hadn't lent him 100 wood in time, he'd probably have been fish food by now. I'd been standing at the edge of the ship for an hour, eyes scanning the sea with laser focus. Just one drowned corpse. I screamed internally. Just one. Let me stretch my muscles a bit. The sea remained as calm as a mirror. Ugh. Inside the cabin, Tang Yao sat cross-legged, deep in thought. She was just a tiny step away from breaking through her limits. At last, her eyes shot open. Got it. Tang Yao. Level 1 ability user. Strength 7 +1/20. Constitution 8 +2/20. Spiritual power 22 out of 100. Ability 20 out of 100. Talent level 3 talent. Spatial ability. Space 40 cubic meters. Skill spatial blade. Costs 20 energy points. She pushed the door open and stepped out. Is it ready? I immediately turned around. The ability is good to go, Tang Yao said, walking to my side, suppressing her excitement. Try out the spatial blade. All right, show me what you've got. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yao's energy gathered, surging into her palm. The power of space started to stir, struggling as if it were a beast trying to break free. The tearing sensation shot through her nerves, ready to burst in the next second. Her mental strength swiftly suppressed it. The turbulence calmed. She opened her eyes, raised her right hand, fingers together like a blade, and lightly swept toward the sea. In my eyes, everything fell into an eerie silence. The next instant, a half-meter-long spatial fissure appeared out of thin air, shooting forward without a sound. No slicing wind, no energy ripples. Yet, as the fissure passed, the surface of the sea split apart. It didn't explode, nor did it stir up huge waves. The sea was carved open silently, as if a hot knife had glided through butter, leaving a perfectly clean 10-meter-long vacuum zone behind. Only when the spatial blade dissipated did the parted seawater crash back together, sending up white sprays. My jaw dropped. Holy crap! Staring at the just-closed fissure, my voice faltered. That was ridiculously awesome. Tang Yao's lips curled up into a proud smile. She slung an arm around my shoulder boldly. What do you think? Amazing, right? Stick with me, and I'll keep you safe from now on. My eyes darted, and in a dramatic motion, I dropped to one knee. Sister Tang, you're wise and mighty. Shin Xiaobai swears unwavering loyalty to you. Through fire and water, I shall never falter. Puffed. Tang Yao laughed so hard her shoulders shook. All right, get up, my loyal general. Go prepare the hot pot to celebrate this great achievement of mine. Got it. 10 minutes later, the copper pot was set up, red oil bubbling, filling the air with mouth-watering aromas. I mysteriously brought out a bright crimson fish, its scales gleaming like rubies. Scarlet crystal fish. Description: a picky fish that only eats bloodworms. Its meat is delicate and contains gentle energy that can improve one's physique. It had taken me an entire afternoon to catch this guy. With a deft motion, I sliced down, the fish fillets thin as cicada wings, glistening and translucent. I grabbed a piece, dropped it into the sizzling pot. A few seconds later, the edges curled slightly, turning milky white. Quick as lightning, I fished it out, ready to pop it into my mouth. Ahem, Tang Yao gave me a knowing smirk. Resigned, I handed it to her. Here you go. The fish melted in her mouth, releasing an explosion of freshness. Almost immediately, a soothing warmth spread throughout her body, like soaking in a hot spring on a winter's day. Every cell seemed to let out a sigh of contentment. Ah, so good. A blush spread across her cheeks. I couldn't hold back any longer. I scooped up 2 pieces at once. The fish hit my stomach, and the internal warmth began to spread like. Indeed, there was improvement, but not as noticeable as Tang Yao's. Fighters are naturally tough, so this little boost is just icing on the cake. As long as it tastes good, who cares? One hot pot meal later, the two of us were drenched in sweat. With the last bite downed, Tang Yao set her chopsticks aside, her entire body red like a lobster, with steam literally rising off her head, wisps curling upward. Hurrah! I burst out laughing. We've got a steaming tea kettle turned sentient. Tang Yao ignored me, closing her eyes to feel the raging energy inside her. She went back to her room to check her stats. Physique, 8 + 8/20. Just half a red crystal fish, and her physique had rocketed up by 8 points. I leaned over to take a look, absolutely green with envy, then quickly checked my own stats. Physique, 25 + 1/50. I stared at the measly +1 for a full 3 seconds in silence. Whatever, I sighed. 1 point's better than nothing. I'm fine with it, really. There was an unmistakable undertone of heart-wrenching despair in my, I'm really okay. Ding, ding, ding. The chirping of Pearl's notification system exploded in my ears. Rolling over, I yanked a pillow over my head to muffle the sound. but it wormed its way straight into my eardrums like a relentless pest. Bam! Tang Yao kicked out, knocking me off the bed. I hit the floor in a daze, seeing stars. Go check. She flipped over, not even opening her eyes. Groaning, I crawled back up, rubbing my backside as I shuffled over to the control platform. Private chat tab. Chen Yu's relentless, life or death message bombardment. Tang Jia. Big trouble. Look at the rankings. Zhou Shihui is going to beat you guys. Where are you two? I'm panicking here. My drowsiness vanished instantly. I brought up the leaderboard wide-eyed. 1. Shun Xiaobai / Tang Yao, 5,247 points. 2. Zhou Shihui, 4,100 points. 3. Chen Yang / Chen Yu, 685 points. Zhou Shihui's score was still skyrocketing. In the span of a few seconds, it had jumped by another 3 points. Did he upgrade a wooden raft? I frowned. I shook Tang Yao awake. Stop sleeping, we've got a situation. Groggy, she took over operational controls while I headed to the deck, scanning the comms sea. Come on, drowned corpses. Even a single one would do right now. Meanwhile, in another stretch of ocean, Zhou Shihui, sporting icy blue short hair, looked absolutely smug. Onward, Song Ming. He pointed to the swarm of incoming drowned corpses. Tear them to shreds. The sea erupted. A massive shadow emerged, breaking through the surface. A deep-sea behemoth with a titanic mouth lined with conical, arm-thick teeth. One bite. The pack of drowned corpses vanished instantly. The colossal beast surfaced. Its streamlined body shimmered with blue-gray scales that gleamed like metal under the light. Its elongated head housed massive round eyes, half-lidded lazily. Its tail, reminiscent of a vertical or sent whirlpools spiraling with each flick. A mosasaurus, prehistoric ruler of the ocean. Yet now it gracefully circled Zhou Shihui's wooden raft, letting out a low, rumbling whine like an oversized, affectionate puppy. Gently stroking its smooth scales, Zhou Shihui watched as the rankings fluctuated again above. The numbers in action. Well done, Songming. Zhou Shihui. Talent. Summoning. Random summoning once daily, limited to 5 minutes. Option for long-term companion. No summoning for half a month. Option for permanent retention. No summoning for 3 months. Songming was his third summoned creature. The first time was a caterpillar, the second, a giant crocodile. Upon seeing Songlong break through the water, Zhou Shihui didn't hesitate and chose permanent retention. Songming, can you locate the drowned corpse's nest again? Songlong nodded, sending its response through its thoughts. There were still several nests deep in the ocean. Awesome. Keep going. With a flick of its tail, Songlong silently dived into the deep sea. The deep sea, the light faded, and a ghostly blue engulfed everything. Songlong swam into a 30-meter-wide cave opening. The walls were covered with human-sized cocoons, with rocky outer shells that extended from the cave's entrance to its depths. At the end of the cave, a massive crystal emitted an eerie glow, the core of the drowned corpse's nest. Songlong accelerated, its tail gathering power. Boom. The crystal shattered, a blue brilliance exploding from it. It grabbed the largest shard with its jaws and turned to flee. Behind it came rapid cracking sounds. Crack, crack, crack. The rocky shells burst open, and 400 to 500 drowned corpses emerged, roaring in pursuit. Songlong swam toward the surface to wait. As the drowned corpses neared, its tail lashed out, scattering them. It broke through the surface and placed the crystal fragment beside the wooden raft. Zhou Shihui took the piece, and Songlong dove again, preparing for the next ambush. I'd been fishing all morning, and the sea was as still as glass. Screw it, let's just fish. I cast my line. The moment the hook hit the water, the rod tip dipped sharply. I've got one. With inner energy pouring into my arms, I pulled with all my might. Splash! A level 3 drowned corpse was dragged out of the water. Tang Yao, the axe. Catch the axe, step forward, swing. A flash of steel, and the head flew. Not much of a fight. Let's go again. Tang Yao suddenly noticed a massive shadow under the boat. Boom. The wooden boat tilted violently, sending Tang Yao tumbling out. Careful. I grabbed her by the waist just in time. The pearl alarm sounded. Warning. Durability at 50%. One hit took out half the durability. The sea churned. A 10-meter-tall figure slowly rose. The drowned corpse boss. It loomed over us, its massive form dwarfing the two of us like ants on the deck. The wooden boat barely reached its shoulder. Its tree trunk-sized arm swung upward and smashed down toward the deck. Dodge! I yanked Tang Yao to the side. Boom! The deck shattered, leaving a gaping hole. A second strike swept horizontally. We tumbled to the front corner of the boat, cornered. I'll distract it. You use the spatial blade. I grabbed my iron axe and hurled it at the boss. Come on, you big brute. Its hollow eye sockets locked onto me. The massive arm followed, pounding down. Bang, bang, bang. Each strike came dangerously close, scattering wooden splinters into the air. I leaped and twisted over the shattered deck, my blade dancing underfoot. A massive arm came crashing down. Boom. Wood exploded beneath the impact, narrowly missing me by inches. Every blow grazed me, but never quite hit its mark. Come on, big guy. I taunted deliberately, buying Tang Yao precious time. Tang Yao's eyes were pressed shut as she pushed her psychic abilities and powers to their absolute limits. Space began to distort and tear. A pitch-black rift slowly expanded. 1 meter, 1.5, 2 meters. It was 4 times larger than her last attempt. The edges of the rift pulsed unpredictably as space force compressed to terrifying extremes, threatening to spiral out of control at any moment. Tang Yao clenched her teeth, veins popping across her forehead as she wrestled to maintain control. Meanwhile, I had been forced back to the very edge of the ship. Tang Yao's eyes snapped open. Slash. A 2-meter-long blade of spatial energy, sharp and unforgiving as judgment itself, shot forward toward the 10-meter-tall monstrosity looming in our path. The drowned corpse boss sensed the impending threat of annihilation. For the first time, it abandoned its relentless pursuit, raising arms as thick as tree trunks to shield itself. But it didn't understand the laws of space. To a blade like this, notions like hardness were mere jokes. Schlick. There was no thunderous boom, no delay, nothing. The arm that could have smashed an entire ship to pieces was sliced through as if it were paper. Next came its midsection. Another faint, slicing sound. The invisible blade exited cleanly out the other side, shooting off into the distant ocean with unstoppable precision. The drowned corpse boss froze. It looked down at the smooth, clean slice across its torso, its hollow eye sockets flickering with confusion. The very next moment, crash. The massive creature's body split in two, both halves collapsing into the ocean. A tidal wave erupted as seawater turned an inky black. Tang Yao slumped onto the deck, leaning against the railing, gasping for air. Her clothes were drenched in sweat, her face as pale as a sheet. But there was a victorious smile tugging at her lips. Her first attempt at using the spatial blade in combat. Success. I actually carried the fight. She murmured in exhausted disbelief. I stared at the sinking remains of the beast, muttering to myself incredulously, "That was so cool." For a brief moment, I found myself envious. Why couldn't I have some flashy, overpowered ability like that? Instead, I was stuck with this lame, destined slacker talent that just made me a brute. But then, on second thought, nah, I wasn't about to trade it. My ability might not be flashy, but it was just too practical. Daily loot boxes, monthly squad reinforcements, and schematic upgrades, all without lifting a finger. Who wouldn't want that? Ow! A sharp pain in my back snapped me out of my thoughts. The splinters from the deck were stabbing me raw. Dang, that stung. Grimacing, I shuffled to the ship's edge, peering over to see how far the beast had sunk. And then I froze. Next to its sunken body, something glinted in the sunlight. Gold. Pure, dazzling gold. A treasure chest. A glorious, golden treasure chest. An advanced loot box. I bawled, my eyes practically bulging out of my skull. I rubbed them furiously and even pinched my arm for confirmation. Nope, I wasn't dreaming. Tang Yao, get over here, look. My voice came out cracked from sheer excitement. The boss dropped a chest. An advanced one. Got it. Tang Yao had been slumped like a pile of mush, but at the mention of a high-level treasure chest, she suddenly found an inexplicable burst of energy. She scrambled to her feet and stumbled toward the ship's railing. It's true. Quick, get it before it refreshes and vanishes. Without hesitation, I dove into the sea, swimming toward the treasure with all my might. Just as I was about to reach for the chest, it went dark above me. A giant net descended from the sky, expertly scooping up the gleaming golden treasure chest and slowly lifting it right in front of my eyes. Detected a treasure chest. Initiating retrieval process. Pearl's electronic voice announced matter-of-factly. I froze mid-swim, still in my reaching position, watching the chest ascend higher and higher. On the deck, Tang Yao's mouth twitched. She looked away silently. Finally, it was time to open the chest. I rubbed my hands eagerly, stretching one out halfway, and was met with Tang Yao's dangerous glare. I sheepishly drew my hand back. No problem, it's your loot in the first place. But I really want to open it. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yao clasped her hands together and solemnly prayed for 3 seconds. Then, with a sudden motion, she flipped open the chest lid. Shwa! A blinding golden light burst forth. Ding! Open high-level treasure, chest ×1. Reward, epic longsword, silver steel sword. Epic, silver steel sword. Description, unique to the oceanic world, forged from silver steel and spiritual waters. Can carry all special ability energies, effectively doubling its power. Epic and compatible with abilities. Tang Yao cradled the silver-white long sword, whose blade glimmered with a faint flowing shine. This feels like it was made just for me. I looked on with longing. What a beautiful sword, but alas, it has nothing to do with me. With a heavy sigh, I thought about my trusty, albeit missing, iron axe. I had thrown it like a boomerang earlier to try and distract the boss. Now, it probably lay at the bottom of the ocean, serving as fish food with the boss. Battle results. Tang Yao obtained an epic divine sword. I obtained a back full of wooden splinters, plus 1 less weapon. I glanced at the sky, then at my empty hands. This world is downright malicious toward me. I began meekly. Next time, can I open the chest? Lucky hands, you know. Tang Yao didn't even look up. No, your luck stinks. Fine, at least I'm alive. Meanwhile, Zhou was standing proudly on the raft, hands on his hips, showering praise on Songming. Songming, you're incredible. You're the #1 beast under this guild leader. #1 warrior. #1. Well, you're just #1 at everything. Songming floated on the surface of the water, its massive eyes half closed, and its tail lazily swaying. Its face was the picture of confusion. Not long ago, we took down another drowned zombie lair. For the first time, I surpassed Xin Xiaobai and Tang Yao on the leaderboards, standing firmly at #1. Ha! I tossed my head back and laughed, my ice blue hair whipping in the sea breeze. Xiao Shak takes the top spot, captured effortlessly by this fearless leader. I smugly wiped away non-existent tears from the corners of my eyes and strode to the operations center. Let's check the chat channel. It must be flooded with words of admiration for me, the great leader. Just as I opened it, a message popped up from the vice leader. The corner of my mouth lifted, surely here to congratulate me on claiming the top rank. World Guild, Vice Leader, Leader. This is bad. There's a huge issue with the rankings. Me, World Guild, Vice Leader. The first place score just skyrocketed. You've been surpassed again. Me? I froze. My smug expression stiffened. What do you mean surpassed again? I literally just made it to the top a few seconds ago. Frantically, I opened the leaderboard. 1. Shun Xiaobai Tang Yao, 15,247 points. 2. Zhou Shihui, 5,700 points. The lead was nearly 10,000 points. Staring at the glaring numbers, my jaw dropped into an O shape. The next second, the 13-year-old, overly dramatic side of me completely lost it. I plopped onto the ground, tears streaming down my face. Why? My first place. I only had it for a few seconds. It's so unfair, sob. Even the NPC pet Songming sank into the water in silence, leaving only its eyes peeking out. It didn't quite understand the situation, but its owner was clearly losing it again. Meanwhile, the chat channels had never been this lively. Regional chat channel, online 8, 530/15, 000. Whoa, someone new hit the top of the leaderboard. Zhou Shihui's insane. Soloing his way to over 5,000 points. What kind of legend is this guy? I heard Zhou used to be some big boss from the underworld before crossing into this world. Guys, huge update. Xin Xiaobai and Tang Yao are back at it again. 15,000 points. They jumped 10,000 points in one go. Whoa, no way. Are they cheating? Nah, they probably took down a boss. Bosses are the only things that award that many points. I can't even take down level 2 drowned corpses, and they're out there slaying bosses. At this moment, Tang Yao and I were enthusiastically recounting our epic battle in the guild group chat. Tang Yao. It was so intense. Shun Xiaobai was running back and forth on this rickety deck while the boss was chasing him down. He kept dodging and luring it around to buy me time to cast my skills. Qinyang, Qinyu, that sounds insane. Xiaobai's so bold. And Tang Yao, you were amazing. Me, exactly. That's right. It's all thanks to yours truly. I did at least 70% of the work. Tang Yao, yeah, totally. 70%'s all yours. Zhao Chun, Zhao Mu, group admin, congrats to you both. Taking down the boss and securing first place. Impressive. After the group chat ended, Tang Yao turned to open a private message with Chen Yang. Tang Yao, how's it going on your end? Will the collaboration move forward? Chen Yang, we're on it. The battle earlier today finally ceased. As for cooperation, let's do it tomorrow. I just want to take it easy today. Tang Yao, alright. I'll wait for good news from you tomorrow. Setting down her control panel, her gaze turned to the silvery steel sword resting nearby. Its blade shimmered under the evening sun with an almost hypnotic gleam. Shin Xiaobai, she called toward the adjoining room. Let's go test the sword. Coming. Out on the deck. Tang Yao first tested it in its normal state, swinging it casually at the ship's railing. Thud. The sword left only a faint scratch. Without infusing it with otherworldly power, the silver steel sword was little more than a slightly better iron blade. Now, for the main event. She closed her eyes, summoning her spatial energy and channeling it into the sword's blade. A silver-white light spread upwards from the hilt, coating the entire blade in a cold, ethereal glow, as though it were burning with inner fire. Eyes snapping open, she swung the sword. With no resistance, the railing was sheared clean off. The cut was so smooth, it gleamed like a polished mirror. Infused with spatial energy, the silver steel sword could slice through iron as though it were butter. While it wasn't on par with her spatial blade, its power was formidable, about 20% of the latter's capability. Warning: ship hull has sustained damage. Current durability, 99%. The Pearl's automated alert chimed as reliably as ever. Tang Yao froze mid-movement. She glanced at the severed railing, then at the gleaming blade in her hand, and wordlessly stored the sword back into her spatial storage. I couldn't help but laugh. Oh, there goes another piece of wood. Tang Yao shot me a sideways glare, but couldn't be bothered to retort. Midnight. The pitch-black sea lay silent as a tomb, the cold stars sparse and faint in the sky above. Our solitary boat drifted aimlessly, moonlight cutting through the darkness and spilling into the cabin like a blade. What time is it? Tang Yao's voice was barely above a whisper. 1 minute to go. I replied, my eyes glued to the digits ticking down on my terminal, unblinking. The 7th day of disaster, the final minute. Across the entire ocean, it was doubtful anyone could sleep. Everyone was waiting. 59, 30, 10 seconds. 0. And then, that icy, emotionless voice suddenly echoed in the minds of every survivor. Ocean Era Global Announcement. Recurring disaster. The Drowned Dead Uprising terminated. Rewards will be issued based on rankings. Warning: the Drowned Dead will now be a constant threat. Countdown to the next disaster, 7 days. Currency system enabled. Ocean coins and ocean spirit crystals are now in circulation. 1,000 coins equals 1 spirit crystal. All points have been automatically converted to ocean coins. 1:1. My breath caught. The Drowned Dead now a constant threat. This meant there would be no rest, no reprieve. But I couldn't afford to dwell on that right now, because… Congratulations. Your team has ranked first on the disaster leaderboard. Rewards: Advanced Chess ×1, Intermediate Chess ×2, Basic Chess ×10. And before we could even begin to cheer, special reward: your team has set a record for the highest score in this type of disaster. Additional prize: Advanced Chess Times. 上流淌而下，月光洒在这片新生的土地上，仿佛在诉说一场神迹的降临。天哪！我呆滞地看着眼前的景象，感觉自己的脑子已经短路。这就是我们的岛。唐瑶激动地抓着我的袖子，眼睛闪烁着亮光。我点了点头，喉结滚动着，声音沙哑：“是我们的家园。”我们站在船上，目不转睛地注视着那片缓缓成型的岛屿。它虽然仅有100平方米，却承载了无限的可能和希望。嘿，唐瑶突然开口，眼神透露出一丝兴奋。对了，岛上会不会有隐藏资源？ 听到他的话，我眼前一亮，转头看向他，说得对，可能还有什么宝藏等着我们发掘。那还等什么？登陆去看看吧！他兴奋地跳了起来，抓起旁边的装备就准备动身。就在这时，大海突然炸开一道巨大的浪花，一道深海般幽蓝的光芒从岛屿底部开始闪烁，照射了整个夜空。那光像是一种未知的召唤，充满了神秘与震撼。卧槽，又什么情况？我紧张地握紧手中的武器，冷汗顺着额角滑落。唐瑶紧贴着我，喃喃道：“好像我们引发了什么大事件。”正当我们屏气凝神的瞬间，一个宏大的声音在空中响起，低沉而磅礴：“恭喜冒险者建造首座私人岛屿，未来命运将由你掌控。”1. 随后，海面恢复平静，夜空重新被新月点缀，而我们手中不知何时出现了一张古老卷轴，上面绘制着复杂而神秘的图案。难道说这是让我们更进一步的关键？唐瑶小声问道。我握紧卷轴，眼神坚定。不管接下来会遇到什么，我们都一起面对。唐瑶笑得灿烂，仿佛夜空的星海都逊色几分。一切才刚刚开始。The cascade of water poured down, forming a magnificent waterfall. Oh my God, I murmured to myself. The island completely emerged from the water and came to a steady stop next to the wooden boat. Please board the island within 5 minutes. Let's go. Hand in hand, we leapt onto the island. I stomped my foot hard on the surface. It's real. We actually have an island now. The island wasn't a rigid square, but had a natural layout, half soil, half grass, with a control console standing in the center. I pulled Tang Yao over to the console. The interface was brand new. Homestead building system. Island, unnamed. Area, 100 square meters. Features, none. Buildings, none. Upgrade requirements. 1. Area greater than or equal to 1,000 square meters. 2. Features greater than or equal to 1. 3. Buildings greater than or equal to 1. Expansion methods. Area expansion, island foundation plus materials. Building construction, blueprint plus materials. Feature acquisition, special buildings. 15,000 points, which means 15,000 ocean credits now. I did the math. We hit the jackpot. Tang Yao nodded, but kept her eyes fixed on the island stats. Let's think about how to develop this place first. The first step has to be building a house. I glanced around. We can't just sleep out in the open, right? And then, special notice. All survivors with islands will receive a starter pack. Reef Stone X10, Wood X20, Simple Tint Blueprint X1. Talk about perfect timing. I rubbed my hands together in excitement. We immediately followed the blueprint and assembled a tent. Though it was a simple version, we finally had some shelter from the elements. Under the moonlight, we stood at the edge of the island, gazing at the ocean. The wooden boat that once carried us was gone, replaced by this 100 square meter plot of land. Feels like a dream, Tang Yao said softly. Yeah, I gripped her hand tightly. But it's our dream. Suddenly, a strange howl echoed from afar. A dark figure began to rise slowly from beneath the water, a drowned corpse. So, the appearance of drowned corpses is becoming the norm. I narrowed my eyes. The corpse lingered about 20 meters from the island, as if some unseen force was keeping it at bay, unable to get any closer. It seems the island has some natural defense, Tang Yao observed for a moment. At least we don't have to worry about being attacked right now. The night wore on. We returned to the tent and began sorting through the rest of our loot. The medium treasure chest yielded some fantastic items, enhancement potions, durable gear, and even a rare blueprint for a water well. A water well. Tang Yao's eyes lit up. That solves a huge problem. As for the basic treasure chests, they contained a large amount of foundational resources. With all this, at least we're set until the next disaster. While we were still inventorying our haul, a notification flashed across the system. Global broadcasts were firing off rapid updates. The chat was buzzing with excitement. Holy crap, who's in first place? 15,000 points. That's insane. I only have 300. Rumor has it there's a hidden reward for first. So jealous I could scream. I glanced at the chat, but stayed silent. Now is not the time to reveal myself. Let's get some sleep. I yawned and stretched. Starting tomorrow, it's time to really build up our island. Tang Yao nodded in agreement. But at that very moment, click, a strange sound came from the center of the island. On the control panel, a brand new module slowly rose into view. Island merger system activated. Detected other islands within a 100 nautical mile radius. 2 options available. Peaceful coexistence / declare war annex. Tang Yao and I exchanged a sharp glance. This world was far more complex than we had imagined. The building interface was straightforward and clear. Expanding this island is way easier than fixing up the raft, I said with excitement, pointing to the bottom right corner of the screen. No need for those annoying expansion cards. Just provide the necessary materials instead. It's this island foundation stone we'll need most, Tang Yao murmured, her brows furrowing as she studied the core resource displayed on the screen. Does the shop sell it? Forget about that for now. I suddenly clapped my hands together. Our island doesn't even have a name yet. Tang Yao thought for a moment. How about Bai Yao Island? Too average. I shook my head. What about Lazy Fish Island? Fits my vibe. That sounds terrible. She shot me a disapproving look. Fine. How about Void Island? Still nodded. The two of us, both plagued by indecision, stared at each other helplessly. Then, abruptly, inspiration struck. I smacked my thigh. Jiangshan Island. Standing up, I gazed into the distance with fiery determination. Aren't we going to rise to the top of the world? This island will be the foundation of our future empire, our Jiangshan. The moonlight spilled over me, as if it was illuminating my ambitions. At that moment, it felt like I was glowing. It will become more than just an island called Jiangshan, I declared, voice dripping with resolve. I'll turn it into a real kingdom. We'll build cities here, claim these waters, and bend this sea to our will. Tang Yao looked at me, momentarily dazed. The man before her seemed burning with untamed fire. The light in his eyes grew brighter and more dazzling. Pearl, turn off the screen backlight. Tang Yao shouted at the control panel in frustration. I stifled a laugh. So what do you think of the name? She glared at me, but her lips curved into a slight smile. Jiangshan is good. But how about Jiangshan Archipelago? It rolls off the tongue better. After all, one island is just the beginning. We'll eventually have countless islands. You're right. Jiangshan Archipelago. I was practically vibrating with fervor. 2 a.m. Yawning, I set up the bedding. Ever since upgrading from a wooden raft, we had lost the luxury of rooms. We could only sleep out in the open now. Thankfully, the skies promised no rain tonight. After installing the radar and automatic fishing net system, we settled in to sleep under the stars. The moonlight cast its glow over this newly born land. In this unfamiliar and dangerous world, we finally found a place to call home. Dawn. I rubbed my eyes and pulled myself out of bed. There was too much to do to afford sleeping in. Ding. Open normal chest ×2. Bread, bottled water. The standard breakfast. The marketplace interface had undergone a complete overhaul. Ocean coins, 15,274. Ocean spirit crystals, 0. Man, being rich feels awesome, I whistled lightly. 2 new tabs caught my attention. Recycle tab, wood, 1 coin, plastic, 1 coin, common iron axe, 15 coins. System store, now selling only special items. Recipe for ocean coins, 1,000 spirit crystals. Template for ocean coins, 500 spirit crystals. Level 2 home upgrade card, 100 spirit crystals. Level 1 home upgrade card, 10 spirit crystals. Raft expansion card, 1 spirit crystal. 1,000 ocean coins for a single spirit crystal. Tang Yao frowned. The system's brutal, but these items are critical for development. My eyes sparkled with excitement, especially the ocean coin recipe. I turned toward Tang Yao, a small smirk forming on my lips. I went off to build a small wooden house, while Tang Yao took charge of coordinating with others. Internal trade group chat. Zhao Chun, how's everyone doing? We got a superior bow over here. Xinyang. Luck's on our side, superior shield and an excellent cannon. Zhang Jing ran. I got a superior Tang sword. Wang Shiliang. Our luck's awful, just special feed. Tang Yao. Special feed must have some important use. Zhao Chun. Whoa, Tang the legend. What did you get from the advanced chest? Tang Yao. Epic iron axe and a level 2 upgrade card. Xinyang. An epic? Zhao Chun. You're leaving us all in the dust. Tang Yao explained the strategies for upgrading boats and selecting islands. Take your time when upgrading. Best to regroup first. Everyone readily agreed. Private chat with Chen Yang. Tang Yao, I'll give you the iron axe. Looking forward to your results. Chen Yang, leave it to me. Cut to me sweating buckets. Ever since becoming a martial artist, my strength had skyrocketed. In less than 3 hours, I had constructed a small wooden hut. Though it looked as shabby as a roadside toilet in a low-budget game, it was still a place to keep out the wind and rain. Hands on my hips, I admired my masterpiece, my face beaming with pride. Then, it hit me. After landing on the island, I hadn't gone fishing once. For days flew by in a blur. My routine had become so set it was almost ridiculous. Sleep, train, fish, eat, sell iron axes. Chen Yang's talent was incredible, a 10% improvement rate for item crafting. Out of every 100 common iron axes, he could upgrade 10 to excellent quality. Excellent axes sold for 300 coins and were snatched up in seconds. Even the common ones went for 100. In 4 days, I'd made 7,000 ocean coins. Day 5. Before the sun even crept over the horizon, I was already awake. Boil some water, take a bath, change clothes, wash hands. The chosen slacker refreshes. I pulled Tang Yao to cleanse ourselves, and the two of us stood side by side facing the sea. With a resounding thud, I knelt down. Sea God, please bless me with a major pull. Tang Yao stifled a laugh. I closed my eyes and concentrated. Ding. Subordinate draw complete. Congratulations. You have obtained Tianshui Giant Eagle Egg times 2, 1 male, 1 female. Tianshui Giant Eagle. Description: a supernatural avian creature innately skilled in water. Can be ridden upon reaching maturity and possesses formidable combat ability. Prefers fish, especially water-attributed spirit fish. I froze. 3 seconds later, I opened my eyes wide, a grin stretching ear to ear. Supernatural avian. Rideable. And a pair. I grabbed Tang Yao in a hug. We struck gold, struck gold, struck gold. 1 male and 1 female means they can breed. Tang Yao's eyes sparkled. We'll have an entire flock of giant eagles in the future. I couldn't wait and immediately started another draw. Ding. Building blueprint draw complete. Congratulations. You have obtained Level 1 Shipyard Blueprint. Level 1 Shipyard Blueprint. Description: a building that automatically constructs wooden ships. Simply provide materials to create vessels. Materials required: wood times 100, 000, stone times 10, 000, spirit crystal times 10. What the heck? I stared at the list of materials, my eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. 100,000 wood? 10,000 stone? Spirit crystals too? Just a second ago, I had visions of ruling the seas. Now, it felt like I'd been slammed face first into the ground. This is daylight robbery. I gritted my teeth, my facial expression shifting from elation to shock to utter despair, like a rapid opera mass change. Earning 7,000 sea coins in 4 days had me dreaming of newfound wealth. But now, I couldn't even approach the shipyard's price tag. Tang Yao took a peek at my spectacular expressions and leaned closer. What's wrong? I shoved the blueprint into her face. Tang Yao sucked in a sharp breath. That price. Using market value as a basis, it'll take at least 150,000 sea coins. We've only got 20,000 right now. I slumped onto the ground. No matter how pricey, we've got to build it, Tang Yao said firmly. Without a ship, we're blind. With one, we can finally conquer these seas for real. I know, I sighed. But who knows how long it's going to take to save up. Whatever, let's claim today's treasure chests first. Honestly, I wasn't expecting much from them anymore. 2 chests every day, containing either bread or water, occasionally some materials, basically glorified welfare handouts. Especially after just drawing the giant eagle eggs in the shipyard, with such incredible pulls in comparison, I had 0 expectations left for these. I tapped lazily at the screen. Ding. Opened advanced treasure chest times 1, intermediate treasure chest times 1. Acquired small sea area map times 1, exquisite 2-story wooden house times 1. Me? Advanced treasure chest? Holy crap. I jumped up. Tang Yao was startled. Are you crazy or what? She snapped. I grinned as I leaned in closer. Look, we hit the jackpot today. Small-scale maritime map. Description: connect to the console to display current position and movement direction. This is a total game changer. I said excitedly. With this map, everyone can finally regroup. What about the other item? Tang Yao asked. It's great too, but we already have one, I replied awkwardly. Bam! Out of nowhere, a two-story wooden cabin materialized. It had a solid timber frame, a balcony on the second floor, complete doors and windows, and even a chimney. Tang Yao looked at the refined cabin, then at the rickety, breeze-catching outhouse beside it. I think this is pretty useful, she declared. I was speechless. Meanwhile, she had already moved her bed upstairs and started settling in like it was her new home. While she got cozy, I turned my attention to the massive eagle eggs. 2 eggs, tinged a mix of azure and cerulean, with a smooth texture like jade. I could faintly sense a pulse of life emanating from them. Heavenly water giant eagle hatching instructions. Hatching method, place in water. Base time, 3 months. Note, spirit water can significantly reduce hatching time. Spirit water? I gave a bitter smile, grabbed a wooden basin, filled it with seawater, and placed the eggs into it. When I've got enough money, I'll get you guys some spirit water and a luxury nest. With the eggs sorted, it was time to dive into the map. Tang Yao wandered over as I connected the maritime map to the system. A new interface popped up on the screen, a completely blank map, except for a single glowing dot labeled current location near the center right. That's it. Just this. Tang Yao looked stunned. It's up to us to explore and fill it in ourselves, I explained. I tested the system by inputting Jiangshan Archipelago near the glowing dot. By the way, can the map be split off for others to use? I asked. Yes. After separation, marked locations will remain, and reconnecting it will auto-sync. The system informed me. Perfect. We can mail copies of the map to our group members so they can mark their locations, and we'll all be able to meet up. Quick, share the news in the group. My eyes lit up with excitement. Tang Yao opened the group chat and posted the map update. The chat instantly exploded. Zhao-Chen, a map? Tang Yao, you're incredible. This is exactly what we need. Chinyu, OMG. Sister Tang, you're my hero. I can finally find you guys now. Zhang Jingran, that's awesome. Wang Shiliang, legends, man. Absolute legends. We're still trying to figure out directions, and you've already got a map. Tang Yao, I'll send it over to all of you. Mark your locations first. Chinyu, you go first. Chinyu, thanks. Got it. A short while later. Big bro, the map's here. Chinyu held the thin paper map like it was some sacred artifact. Qinyang raised an eyebrow, his expression twitching. Can't you just figure it out on your own? Well, you're here, so why would I need to? Chinyu batted her lashes and added some playful whining. You're just being lazy, he accused. Ah, but you're the best, she replied, clinging to his arm and giving it an enthusiastic shake. Qinyang sighed, visibly dizzy from her antics. All right already. I'll take care of it for you. He grabbed the map with resignation. The C-Map app opens onto a blank screen, showing only the vast map and a single red dot marking their location, centered on the area named Jiangshan Islands. Sis Tang and the others are really close to us. Just 1 grid away. Chinyu exclaimed with excitement. Don't get ahead of yourself. Qinyang doused her enthusiasm. There are 10 grids on this map. Who even knows how far 1 grid actually is? So what? No matter how far, I'm going to find Sister Tang, she shot back. Qinyang nodded, admitting, sticking together is the only way to survive. Marking their position on the map, he passed it to the next person. The C-Map made its way through the group, finally arriving at the last pair. Honey, the C-Map is here. Song Yin called out. Wang Shiliang hurried to check the map, but froze in place when he saw it. On the right half of the map, 4 red dots clustered together. The left half, though, it was almost entirely empty. Their own red dot hovered precariously near the bottom left corner, sitting at the very edge of the map, as if about to slide off altogether. Why are we so far off to the side? Song Yin murmured, biting her lip. It's definitely out of the way, Wang Shiliang replied with a dry laugh. Babe, her voice softened, hesitant. Do you think they might slowly stop caring about us? She didn't need to say it. The thought hung heavy between them. If the rest of the group managed to reunite, but they were stuck too far away to join. Wang Shiliang stayed silent for a few beats, then smiled faintly. We'll leave it to fate. If we can stay in touch, we will. If not, then maybe it wasn't meant to be. For now, let's just focus on surviving. Song Yin sighed. She'd already predicted he'd say something like that. This was just the kind of person Wang Shiliang was, never forcing anything, always the calm outsider in chaos, yet somehow the one who steadied everyone else in their darkest moments. Okay, let's send it back to Tang Yao. The sea map was returned to Tang Yao. Alright, let me review everyone's positions. At the center of the map was the Jiangshan Islands. One grid oversat Qinyang and Qinyu. 2 grids right was Zhang Jingran. Below the center point were Zhao Chun and Zhao Mu. And where are Brother Wang and Sister Song? Tang Yao scanned the right half of the map, confused. Over here. I pointed to the tiny red dot on the lower left edge. Her reaction was part amusement, part exasperation. They're way out there. We'll all reunite eventually, I said with a shrug. We need them to start prepping now. Tang Yao sighed, then muttered wishfully. If only my spatial ability worked for teleportation. I glanced at her, watching the way her eyebrows furrowed in concentration. Smiling, I reached over to muss her hair gently. You'll get there someday, I said softly, my voice steady. She blinked, then her lips curved into a small smile. Yeah. The C-Maps screenshot quickly set off a flurry of responses in the group chat. Tang Yao, I've marked everyone's positions. Take note of your bearings. Qinyu, got it. I'll head out immediately. Qinyang, boat ready. Let's go. Tang Yao, Brother Wang, Sister Song, you're pretty far. I suggest upgrading your raft ASAP and sailing northeast. I'll keep an eye out for any speed-boosting items to help. Relief washed over Wang Shiliang and Song Yan. They had worried about being cut off, about being forgotten. But here, with Tang Yao coordinating, it was clear such a thing was never part of anyone's plan. Existence. Wang Shiliang, Song Yan, understood. Going all out to upgrade. We'll regroup ASAP. Zhao Chun, Zhao Mu, group leader, Old Wang. Hang in there. Don't make us wait too long. Qinyang, Qinyu. Go for it, Sister Song. Zhang Jingran. Let me know if you need a hand. Wang Shiliang, Song Yan. Thanks, everyone. Tang Yao's lips curled into a faint smile. Amidst the perilous otherworld, this small group chat made her feel a rare warmth. Being in this group, it felt lucky. The next morning, I yanked the fishing rod hard. The surface of the sea exploded, water splashing everywhere. After a 10-minute struggle, I finally reeled in a red crystal fish. Another one. Sweet. My Adam's apple bobbed as I tossed the rod aside, grabbed the fish, and bolted towards the wooden cabin. Tang Yao. Hot pot time. Tang Yao stirred from her cultivation. As she descended the stairs, an involuntary shiver ran through her. Why is it suddenly freezing? She frowned. Cold. I blinked blankly. I feel fine. Tang Yao rolled her eyes. You're a martial artist, thick-skinned and all. Can I really compare to you? I smacked my lips. Fair. Guess I'd better prepare some warm clothes. Great timing. I've been wanting to buy new outfits anyway. Her eyes lit up. Having worn the same basketball jersey till now, she finally got a chance to revamp her wardrobe. First, let's warm up with hot pot. I motioned her eagerly. The steaming red crystal fish hot pot was comforting, filling both body and soul. Satisfied, Tang Yao opened the marketplace app. Pearl, filter all clothing options. Filtering complete. Most items were ragged single-layer garments. Only 5 warm clothing options fit the criteria. Black winter down jacket, men's, 5 ocean coins. Buy. Black winter down jacket, women's, 5 ocean coins. Buy. Northeastern pattern cotton jacket, 10 ocean coins. Too expensive, forget it. Off-white woolen sweater, women's, 6 ocean coins. Alright, buy it. Thick fleece-lined black tights, 20 ocean coins. Tang Yao's finger paused midair. What the heck's so expensive about this? Ahem. Pass. She swiped it away decisively. Wait. My reflexes kicked in, and I purchased them on the spot. Thick fleece-lined. Perfect since we don't have warm pants. This just solves the problem, doesn't it? Tang Yao's cheeks flushed crimson. This man's ulterior motives were written all over his face. Too lazy to argue, she shrugged it off, donned the down jacket, and stepped outside. A chill wind greeted her, but the thick jacket kept the freezing cold at bay. Staring out at the gray, foggy sea, a heavy thought crept into her mind. If a true winter sets in, how many people will freeze to death? I followed her out. What's on your mind? She shared her concern. I was quiet for a second before wrapping an arm around her shoulders. Maybe it'll warm up tomorrow. Yeah. She leaned against me. Maybe right now's as cold as it'll ever get. Day 7. I woke up freezing. The world had changed. Gray-white fog engulfed the skies, and snowflakes were cascading down relentlessly. Flying, the sea looked gloomy. Snowflakes fell onto the back of my hand, melting instantly into water. Winter, it's here after all. Yesterday, I'd said, it'll feel warmer tomorrow, only for reality to slap me in the face today. Thankfully, the temperature had just reached freezing. I could still manage. I crept downstairs quietly to prep breakfast. The grill was lit, fish placed on top, spices sprinkled over it, and the aroma exploded in the air. Noise came from upstairs. Tang Yao, drawn by the enticing smell, came downstairs wrapped in her puffer jacket, her hair wildly disheveled. "Smells amazing. Just 2 more minutes," I said smugly as I flipped the fish. Her gaze drifted to the window, snowflakes fluttering outside. She cracked the window slightly open, letting the cold wind mixed with snow rush in, biting to the bone. "Silence. Some things are out of our control. Talking more is just futile." She closed the window, took the grilled fish from me, and bit into it. Delicious. Of course. I turned to claim today's loot. Ding. Opened 1x basic chest, 1x intermediate chest. Not bad, luck's on my side. Obtained. Fireplace X1, warm cotton seeds X1 bag. I froze. Wait a minute. Was my talent alive or something? It always seemed to give me exactly what I needed at the perfect time. Warm cotton. Description: a unique spiritual plant that absorbs heat to grow. The cotton fluff can provide steady warmth for up to a month. Turn it into clothing, and no winter will bother us. The cold snap had only just begun. It was the perfect time to sell warm cotton for profit. Large-scale planting and processing. Yep, this could make a fortune. But how long is the growth cycle? If winter's over by the time it matures, that'd be just ridiculous. Whatever, let's plant it first. I grabbed a hoe and headed out. The island wasn't huge, only about 100 square meters, with the wooden cabin taking up half of it. The rest was scattered patches of available land. I plowed through every last bit I could cultivate. As a martial artist, strength was no issue. In less than half an hour, neat rows of soil beds surrounded the wooden home. 1 meter between rows, 30 centimeter spacing between each seed by seed, they went in. At some point, Tang Yao had come outside. "What are you planting?" "Warm cotton. It's heat-producing cotton," I said without looking up. "Once it grows, I'll make you a new coat." Tang Yao smiled, not saying much. When I planted the very last seed, I stood up and realized I still had half a bag of seeds left, but the island was already full to the brim. Guess I'll need to expand the island soon. Then an idea struck me. "Hey, Tang Yao, doesn't Brother Wang's talent have something to do with plants?" "Yeah, it's related to farming." "Perfect." I clapped my thigh. "We've got extra seeds, but no space. How about working with him?" "Good idea, but did he upgrade his raft yet?" "Well, let's ask and find out." I rushed back into the house and opened up the private chat. "Me, Brother Wang, you there? Does your talent help with farming?" "Wang Shiyang." "Yeah, that's exactly what it's for. What's up?" I sent him the details about warm cotton. "Just got a batch of spiritual." Planting seeds was challenging. The island was too small. "Can I entrust you to plant them for me?" I asked. Wang Shiyang's eyes lit up. "These spiritual plants are something. Just in time for the temperature drop." Wang Shiyang. "Of course, but even the wooden boat doesn't have much space." "Me, it's fine. Plant as much as you can. 2 options. 1, you plant, I sell, we split the profit. 2, I'll buy all the cotton, and you cover the seed cost." Wang Shiyang. Option 1, profit sharing. Me. "All right, clarify the share, 80-20. I'll take 80% since I'm providing the seeds, and will handle the processing and selling." Wang Shiyang knew deep down that he only needed to plant. I'd handle the rest. Not a bad deal. Wang Shiyang. No objections. That split's fair. Me, done. The seeds will be sent to you. Once the seeds were delivered, Wang Shiyang's fingers trembled slightly. Finally, his plant affinity talent could shine. "Wife," he shouted, running towards Song Yan, who was busy talking to the fish. Song Yan crouched by the boat's edge, saying, "Why can't you teach your wife how to lay eggs?" The fish ignored her. "Babe, stop lecturing the fish." Wang Shiyang dragged her up. "What? I'm giving it life advice. We've got spiritual plants now. Warm weave cotton. Cotton that generates heat." Song Yan's eyes lit up. "Really? Really? Come on, let's plant them together." The two of them eagerly dashed into the cabin. Inside the cramped space, wooden tubs filled with dark, fishy-smelling soil lined every corner. Wang Shiyang squatted down, his fingers quickly sifting through the dirt, crushing hard clumps, and clearing away stray roots. Digging holes, placing seeds, covering with soil, watering. His motions flowed seamlessly, like a seasoned expert. Song Yin handed him tools and occasionally lent a hand. Their teamwork was impeccable. Soon, rows of soil mounds were neatly formed. They looked like true pros, unlike someone I know who just dumps seeds into the ground and calls it a day. While daydreaming about getting rich, I sneezed out of nowhere. How are we going to deal with the heat issue? Song Yin asked. Wang Shiliang stared intently at the wooden tubs before making a bold decision, burning a fire directly in the soil. Are you insane? Song Yan's eyes widened. You'll roast the seeds. Relax. Wang Shiliang adjusted the angle of a piece of metal. The flames will stay small, just enough to maintain warmth. The heat will seep into the soil, and the seeds will absorb it naturally. Like a caveman guarding fire, he circled the flames, constantly monitoring temperatures and adjusting the fire's strength. Leaning against the doorframe, Song Yin smirked softly. It had been ages since she'd seen her husband this exhilarated. Once he confirmed the temperature was just right, Wang Shiliang sat cross-legged, placing both hands above the soil. Green light surged from his palms. A miracle began to unfold. White roots broke through the shells, burrowing into the soil, while tender green shoots emerged, glistening as if kissed by morning dew. The tiny leaves unfurled, trembling gently in the firelight's warmth. The fire pit blazed wildly as heat was drawn in at an incredible rate. The flames turned from orange to red, then dimmed and flickered out in a matter of seconds. The seedling had already grown to the height of a hand, its leaves glossy and faintly glowing in the dim light. It worked. Wang Shiliang beamed, grinning like a child. Song Yin gently touched the tender leaves, which quivered ever so slightly under her fingers, warm like a spring breeze. So beautiful. At the same moment, I found myself staring anxiously at the barren field. Building the greenhouse would require materials and time, at least 2 days at the fastest. For now, I'd have to make do with hot water. I hauled out my beloved copper pot and started boiling. But here's the problem. Copper pots are inefficient. Most of the heat is carried away by the wind as soon as the hot water is poured out. On top of that, my supply of purified water is limited. The water filter doesn't produce much, and at this rate, there's barely enough for 2 days. If the greenhouse isn't up within 2 days, we're screwed. My head felt like it was going to explode. I would have gladly dumped all the seeds into Wang's lap if I could. Too bad, not an option. So there I was, crouched by the field, boiling pot after pot of water and pouring it out non-stop, barely catching a breath. Tang Yao was in charge of sourcing the greenhouse materials and was busy negotiating prices. Coincidentally, the seller happened to be her former plastic sister frenemy. Oh wow, small world. Tang Yao typed. ID 6543. Haha, no kidding. You're my first customer today. I need 100 square meters of transparent film. Got that much in stock? On the other side of the screen, Yang Linqing froze. That much. ID 6543. I've only got 20 square meters on hand. You'll have to wait until the day after tomorrow for the rest. How much is ready now? I'll take it all first. 20 square meters. It's yours. Cool. But 10 coins a square meter is too much. How about cutting me a deal? ID 6543. That's already cheap. The cost isn't low, you know. Tang Yao smirked at the screen. But I'm buying in bulk. Most customers might buy 1 or 2 square meters. I'm taking 100. Shouldn't I get a discount? Yang Linqing stared at her screen, the corner of her mouth curling slightly. This one really knows how to haggle. ID 6543. 7 coins per square. Final offer. Deal. Tang Yao confirmed the payment without hesitation. Since business is done, how about we be friends? ID 6543. Of course. My name's Tang Yao. My boyfriend's name is Shun Xiaobai. ID 6543. I'm Yang Linqing, and my best friend is Li Xiaowan. Nice. You and your bestie are together. I've lost track of mine. You'll find her. Besides, doesn't it feel safer being with your boyfriend? Tang Yao paused for a moment, then glanced out the window. I was busy feeding firewood into the flames, looking completely disheveled. She chuckled and typed back. Yeah, you're right. Dinner was already laid out on the table. A pack of self-heating rice, grilled fish, and pickled radish. Do you think another disaster will hit after tonight? Tang Yao asked. Most likely. I shoveled rice into my mouth, my tone calm. No idea what it'll be this time. Sigh. When will these disasters ever end? I said earnestly, when we stand at the top of the world. Tang Yao froze for a moment before smiling. Keep it up. Keep it up. Snowflakes drifted outside the window. Midnight, 12 a.m. Global announcement. 1. Regional crisis, cold disaster activated. 2. Temperatures will continue to drop to extreme lows. 3. Duration is indefinite. 4. Number of treasure chest refreshes varies. 5. Significant decrease in food resources. Beware of all threats. My face changed immediately. I thought it was just winter arriving, a couple of cold days that would pass soon. But the words cold disaster hit me like a bucket of ice water. It was a calamity. No monsters, no zombie outbreaks, yet it felt far scarier. The zombie outbreak had a time limit. It reliably ended after 7 days. But this? Duration is indefinite. It could last days, weeks, or even longer. Temperatures would keep dropping, and no one could know just how cold it might get. What if it dragged on for 2 months? Temperatures dropping to -10s or even below would barely suffice to describe it. My brows furrowed tightly. It wasn't until I noticed the part about treasure chest increases that I felt a little relief. A greater number of opportunities meant a faster pace for growth. Then, I remembered the warming cotton. My shoulders instantly eased. The cotton I had could generate heat for a full month. If sewn into clothing, not only would it protect against this cold disaster, but even several more after that wouldn't be an issue. More importantly, no one else had it. While others trembled in icy winds and fought to the death over fuel, I held the one thing that could generate warmth, the cotton. What did that mean? Control, pricing power, an endless stream of ocean coins. My eyes gleamed. This is it. This time, we're really taking off. Others weren't as composed. As soon as the announcement dropped, all cold weather gear in the marketplace was instantly sold out. Down jackets, cotton clothing, heat packs, and even thick socks. Everything was purchased the moment it was listed. Prices tripled within minutes, and the cost of wood skyrocketed at an insane rate. Even so, supply couldn't meet demand. The day of the dimensional shift had been summertime, and everyone wore short sleeves and shorts. With the sudden plummet in temperatures, the store's inventory was far from adequate. Regional chat, online. 8-500/15-000. Can't hold on anymore. If it keeps getting colder, people are going to die. Who took my thermal pants? Give them back. This is no way to live. Desperation spread. Some broke down, some wailed, and others even began leaving behind final messages. The cold disaster hadn't struck in full yet, but it was already crushing a portion of the population. Of course, there were still some rational voices. Why panic? What if it only lasts 3 or 4 days? Quitters are weak. The strong fear no challenge. We made it through the last 2 crises. We can do the same this time. Treasure chests are unlimited. Who knows? You might get some amazing drops. But the optimistic voices were far too faint, drowned out by the waves of despair. Internal trading group. Tang Yao was the first to step up and comfort everyone. Everyone, please remain calm. Zhao Chun. Miss Tang, how can we not panic? The difficulty this time is way higher than the last 2 times. Chen Yu, this is insane. Listen to me, Tang Yao typed. This morning, we obtained some warm fluff cotton seeds. The cotton it produces can generate heat for an entire month. If we turn it into clothing, the cold disaster won't stand a chance against us. Chen Yu, angel. You're an angel. Zhao Chen, how much? I want to buy. Zhang Jing ran. +1. Don't get ahead of yourselves. There's still seeds, not tradable yet, Tang Yao continued. We've already planted them this morning and gave a portion to Brother Wang. You all know Brother Wang's skills. No need to worry. Wang Shiliang. Thanks to Boss Tang's trust, the seeds have already sprouted. In a few days, they'll bear fruit. Zhao Chun. Old Wang, you knew all along. No wonder you've been so quiet. Chen Yu. This is amazing. New clothes are on the way. So, everyone, take it easy. Tang Yao put down her screen, taking a deep breath. The group chat fell silent, with much of the panic dissipated. Jiangshan Islands. First day of the cold disaster, 6 a.m. Temperature, -1 degree Celsius. Snowflakes drifted silently. I stood at the window, a silhouette straight as a blade, like a lone wolf facing the blizzard. Camera cuts to the front. Messy hair, half-asleep eyes, mouth slightly open, looking entirely like someone still in a daze. I'm awake, really awake. The cold disaster had arrived, and for once, I got up early. A disaster like this demands vigilance. And yet, day 1, -1 degrees Celsius, light snow, calm. Day 2, -2 degrees Celsius, light snow, calm. Day 3, -3 degrees Celsius, light snow, calm. Day 4, -4 degrees Celsius, light snow, calm. Day 5, -5 degrees Celsius, moderate snow, calm. Day 6, -6 degrees Celsius, moderate snow, calm. Day 7, -7 degrees Celsius, moderate snow, calm. It was as if nothing had happened. The fireplace crackled, the wood burning brightly. Tang Yao and I sat cozily by the fire, each holding a cup of warm milk tea. I took a long sip, a look of pure bliss on my face. There's nothing better than hot milk tea in the dead of winter. Tell me about it. Tang Yao wrapped both hands around her cup, the warmth seeping straight to her core. You've been ridiculously lucky lately, snagging milk tea every day. I chuckled sheepishly, then sighed. Too bad about the iron axe business, though. Chunyang's iron mine is depleted. Even with demand, there's no supply, Tang Yao said, shrugging. Ugh, such a good moneymaker, gone just like that. Be grateful, will you? Tang Yao shot me a scolding look. You made nearly 20,000 ocean coins in one go. Isn't that enough? I stood up. You're right. Time to check on my precious cotton. Open the door. The icy wind and swirling snow hit me square in the face. The entire island had been painted silver. White. The roof was white. The ridges were white. Even the crooked, leafless tree had turned into a silver stick. The snow kept falling, layer upon layer, cleansing the world into purity. My gaze wandered past the snowy expanse and locked onto several white greenhouses in the distance. With long strides, I made my way over, brushed the snow off their framework, bent down, and stepped inside. Hot air hit me in the face. It was 19 degrees Fahrenheit -7 degrees Celsius outside, with wind and snow roaring. Yet, inside the greenhouse, it was like stepping into a furnace, stifling and suffocating, at least 104 degrees Fahrenheit 40 degrees Celsius. The heat was perfect for nurturing our thermal cotton. I crouched down, my eyes fixating on the row of tender, verdant seedlings. Just 3 days into the cold disaster, they had germinated. Now, they were palm-high, with leaves thick and glossy under the glow. Memories of the initial hardships tugged at my lips, forcing a smile. When we first built this greenhouse, there was no difference between inside and outside, bone-chillingly cold. Hopelessness gripped me until I sought advice from Brother Wang. On his suggestion, we added triple-layered plastic sheets to trap insulating air. Later, we gave the greenhouse outerwear, blankets to cover it as soon as dusk fell. The temperature rose, but it wasn't enough. Brother Wang then suggested constructing a flue. I spent 2 days building a winding smoke channel using mud and stones, stretching all the way from an outside furnace to the depths of the greenhouse. As wood burned in the furnace, the heat traveled along the channel, warming the soil, with the smoke exiting through another vent. Since then, the temperature had remained steady as a rock. I reached out to touch the leaves of the thermal cotton, feeling the warmth radiate against my fingertips. Soon, these green sprouts would bloom into snowy white cotton bolls, fluffy and toasty. I straightened up, patted the dirt off my knees, and exited the greenhouse. The wind and snow lashed my face, making me hunch my shoulders against the cold, but they couldn't extinguish the fire in my heart. Taking in a deep breath, I prepared to roar my triumph to the heavens, when suddenly a snowflake flew straight into my throat. Cough, cough, damn it. What started as a triumphant howl had turned into a violent fit of coughing. I doubled over, clutching my throat, my face flushed crimson. The swirling snowflakes danced innocently through the air, as if mocking my plight. Defeated, I trudged back to the wooden cabin. You're back just in time. Tang Yao's cheerful voice greeted me. She bounded over, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Brother Wang's thermal cotton is ready for harvest. My eyes shot wide open. Already, our seedlings had just sprouted, while Brother Wang's crop was already being gathered. It's like he was born with a gift. I grabbed Tang Yao's wrist and practically dragged her. Quick, turn on the monitor. We plopped down side by side at the console, staring intently at the screen. Inside the video feed, Wang Shiliang was surrounded by a sea of white, not snow, but cotton. The thermal cotton had ripened. After a week of meticulous care, bolstered by his unique abilities, These spiritual plants were finally harvested as the cold disaster reached its 7th day. Wooden tubs filled every corner of the ship's cabin. Every thermal cotton plant was laden with cotton bolls, all of which had burst open, spilling fluffy white fibers. The cotton looked like clouds that had descended and come to rest on the floor, their gentle glow illuminating the dim room. With immense care, Wang Shiliang plucked each bowl. The moment his fingers brushed against them, warmth seeped into his skin. Spiritual plants sure are extraordinary, he mused, his laughter never ceasing as he worked. A single plant produces 500 grams of cotton batting, 5 times more than regular cotton. 500 grams. Song Yin counted on her fingers. That's enough for one light padded jacket. One plant equals one piece of clothing. Couldn't have imagined that before. Not just that, Wang Shiliang held the batting, feeling the constant warmth. This stuff generates its own heat, so you need even less material. He suddenly chuckled. President Shun is going to make a fortune this time. Song Yin smiled too. And we won't lose out either. 50 plants of warm velvet cotton yielded 26,000 grams of cotton. Wang Shiliang packed and sent the batch, adding another message. Send another batch of seeds. I instantly approved it, and as soon as the cotton was credited, it disappeared like magic. Right now, I was crouched in the workshop, staring at the automated workstation. Originally, I intended to hire people to make stuff, but Tang Yao unlocked the padded jacket blueprint yesterday. I had an idea. Could a normal padded jacket pattern be used to make one with warm velvet cotton? I slid the blueprint into the slot, loaded the warm velvet cotton and fabric strips into the workstation. Holding my breath, I stared at the platform. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3, 4, 5. Just as I felt my heart skip a beat, the workstation whirred to life and started working. It worked. Haha, I am a genius. I laughed triumphantly, hands on my hips. Tang Yao, leaning against the doorframe, rolled her eyes, her gaze moving to the workstation. On it was a rotating hologram of a padded jacket, with a timer counting down. 29 minutes and 58 seconds. Half an hour, that's twice as long as when using regular cotton. Makes sense, as the input material changed. My laughter faded as I started thinking about the pricing. The costs were hard to pin down. Wang Gu grew the cotton. The seeds were mine. Processing relied on the workstation. During the cold disaster, warm goods were in high demand. The price couldn't be too steep, but warm velvet cotton only remained heat active for a month. I've decided, I suddenly announced, my tone resolute. One jacket, 5,000 ocean coins. Tang Yao choked for a moment. 5,000? Isn't that too expensive? 5,000 to stay warm for a month, to move around normally and not shiver under a blanket. Worth it, isn't it? I said, completely serious. Tang Yao opened her mouth, but couldn't argue. If I weren't such a kind-hearted person, I patted my chest. I'd be pricing it at 10,000. 5,000 to save a life. Maybe not a perfect equivalency, but close enough. In life or death situations, the price wasn't really unreasonable. I did consider pricing it lower. After all, we're all people who got thrown into this world. Who's got it easy? But that's just how this world works. Everyone's running, and if you stop, you'll get devoured. No one knows when the next disaster will strike. Every ounce of progress is fuel for survival. This isn't taking advantage of people. It's mutually beneficial. After dinner, I wiped my mouth and leaned back in my chair. Let's send a few jackets to the guys in our group first. Internal trade group. Tang Yao, good news. Padded jackets are ready. Sending them over now. Qinyang, Qinyu. Amazing news. Sure. Here's the translation that aligns with American conversational style. Tang Jia. Thanks so much, everyone. Love you, Zhao brothers. We've been looking forward to this for days. How much is it? Zhang Jingran. Thanks a bunch. Wang Shiliang, Song Yan. Once you get it, you won't be able to put it down. Tang Yao, don't worry about the cost. It's a gift from the heart. The group chat fell silent for about 2 seconds. Zhao brothers, that won't do. We can't just take it for free. Qinyang Qinyu. Yeah, exactly, Tang Jia. We can pay. Zhang Jingran. We can absolutely afford it. Wang Shiliang Song Yan. If that's the case, don't mind if I do. I suddenly grabbed the keyboard, typing furiously. Me. All right, 5,000 ocean coins per jacket. Everyone pay up. Qin siblings. Zhao brothers. On second thought, friends shouldn't worry about such trivial things. Zhang Jingran. Shin bro, you're officially my best buddy from now on. Wang Shiliang Song Yen. I'm going to hit the jackpot. 12 cozy thermal coats. I kept 2 for myself and listed the other 10 for sale at 5,000 each. As soon as I put the jackets on the marketplace, they got absolutely no attention whatsoever. It was like throwing a pebble into a river, small ripples, then back to calm. Until one woman threw it into the spotlight. On a makeshift raft, Lu Fei curled up in a ball. Her tight black skirt clung to the cold, wet deck as the fire long extinguished, with even the last trail of smoke vanished. Her lips were purple, her face pale and lifeless, her consciousness frayed like a snapped string. Snowflakes dusted her shoulders, hair, and eyelashes, gentle yet deadly. She had lived a cushy life. A simp teammate catered to her every whim, delivering food to her mouth, shielding her from danger, even drowning in her place to save her. But then the cold disaster struck. Supplies ran dry. Wood was gone. She sold everything she could for timber, and when her servant finally refused to trade food for wood, she raged. How dare he? She exchanged all her food for wood and shoved the man into the sea. By this morning, all her wood had burned away. The food was gone. Death loomed over her. That's when it hit her. She hadn't yet lived that glamorous life she dreamed of. Crawling to the control panel, her frostbitten fingers could barely tap the screen. The store was mostly empty of winter gear, except for a single nondescript item tucked in a corner. Thermal jacket made from spirit-warmed cotton, keeps body temperature at a cozy 20 degrees Celsius for an entire month. Her eyes lit up, the way a drowning person clutches at a lifeline. Then she saw the price, 5,000. The light in her eyes immediately dimmed, but she wasn't ready to give up. Desperation gnawed. She sent a private message. Offers flowed. Explicit photos, servitude, whatever it took to survive. How disgusting. Tang Yao glared at the screen, then whipped her head toward me. If you so much as think about caving. Feigning innocence, I puffed up my cheeks. How could you doubt me like this? Tang Yao rolled her eyes dramatically. At the same time, Lu Fei's. Let me know if you'd like me to continue or tweak anything. Staring at the screen. 1 minute, 5 minutes. The silence was colder than the snowstorm, shattering her last hope. She combed through her contacts and sent the same request to everyone. All were rejected. Some even vanished after tricking her into giving them photos. Hatred burned in her chest. How many did you sell? I handed her a cup of hot milk tea. Just one. Tang Yao shook her head. Do you think 5,000 might be too expensive? No rush, I smiled. When the wealthy realize its value, it'll sell naturally. Just after I finished speaking, the private messages flooded in. Not inquiries, but insults. What's going on? Tang Yao's face shifted. I frowned and directly opened the regional chat. Regional chat, online. 8000/15000. Greedy merchant. 5,000 for a single jacket. Exploiting others' misfortunes. Murderer. Heartless trash. The criticisms came like an avalanche. Occasionally, someone tried to interject with reason, but they were drowned out instantly. Gazing at the screen, I suddenly laughed. Laughing, even while being insulted? Tang Yao was perplexed. Someone hired bots to stir up the chaos. I leaned back in my chair. This is free advertising. If the product is solid, there's nothing to fear. The harsher the criticisms, the more people will find out, and the more they'll buy. 5 minutes later, the 10 fleece-lined jackets were completely sold out. 50,000 ocean coins in the account. I pointed at the sales record, smug as anything. See? What did I say? After dinner, I skimmed through the overwhelmingly negative private messages. Most of them were insults. I powered through for 10 minutes until I found something useful. I don't have enough money. Can we trade with spirit water instead? Spirit water. I sat bolt upright. The Tianshui giant eagle eggs are still soaking in regular seawater. Of course. What type? The reply came instantly. Information attached. Cold tide spirit water. 2 stars spirit water. Imbued with immense ice elemental energy. 2 stars. I gasped. 100 milliliters for 2 fleece-lined jackets. Deal. Deal. After receiving the spirit water, I took out a glass bottle. Even through the bottle's walls, the chilling cold radiated outwards, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged noticeably. I poured the spirit water into a wooden basin. Instantly, the water surface began to freeze, with ice rapidly spreading across. In mere seconds, the entire basin froze solid, encasing the 2 giant eagle eggs inside. Are they going to freeze to death? I wasn't sure. Tang Yao was silent for a moment. No idea. Day 9 of the frost catastrophe, -9 degrees Celsius, heavy snow. The fleece crops were thriving, just a few more days until harvest. But today was a big day. The shipyard finally had all its materials. Yesterday, every jacket sold out, bringing in 250,000 ocean coins. Gritting my teeth, I bought 9,000 logs, 1,000 stone slabs, and 10 spirit crystals, spending a total of 190,000. The materials were all set. Construction began. Tang Yao, quick, come look. She darted out, wrapped snugly in her fleece coat. It was the first time she wore it outdoors. Despite the biting cold of -9 degrees Celsius, warmth clung to her like an invisible heating shield. "This coat's not bad," she commented, catching a snowflake on her palm and watching it melt. 90 points. Deduct 10 for not covering my face. I took a deep breath and pressed the confirm button. A light screen unfolded, covering the designated area. The clangs and clatters rang out densely, like 100 craftsmen hammering away at once. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the light dissipated. A shipyard appeared. No tall towers, no docks, not even walls. Just a workshop built from raw timber, rustic like a giant wooden shed. A quarter of it rested on the island, while the remaining 3/4 extended over the sea, supported by wooden pillars. Inside, the setup was simple: narrow pathways on both sides, and a 15-meter wide water channel in the center leading straight to the ocean. At the far end, a solitary control panel stood, silent and unassuming. I walked over and tapped the screen. Small wooden boat 10M times 2.5M. Requirements: 1,000 wood, 10 iron ingots. Medium wooden boat 20M times 5M. Requirements: for 1,000 wood, 20 iron ingots. Large wooden boat 40M times 10M. Requirements: 16,000 wood, 40 iron ingots. Free choice on the boat type. Tang Yao's eyes lit up. For something costing 1,000,000 ocean coins, it better have this feature, or I'd be making a report. I muttered mentally, scrolling further down with my finger. The warehouse page came up, used to store shipbuilding materials. Scrolling farther, my hand froze abruptly. Level 2 shipyard upgrade requirements. Each type of wooden boat greater than or equal to 10. Wood times 10,000. Iron ingots times 100,000. Spirit crystals times 100. 10,000 wood, 100,000 iron ingots. I sucked in a cold breath, but my eyes glinted with excitement. As long as upgrades were possible, nothing else mattered. I opened the marketplace without hesitation. 2,050 ocean coins spent in a flash. Wood and iron ingots instantly filled up the warehouse. I dumped all the materials into the system and hit start. A low rumble emerged from the shipyard, like a slumbering beast waking. Above the ground, the faint outline of a small boat began to form. Time remaining: 4 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 30 seconds. 5 days. I stared at the countdown, then chuckled to myself. To build something this big? 5 days is fast. Cold disaster, day 14. -14 degrees Celsius, clear skies. 6 a.m. I jolted upright, my eyes blazing with excitement. Today, the wooden boat would be finished. Over the last 5 days, I'd been running back and forth to the shipyard every single day, like a cat fixated on a fish tank, eagerly waiting for that ghostly silhouette to materialize into something solid. I was tired of being stuck on the island. Ever since upgrading my raft into an actual island, I'd been itching to return to the open sea. I sped through my morning routine, threw on my fleece coat, and swung the door open. Sunlight. The bright sunlight poured over my shoulders, carrying a hint of warmth. It was the first sunny day since the cold disaster. I stretched, hearing my joints pop and crack. The smell of sunshine. I stepped on the snow and began my walk toward the shipyard. But when I arrived, I froze in my tracks. The sea had frozen over. A thin layer of ice stretched from the shoreline to the horizon, clear like glass, with the sea beneath still gently rippling. Frozen overnight? I poked at the ice's surface, solid and sturdy. Just a bit thicker, and it could hold a person. Just a bit more, and we could leave this island. I rubbed my hands together, excitement bubbling inside me. Almost there. Almost. 28:25. The countdown continued to tick away rapidly. In my head, I was already projecting a movie. Our wooden ship cutting through the waves, sea breeze filling our clothes, going wherever we wanted. Hold on. Cutting through waves? My smile froze. The sea was frozen over. How could a ship cut through waves? Half an hour later, Tang Yao arrived, right on time, her hair still messy. Made it, didn't I? Barely. With a flash of light, a brand new wooden ship quietly hovered on top of the ice. 10 meters long, 2.5 meters wide, complete with a deck and a cabin, plus a propeller at the stern. It's been so long since we've been on a ship. Tang Yao rested her hand on the railing, looking out at the snowy white, frozen sea. I stayed silent. From the raft to a wooden ship, from the wooden ship to an island, then back to a wooden ship. It felt like we'd come full circle, but it wasn't the same anymore. Back then, the wooden ship was our home. Now, it was just a tool. I tested it out, and sure enough, the wooden ship could be stored in the warehouse. The marketplace buyback price was only 2,000 ocean coins. What a ripoff. If we ever sell, it's got to be at least 10,000. I calculated silently. Next up, the main event. The warmer cotton was finally ready to harvest. We dove into the greenhouse, the moist, warm air wrapping around us. Rows and rows of 150 mature warmer cotton plants stood neatly, their bowls fully open, revealing fluffy, snow-white cotton tufts. Wang Ji's already on his second harvest, and this is only our first, I muttered, but the grin stretching to my ears gave me away. One of ours is worth 3 of his, Tang Yao said, her hands busily harvesting. That evening, the two of us sat dumbfounded in front of the screen. 1 million. 1 million ocean coins. Shin Xiao Bai, Tang Yao's voice trembled. Did we just strike it rich? I swallowed hard. Seems like it. We looked at each other and broke into goofy grins. Late that night, unable to sleep. How do we even spend this much money? Buy wood for 100,000, iron for 100,000, food for 50,000, clothes for another 50,000, and send a 5-coin lucky red packet. 5 coins. That's so stingy. Hey, sending a red packet at all is already generous. Just as we were about to fall asleep, woo-woo, the wind began to howl. Louder and louder, the wooden windows creaked under the strain. Snowflakes spun wildly in the air like they'd gone mad. The White Moth. Day 15 of the frozen disaster. Minus 15 degrees Celsius. Blizzard. 5:30 a.m. The howling wind finally began to die down. Finally, we can get some sleep, I muttered, collapsing back onto the bed. Right. Tang Yao barely finished her sentence before falling asleep. Warning. High-energy entity approaching. A shrill alarm pierced the air. What's going on? I rushed to the radar. A red that was approaching rapidly. The surveillance cameras were blurred by the raging blizzard, but amidst the white chaos, a dark figure carved its way through the storm, heading straight for the island. Get up. Something's coming. We both grabbed our weapons and dashed downstairs. Distance, 1 kilometer. 500 meters. 100 meters. 20 meters. Target has stopped, said Pearl's voice with an eerie calmness, like the countdown of the Grim Reaper. Stopped at the edge of the island? Waiting for something? I'm heading out. Cover me, I said, gripping the axe handle tightly. Be careful. I shoved the door open. The blizzard slammed into me like a wall, snow pelting my face like needles, making it impossible to see. I hunched over, taking slow, deliberate steps towards the edge of the island. Tang Yao, gripping her silver steel sword, followed close behind. There it was. A wild boar. No, a monster. Its massive frame was as large as an elephant, its limbs as thick as ancient pine trees. Muscles bulged across its body like rounded hills, every inch radiating brute power. 2 curved tusks as thick as forearms jutted upward, gleaming coldly like inverted scimitars. Its blood-red eyes, set deep in pitch-black sockets, burned with unrestrained savagery. Its coarse, dark brown mane was long and rigid, encrusted with snowflakes that gave it the appearance of wearing a white suit of armor. It stood on the frozen surface, each heavy breath puffing out clouds of condensing white mist. The sheer visual impact was staggering, but I wasn't who I used to be. The hardships I'd endured steadied my nerves quickly. Man and beast, facing off, separated by mere 10 meters. The storm raged on. On the icy expanse, snowflakes swirled like razor-sharp blades, filling the air with piercing, shredding sounds. The monstrous boar stood still in the whirlwind, its blood-red gaze locked onto me, its muscular body taut like steel cables ready to snap. My cheeks were already numb, the insulated fabric barely shielding my exposed skin. But I couldn't move, not with this creature's sheer mass screaming one undeniable fact. It could kill me in an instant. Tang Yao stood just behind me, her silver steel sword grazing the ground, the blade rimmed with frost. Her breath slowed to a near standstill, as spatial energy surged violently within her, poised like a blade ready to unsheath. Morning broke. The sun tore through the clouds, its cold light piercing through the blizzard, stabbing directly into the wild boar's bloodshot eyes. Its pupils constricted sharply. Crack! Its left hoof shattered the ice beneath, sending shards flying. The colossal beast launched itself like a black cannonball, the razor-sharp tusks aiming straight for my heart. Fast. Too fast. I leaped sideways without hesitation, my shadow still lingering as my true form reappeared 3 meters away. The tusks missed by a hair's breadth, the rushing wind slicing past my face like a blade. The wild boar king skidded across the ice, its hooves carving long white trails, struggling against the force of its momentum to regain balance. Stop right there. Here and now. I stomped on the icy surface, launching myself forward like an arrow loosed from the bowstring. 3 steps, right on its tail. My arms bulged as veins surfaced, inner strength surging wildly, unleashing the true power of the legendary iron axe. Hiss! The axe blade tore through the air, slicing cleanly into the rear leg joint. Slash! Flesh exploded, blood spraying like a crimson fountain, staining half the snowfield red. Flesh rolled back, exposing stark white bones. Roar! The wild boar king howled furiously, its cry shaking the ice so hard that cracks began to spread. Its bloodshot eyes burned with madness as it dragged its ruined leg, charging once more. A reckless bid for mutual destruction. Stupid beast. I smirked coldly. Sidestep. Leverage. Rotate. Slash. My axe sunk into the previous wound again. Crack. The explosive sound of bone shattering echoed in the stillness. The wild boar king collapsed with a thunderous crash, its massive body skidding 10 meters across the ice, leaving behind a blood-soaked trail too shocking to miss. It didn't even have time to let out another cry before falling unconscious. The storm halted abruptly. Sunlight returned to its dominion, and all fell silent. I flicked the blood off the edge of my axe, breathing heavily. 2 strikes. Only 2 strikes. You all right? Tang Yao ran toward me, gripping my arm. Hell yeah. What a rush. I grinned, heart pounding in adrenaline-fueled ecstasy. We approached the fallen wild boar king. Even lying there, the beast was still as massive as a small mountain, with blood continuing to pool around it. It's not dead yet. I gripped my axe, ready to finish the job. I'll handle it. Tang Yao stopped me. Time to test a new skill. Her silver steel sword rose slowly, shimmering as spatial energy poured into it, liquid silver coursing along its surface. The blade's light intensified. She swung, a strike like cutting through air itself. Silent. A rift opened at the neck, clean and lethal. The head rolled to the ground. Done. Tang Yao sheathed her weapon, a triumphant smile on her face. What's the big deal? I asked, puzzled. You dummy. Tang Yao rolled her eyes. Silver steel swords can channel unique abilities. I don't have to charge it up anymore. What used to take forever to cast can now. Instant fire. An instant spatial slash. My eyes lit up. That's incredible. Darn right. Tang Yao tilted her chin arrogantly. Stick with me, and you'll be fine. I bet that comes at a price. Milk tea, 3 days minimum. You're ruthless. I squatted by the corpse, nearly drooling. How long's it been since we had pork? Let's feast tonight. Tang Yao stored the wild boar king's body away. The moment it disappeared, my sharp eyes caught a glimpse of something. Holy crap. A treasure chest. I dashed toward the blood-soaked ground, grabbing a mid-tier chest. Ding. Mid-tier treasure chest ×1 opened. Reward acquired. Island keystone ×50. Island keystones. I nearly jumped for joy. So that's how you get them. Monster drops. Tang Yao picked up one of the keystones. Palm-sized, bluish-gray, faintly pulsing with a gentle energy. Finally, we can expand the island. I handed the keystones to Tang Yao. Let's stash these, head back, and dig into that pork for a proper celebration. The fire blazed up quickly, sizzling oil dripping from the skewered meat. Shin Xiao Bai, Tang Yao said, biting into a piece, her brows suddenly furrowing. Where did this pork come from? My movements froze. That's right. Wild boars don't swim, which means there's another island nearby. The sea has only just frozen over, so the island couldn't be far. But the problem is, I looked out at the vast, icy expanse. No mountains, no trees, just a colorless stretch of land and sky. Getting there is easy, but coming back? Let's eat first, I sighed. After a hearty meal, sleepiness set in. Yawning, I headed upstairs. Nap time. We'll think about it after I'm awake. Night. I went downstairs to find Tang Yao meditating in front of the fireplace. Awake? Saved you some food. That's why you're the best wife. I puckered my lips. Gimme a kiss. EW, your breath stinks. Tang Yao blushed and turned her head away. Clutching my chest like I was mortally wounded, I turned around and started eating. Meanwhile, Tang Yao opened the group chat. Internal trading group. Zhao Chun, the sea's frozen solid. The boat can't move. Chinyu, same here. I wanted to head over and find Sister Tang, though. Zhao Chun, how far are you from them? Chinyu sent a screenshot of the sea chart. It showed 2 weeks' worth of sailing, the progress so small it barely left a mark on the map. Song Yen, that's all the distance you've covered in so long? Chinyu, it's fine. We'll wait for you. Tang Yao, the sea ice is dangerous. Everyone, stay alert. We got hit by a supernatural beast today. Group, got it. Done chatting. I sidled over with a cup of milk tea, resting my chin on her shoulder. Should we buy a compass from the marketplace? Sure, Tang Yao said, her ears turning red as she tilted her head to give me space. Compass, 2,000 ocean coins. So expensive? I grumbled, gritting my teeth as I made the purchase. Do you know how to use it? Of course. I scored full marks in high school geography. Tang Yao proudly tilted her chin up. Counting on you tomorrow, then. Day 16 of the ice calamity. Minus 16 degrees Celsius. Clear skies. At dawn, the two of us stood on the icy plains. Which way? I asked. Tang Yao raised the compass and calibrated it. Northeast. Are you sure? Absolutely. 2 sets of footprints stretched across the snow, unwavering in their direction. Do you feel like we forgot something? We brought everything we needed. All right then. The ice expanse stretched endlessly, and a wooden ship lay firmly embedded in the frozen layer. At the bow stood 2 figures, as still as sculptures. The man in the lead was in his 40s, his short hair pressed close to his scalp, bronze skin glinting coldly under the harsh wind. Beneath his thin cotton jacket, his sculpted muscles were as sharp as chiseled stone. Beside him stood another man with streaks of silver in his hair, exuding an air of steady composure, as immovable as a mountain. Though they appeared 10 years apart, they were, in reality, only a year apart. These were the group's leaders, Zhao Chun and his brother, Zhao Mo. They're here again, Zhao Chun muttered, rolling his shoulders with a cracking sound like popping corn. Same as usual. I'll take the offense. Zhao Mu remained silent, his bow drawn back like a full moon, the arrowhead unwaveringly locked onto the distant, moving white shadow. A polar bear trudged across the ice, its ribcage protruding beneath its fur. It had gone mad from hunger during the half-month-long frozen calamity. Its amber eyes burned with a menacing light, fixed intently on the wooden boat. Zhao Chun leaped down without hesitation. Boom. The moment he landed, the ice cracked beneath him. He stood resolutely in the bear's path. The polar bear froze for a second. It couldn't comprehend the audacity of its prey daring to challenge it. Its roar thundered like a storm. A massive paw, carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds, descended with a fierce blow. Zhao Chun neither dodged nor flinched. Raising his arm, he met the strike head-on. Thud! A low, resounding boom echoed as grayish-white rock armor instantly enveloped Zhao Chun's entire body. The massive paw struck his rocky arm, sending shockwaves through the bear's limb, numbing its claws. Zhao Chun remained rooted in place, utterly unfazed. Flipping his hand, he clamped down on the bear's paw, locking it firmly. The polar bear thrashed wildly, its other paw tearing and slashing repeatedly. However, it only managed to leave shallow scratches on the rock armor. The sound of an arrow slicing through the air. An arrow pierced the bear's eye. Blood gushed like a fountain as the giant beast collapsed to the ground with a final, anguished roar. Releasing his grip, Zhao Chun stepped back, the rock armor disintegrating into powder and vanishing. He patted the dust off his clothes and gave a thumbs up to Zhao Mu, still standing on the boat. Nice shot. The crate. He kicked aside the bear's corpse, revealing the glimmering spoils of their hunt beneath. Day 18 of the frozen calamity. Tang Yao and I had been traveling northward from the Jiangshan archipelago for over 100 kilometers when the outline of a massive island finally entered our view. a colossal landmass of 96 square kilometers. The closer we got to the island, the more beasts we encountered. Within 10 kilometers, we had slain 9 beasts, each guarding a treasure chest. A 100% drop rate. A gold mine, I muttered, breathing in a lungful of icy air. The smell of pine mixed with the freezing snow and tickled my senses. Let's hope there's something good on the island, Tang Yao said, practically trembling with anticipation. Hold up, I stopped her. The island's too big, and the terrain's too complicated. Let's stick to the coast for now. At least we'll have our backs covered. The two of us moved cautiously along the shoreline. The layers of snow reached up to our calves, crunching noisily with every step. Just as I began scouting for a safe place to rest, a woo, a wolf's howl echoed from the forest, long and foreboding. We exchanged glances. I saw the fire of battle ignite in Tang Yao's eyes as she gave me a hard nod. Let's go? We pushed through the underbrush, emerging into a clearing. 6 gigantic bulls stood in a circular formation, their massive horns pointing outward. They resembled musk oxen, but with even thicker and longer horns. Their coats of shaggy, brown-black hair nearly dragged across the snowy ground. Twice as many white wolves circled them, 20 in all. While the wolves weren't massive, their speed was astonishing, at least twice that of ordinary wolves. Perched on a large rock nearby was the alpha wolf, sitting like a regal king. Its body was larger than the rest, its amber eyes cold and calculating as it observed its prey. I quickly assessed the situation. The alpha wolf wasn't as dangerous as the wild boar king I had fought before. One-on-one, I could take it down. But with the entire wolf pack charging in, survival was impossible. At least for now, we'd watch from the sidelines. The alpha wolf gave the signal. The wolf pack exploded into motion, attacking with surgical precision. They feinted from the front, while others flanked from the sides, employing tactics as coordinated as a military strike. One bull was lured out of the formation, and then immediately isolated. The wolves pounced. The bull's horns swung furiously, impaling one wolf, but even as it fell, it managed to sink its teeth. Living on the edge, more wolves lunged forward. The bloody battle concluded. All 6 bulls annihilated, leaving only 10 injured wolves in the pack. The leader wolf bore a deep gash across its back, exposing bone. A mournful howl echoed through the forest, like a dirge resonating in the stillness. The wolves began feeding, tearing into the mystical beast's flesh, a rarity said to hasten healing. It was my moment. I moved. Silent as a shadow, my battle axe gleamed as it swung. The first wolf, head clean off. At the same time, Tang Yao struck. Her sword's space edge cut undetectably through the air, slicing the leader wolf cleanly in half at the torso. It died without sound. I continued, felling 3 more wolves in a swift flurry. Finally, the remaining wolves reacted, but when their gazes fell upon their leader's corpse, they fled in panic. The white wolf was too fast for me to catch. I gave chase, but soon returned to the clearing. The bodies had all disappeared, leaving only snow stained red with blood. Loot. For chests. Tang Yao proudly displayed the spoils. 1 intermediate, 3 basic. Only the kills we make ourselves drop chests. I lamented slightly. None of the bulls the wolves killed left any behind. Be grateful for freebies, Tang Yao said as she tucked the chests away. I brushed snow off myself as I stood, declaring, let's find a place to camp. Tomorrow, we continue. The flickering firelight pushed back the night's chill. Though the cave was small, it provided enough shelter from the biting wind. As I lit the dry wood, Tang Yao deftly pulled out a longhorn bull from her spatial inventory and began butchering with practiced efficiency. Steak for dinner, she announced. I ignored her and laid out our haul instead. 10 common chests, 3 basics, 1 intermediate. Rubbing my hands together, I prepared to open them. Here we go. Ding. Common chest times 10. Loot acquired. Bread times 3, water bottles times 2, wood plank times 1, island foundational stone times 4. Not bad. I weighed the 4 softly glowing foundational stones in my hand, then turned toward the basic chests. Ding. Basic chest times 3. Loot acquired. Island foundational stone times 20, universal barbecue seasoning times 10. Now that's more like it. Finally, the intermediate chest. Ding. Intermediate chest times 1. Loot acquired. Mind clearing berries times 5. Mind clearing berry enhances focus, improves mental clarity, effective only for mental power below 20. Jackpot. My eyes lit up with excitement, only for my expression to immediately sour as I read the restriction. Ah, what a waste. These berries don't work for me. Tang Yao rolled her eyes. Quit the act. Now hand over the barbecue seasoning. The steaks were quickly grilled to perfection, juices dripping and infused with a fragrant hint of herbs and wood smoke. We devoured them greedily, weariness melting away with each bite. After the meal, I stared at the 5 small, red, date-sized mind-clearing berries. Tasteless. I popped one into my mouth. Then another. And another. All 5 disappeared in an instant. These berries really don't have any. My words started to stumble. FL flavor at all. My face suddenly burned, a fiery heat spreading from my cheeks to my neck. Xin Xiaobai. Tang Yao leaned in close. I'm perfectly fine. I tried hard to focus, my tongue heavily twisted. Suddenly, my words came out clearly. I'm tired, good night. Thud. I fell flat on my back, snoring like thunder. Tang Yao checked my breathing, stable. She couldn't help but chuckle as she gently covered me with a blanket and lay down next to me. Morning. Ah, refreshing. I let out a long, hearty shout, scaring a flock of birds out of the trees. Tang Yao rubbed her eyes groggily. You nearly scared me to death last night. Last night? I looked confused. Wasn't I just taking a nap? After hearing Tang Yao's recount, I awkwardly cleared my throat. Well, looks like the awakened fruit has some side effects. The two of us continued our journey. The coastline stretched for 34 kilometers, taking us 5 hours to traverse, with nothing to show for it. Let's head towards the island's center, I said, gazing at the tallest peak in the distance. We passed through yesterday's battlefield, where the bloodstains were now covered by fresh snow. 20 minutes later, the trees thinned, and we reached the edge of a forest. We found absolutely nothing along the way, I muttered in frustration. Maybe there were treasures we just didn't recognize, Tang Yao suggested. I sighed and stepped out of the woods. Before us stretched a vast, snow-covered expanse leading all the way to the mountain's base. The snowy field was eerily silent. No wind, no bird calls, just the crunch of our footsteps on the snow. Looks like we're going back empty-handed again, I said, sighing. At least there's no. Stop. Tang Yao suddenly raised her hand in front of me, her eyes locked on the snow beneath us. What is it? There's something under the ground. It's fast and light, she said with a frown. Damn, my mental sensing isn't strong enough to identify it clearly. Silence. Then, suddenly, they're here. A whole swarm. I instantly reacted, scooping Tang Yao into my arms and retreating quickly. Boom. The snow exploded. A massive 2-meter-long centipede burst out of the ground, its oily, brownish shell gleaming under the daylight, its countless legs flailing madly. Then came the second, the third. 10. Each as thick as a thigh, with armored plates layered like iron. Their flat heads bore enormous mandibles, and their mouths were lined with rows upon rows of razor-sharp teeth capable of snapping a person clean in two. Disgusting. Tang Yao grimaced in disgust. Giant millipedes? I blurted out. I've seen these in games before. The swarm didn't give us time to think. The lead centipede dove back into the snow, the rest following as they disappeared into the frost, leaving only ominous, gaping holes behind. Silence. Where are they? I asked. Tang Yao closed her eyes, spreading out her mental force like a net. The ground beneath us trembled, vibrations moving in rapid, snaking patterns, encircling us. Right? Run. I grabbed her and bolted. The snow exploded behind us, again and again, as the centipedes missed their mark and dove back beneath the powder. Head for the trees. I sprinted at full speed, escaping their pursuit. The moment my feet hit solid ground, everything behind us went eerily still. How do we fight them? Tang Yao asked, catching her breath. One-on-one, they're not a problem, I replied, clenching my fists. The issue is their numbers. Kill one, and the others will ambush from behind. My abilities can kill it, but restore after 2 uses at most, I said. 2 uses, 10 centipedes. At least 4 energy recoveries, 8 hours in total. Then we'll take it slow, wear them down bit by bit. I added. We returned to the snowy plains, staying near the edges, acting as live bait, waiting for the prey to strike first. The moment Tang Yao spread her sensory net, vibrations came. The silver steel sword was unsheathed. 2 silent spatial blades shot out, slicing through the frozen earth and cleaving the rocky layers below. I had already carried her on my back, retreating swiftly. A muffled cracking sound echoed behind us. The snowy plain fell silent again. 10 centipedes were down to 8. Tang Yao sat cross-legged, her silver steel sword resting across her knees, her breathing steady and faint like a thread. 2 hours later, her abilities had recharged. All set? I asked as I brushed the snow off my coat. Yes, she replied. We ventured back into the snowfield, using the same tactic. 2 more centipedes fell. 4 hours passed. 2 recovery cycles, 2 more strikes. 10 centipedes. 8 now permanently buried beneath the ground. I placed Tang Yao near the edge of the snowy plains and turned to walk back into the battlefield. This time, it's my turn, I said, cracking my knuckles as they made sharp popping sounds. Running away all the time is getting on my nerves. Tang Yao followed silently behind me. Standing at the edge of the snowy plains, the ground was riddled with craters like scars on a battlefield. I turned back to make sure Tang Yao was in a safe spot before standing my ground and waiting. The vibrations came again, this time from underground. They're here, right beneath your feet. Tang Yao called in a low voice. I tightened my grip on the axe handle, its blade arched downward. The cracks in the snow spread swiftly. Boom. Snowflakes exploded into the air as I took a swift step back, dodging a massive snapping jaw. My axe descended like a guillotine, unleashing all the force I had stored up through the day. It split the creature from head to tail. Its exoskeleton shattered, its body severed in two. Before the lifeless husk could fall to the ground, I sidestepped to avoid its collapse. The second centipede burst out, its attack missing its mark. I moved in swiftly, a clean upward slice from the axe. Its head flew clean off. Yes, I exclaimed, stomping on the lifeless corpse and resting the axe handle on my shoulder. Now this is combat. All that fleeing earlier, it was suffocating. Tang Yao scanned the plains carefully. Once she was sure it was safe, she approached. Don't celebrate too soon, she said, grabbing a bloodied loot chest from the snow. There are still 8 more buried underground. My smile froze on my lips. What now? Exactly as it sounds. The rest of them? All dead underground. You'll have to dig them out for the bodies and treasure chests. I looked down at the epic-grade iron axe in my hand, then back at the snow-ridden craters all over the ground. An ominous feeling crept up within me. 10 minutes later, my epic-grade iron axe. I muttered as dirt and rocks flew into my face. Reduced to a shovel? 1 hour later, caked in mud and drenched in sweat, I gazed sadly at the once pristine axe blade, now filthy with soil. That's all of them, Tang Yao said, climbing out of the final pit. 10 intermediate-level treasure chests. Not a single one missing. Night fell as we returned to the mountain cave. Firelight flickered warmly, igniting a sense of comfort amidst the chill. We're going to strike it rich. I stared intently at the 10 treasure chests, my eyes practically burning with excitement. 5 each, Tang Yao declared nonchalantly, not holding back in the slightest. Taking a deep breath, I lifted the lid of one chest. Acquired, awakening fruit times 10, high-grade fishing rod times 1, black-hide pork times 20. Black-hide pork. I clicked on the item description, my eyes widening. Black-hide pork, grade, 1 spirit beast meat, contains spiritual energy, enhances internal strength or abilities upon consumption. Holy crap, spirit beast meat. It actually boosts abilities directly. Tang Yao opened her share of the 5 chests. Acquired, Island Foundation stone times 200. Silence. Let's just cook something. I quickly changed the subject. The black-hide pork sizzled over the fire, the fat rendering and crackling. The outer layer turned crispy and golden brown, while the inside remained tender and slightly pink. The aroma was mouth-watering. Taking a bite, the juices burst in my mouth. The spiritual energy spread into my stomach, flowing like a gentle stream into my meridians. Top-tier stuff. I squinted in satisfaction. Absolutely irresistible. We devoured the meal like a gust of wind sweeping away fallen leaves and didn't stop until our bellies were round and full. Night fell. Resting against the wall, I drifted off to a light nap. Tang Yao gently draped a blanket over me and leaned against my shoulder to sleep herself. Day 20 of the cold disaster. Minus 20 degrees Fahrenheit, light snow. We had been out for 5 days now, and the temperature continued to drop. I can't even imagine how many people have died out there, Tang Yao murmured somberly. Don't dwell on it too much. I patted her shoulder reassuringly. Today, let's make it through the snowy plains and head for the mountain. An hour later, we stood at the foot of the mountain. The peak towered above, piercing the sky and shrouded in snow-covered clouds from the mid-half upward. "Let's go check it out," Tang Yao suggested. We found a gentle slope and began our ascent. The climb was steady, accompanied only by the howling wind and falling snow. We reached the summit. Holy sh! My eyes widened in disbelief. At the center of the mountaintop was a huge depression holding a pristine lake. Despite the minus 20 degrees Fahrenheit temperature, the water wasn't frozen at all. A hot spring. Tang Yao speculated in confusion. "Doesn't look like one. Hot springs emit steam." I crouched down and dipped my hand into the water. "Not warm. Actually, it feels a bit cold. How is this even possible?" Staring at the azure blue lake water, Tang Yao's expression changed as a wild thought crossed her mind. Xin Xiaobai, could this be spirit water? I froze. No way, right? The whole lake. Still liquid at minus 20 degrees Fahrenheit, but not a hot spring. Tang Yao reasoned, standing up. What else could it be besides spirit water? I swallowed hard. A whole lake of spirit water. This was basically a spiritual crystal mine. Whatever it is, we're not leaving it here. Start filling up. We scavenged every container we had on hand. Mineral water bottles, soda bottles. I chugged the leftover soda in one of them to make room. 30 empty bottles lined up in a neat little row. Last bottle. I twisted the cap, sealing it tightly, and handed it backwards. Just as the bottle left my hand, my entire body froze. My gaze locked onto the surface of the lake as if someone had cast a petrification spell on me. "What's wrong?" Tang Yao asked, taking the bottle and looking at me with concern. "Something silver." My words faltered, staring at the shimmering figure beneath the water. I kept my eyes unblinking. I saw something flash by just now. What was it? A fish. Tang Yao immediately unleashed her mental energy, scanning the entire lake surface. The two of us squatted side by side at the edge of the lake, staring intently at the deep blue water. 1 minute passed, then 2. The surface of the lake was as calm as a mirror. "Maybe you just imagined it." Tang Yao rubbed her sore eyes. I didn't answer. Instead, I abruptly stood up and yanked off my shirt in a few swift motions. "Are you out of your mind?" Tang Yao's voice shot up an octave. "I'm going in to take a look," I said, rolling my shoulders. The cold wind turned my skin red, but I didn't care. There's definitely something in the lake. But the water's freezing. Before she could finish, I dove headfirst into the lake. Tang Yao stomped her foot in frustration, but all she could do was close her eyes and pray. The icy water felt like 1,000 steel needles piercing into me, burrowing down to my bones. I immediately started channeling my inner energy, activating my dantian to release a surge of warmth that chased the chill away, inch by inch. But that inner energy was depleting fast. At most, I had 5 minutes. I dove deeper, my eyes scanning every corner. Time flew by as my energy drained with every passing second. Just as I reluctantly prepared to head back, a white blur drifted into view. A palm-sized fish, belly up, floating lazily right into my hand. 5 whole minutes risking my life in icy water, and the fish just delivered itself to me? Not just that, it's dead? This was outright humiliation. But I, the gloriously lucky Xin Xiaobai, would never reject such a gift. I burst through the surface, proudly holding the dead fish aloft, a smug grin etched on my face. Tang Yao wasn't looking at the fish. She rushed over, throwing a towel over my head and furiously wrapping me up. "Are you insane? Jumping into a lake when it's 20 degrees below zero. 5 minutes. Do you even know how I?" She wrapped me up so tight, I looked like a mummy. I let her rant without arguing back, and as I noticed the redness in her eyes, guilt crept up on me. Maybe I was being reckless. "I found the fish," I said softly, holding it out as a peace offering. Tang Yao gave my arm a sharp twist. "Go put on some clothes." I quickly threw on my dry clothes, then cautiously sidled up to her. "See? I told you there was a fish." Tang Yao's face darkened instantly, and I hurried to correct myself. "We can grill it. Fresh as can be." "Xin Xiaobai." Tang Yao looked me straight in the eye. "You can never pull a stunt like that again. We promised we'd face everything together and make it to the peak, didn't we?" My heart softened at her words. Puffing out my chest, I gave her a formal salute. "Yes, ma'am. I promise it won't happen again." "Good. I believe in you, hubby." "Thanks, wifey," I beamed. When the fish was finally grilled, I handed a piece to Tang Yao. "Just tastes like regular fish," she said, frowning after a bite. "That's impossible." I panicked. Wait. Tang Yao's eyes suddenly lit up. My powers increased a little. It's faint, but I can definitely feel it. A big, goofy grin spread across my face. Laughter erupted. Haha, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. I turned my gaze to the eerily blue lake water and licked my lips. There's definitely more in there. If we caught them all and farmed them, I spread my arms wide. We'd have endless meals, and money wouldn't even be a problem. Just as I laughed heartily into the open sky, from the depths of the lake, a pair of golden, slit-like pupils abruptly opened. A giant serpent, dormant for months, had been awakened by its hunger. It slowly swam toward the shallows, its massive body hovering ominously over a sandy pit. An unseen pressure filled the surrounding waters, causing the smaller fish hiding in the sand to dart out in panic, only to become the serpent's effortless feast. After its meal, the serpent readied itself to return to its deep slumber. Suddenly, a peculiar scent wafted into its nostrils, the smell of that grilled fish from the shore. For the next few days, I'm staying here to fish. I waved my fishing rod excitedly. I'm catching them all. Get away from the lake. It's dangerous. Tang Yao's face turned pale as her voice rang out. Through her senses, she detected a creature dozens of times more powerful than the centipede from before, steadily approaching. I instantly leapt back several meters. The water's surface exploded. A massive snake's head emerged, breaking through the lake. Its icy blue scales shimmered like gemstones, and its body, spanning over 10 meters, was as thick as an old tree trunk. Its golden-green slit pupils stared coldly down at the two insignificant humans. All I did was fish. Isn't this a little extreme? Snatching Tang Yao into my arms, I turned and bolted. This snake was way too dangerous. Absolutely not something we should mess with. The giant serpent, unwilling to let its tantalizing prey escape, slithered onto land to give chase. However, its massive body slowed it down considerably on solid ground, barely keeping up as it lunged to snap at our heels. Hold tight. Time to go wild mode. I suddenly picked up speed, leaping across uneven rocks, carefully calculating each step to take the riskiest yet shortest route. The serpent opened its mouth wide, icy energy rapidly condensing within. The air plummeted in temperature, and snowflakes solidified into ice crystals before falling. Boom. A blast of frozen blue energy shot out like a cannon. What the hell? The snake can shoot freaking cannons. I shouted as I sprinted. Tang Yao, blow it up. The wind was too loud, and Tang Yao couldn't hear me clearly. What did you say? Get your bazooka out and blast this thing. I screamed. Adjusting her posture, Tang Yao unsheathed her silver steel sword. A condensed silver glow formed as an invisible blade tore through the very fabric of space. The giant serpent's body twisted sharply, narrowly avoiding the spatial rift. Realizing its prey could actually harm it,